Welcome to a world where passion ignites, danger lurks in the shadows, and love defies the limits of the supernatural. Here, shifters claim their fated mates. Powerful alphas fight for the ones they love, and the impossible becomes reality. Whether it's a growly werewolf, a scorching hot dragon, or a possessive vampire, one thing's for sure. These heroes are fiercely protective and undeniably irresistible. Get ready to escape into a story where magic meets seduction, and every heartbeat brings you closer to a love that's out of this world. Now, sit back, relax, and let the story begin.
Chapter 1. Daphne. Sunlight streamed through the small front window of petal and vine, casting rainbow patterns through the crystal prisms Daphne had hung last spring. The tiny shop buzzed with life, both the regular and magical variety. Creeping vines wrapped around weathered wooden beams, their leaves swaying despite the lack of breeze, while potted plants competed for space on every available surface. Daphne hummed as she arranged a bouquet of sunset-hued roses. Her fingers tingled with the spark of green magic that kept them blooming well past their natural season. A tendril of ivy reached out to playfully tug at her apron string. Now, she chided softly. I know you're excited about the new fertilizer, but behaving yourself means you get the first taste. The bell above the door chimed as Mrs. Henderson, one of her regular human customers, shuffled in. Something smells absolutely divine in here, Mrs. Henderson said, taking a deep breath. That would be the new moonflowers. They're not supposed to bloom until tonight, but they're feeling a bit rebellious today. Daphne gestured to the pearly white blooms nestled in a corner. Your flowers always seem to have personalities of their own. If only you knew, Daphne muttered under her breath, then louder, What can I help you with today? Anniversary bouquet. Something that says 40 years and I do it all again. Daphne's green eyes lit up. I know just the thing. She wove between the tight aisles and gathered stems. Her fingers brushed each flower, awakening their magic. Roses for enduring love, forget-me-nots for memories, and a sprig of enchanted lavender that would ensure sweet dreams for weeks to come. How do you always know exactly what I need? Mrs. Henderson asked as Daphne wrapped the bouquet in brown paper and twine. Just a green thumb, Daphne replied with a wink. Once Mrs. Henderson left, she turned to the nearest fern. And maybe a little magic. The fern shivered in response, dropping a few spores that sparkled as they fell. During her lunch break, Daphne pressed her nose against the dusty window of 42 Belladonna Boulevard, cupping her hands around her eyes to peer inside. The for sale sign swayed in the autumn breeze. Just look at those windows, she whispered to the potted peace lily she'd brought along. Floor to ceiling. Can you imagine the sunlight? The lily's leaves rustled in agreement. The abandoned cafe's interior stretched far deeper than her current shop, with exposed brick walls and weathered wooden floors that practically begged for trailing vines. Her mind's eye transformed the empty space. Hanging baskets would cascade from the high ceiling, while built-in planters could line those gorgeous windows. The old barista counter could become a custom arrangement station. And that door in the back? She bounced on her toes. That leads to the courtyard. A greenhouse right there. No more growing the sensitive specimens in my bathroom. A sprig of lavender poked out of her jacket pocket, its purple buds vibrating with excitement. I know, Daphne patted it gently. Just 3 more months of saving. The realtor said the owner's desperate to sell. She checked her phone's banking app again, and the numbers burned into her memory. If spring wedding season is as good as last year. The peace lily's leaves drooped slightly. Hey now, none of that. We're going to make it happen. She adjusted her grip on the pot. Remember how everyone said I couldn't make the current shop work? Too small, they said. No foot traffic. But we proved them wrong, didn't we? A warm breeze highlighted the scent of approaching rain, and Daphne closed her eyes, imagining the possibilities. The courtyard greenhouse would be perfect for her more magical inventory. No more cramming the moon-blooming jasmine behind regular plants or hiding the singing snapdragons in the storage room. Think about it. Actual space for workshops. I could teach basic herbology, magical propagation. She pressed her hand against the cool glass. No more turning people away because we can't fit another person in the shop. The peace lily perked up, one of its flowers unfurling in response to her enthusiasm. That's the spirit. Now come on, we've got orders to fill. Those enchanted roses won't prune themselves. Later that afternoon, a crash outside her flower shop made Daphne jump, nearly dropping the delicate glass terrarium she'd been arranging. Her Venus flytrap snapped its jaws in agitation. Easy there, buddy. She set the terrarium down as another boom rattled her window displays. What in the world? Screams erupted from the street, followed by a sound like 1,000 gas stoves igniting at once. The temperature inside her shop spiked, and her tropical plants stretched eagerly toward the sudden heat. Not now, she whispered to a particularly enthusiastic orchid. Something's wrong. Daphne crept to her front window, pushing aside a curtain of hanging ivy. Her heart stopped. A massive red dragon perched atop the post office across the street, its scales gleaming like fresh blood in the afternoon sun. As she watched, it reared back its head and belched a stream of fire that melted the weather vane. Oh no, oh no, oh no! Her knees wobbled as she counted more dragons. 12 in total, ranging from copper to obsidian, all wreaking havoc on her peaceful street. One of them, a bronze beast the size of a bus, crushed Mrs. Henderson's car beneath its claws. A green dragon swooped past her window, so close she could see the individual scales on its belly. The draft from its wings sent her wind chimes into a frenzied dance. "This is bad," she muttered, backing away from the window. Her plants rustled nervously, picking up on her fear. Really bad. The sound of shattering glass came from somewhere down the street, followed by more screams. Through her window, Daphne watched as people ran for cover, some ducking into shops, others sprinting for their cars. A dragon's roar shook the entire building, and her hanging baskets swayed dangerously. The succulent collection on her windowsill huddled together, their leaves curling inward protectively. If they come this way. She glanced at her beloved plants, many of which were irreplaceable magical specimens. Her night-blooming cereus had taken 3 years to mature, and the singing snapdragons were the last of their kind in the city. The street outside glowed orange as another gout of flame lit up the afternoon sky. Her green magic tingled beneath her skin, responding to her plant's distress. Through her shop window, Daphne spotted a group of people huddled behind an overturned car. A copper dragon swooped low over the street, its shadow sweeping across the pavement like a dark tide. "In here!" She flung open her shop door. "Quick, quick!" The group sprinted inside. A mother clutching 2 children, an elderly man with a cane, and a teenager still wearing his fast food uniform. The bell chimed cheerfully, completely at odds with the chaos outside. "Behind the counter," Daphne directed, ushering them past displays of roses that trembled in sympathy with her racing heart. A deafening roar shook the building. Through the window, a large, dark blue dragon landed on the boutique across the street, its claws puncturing the awning like tissue paper. Its head soon swiveled, and its golden eyes fixed directly on petal and vine. The ivy on her walls recoiled. Her magical moonflowers began closing despite the daylight, and the Venus flytrap snapped its jaws repeatedly in warning. "Oh no," Daphne whispered. "No, no, no." The dragon's chest began to glow. "Everyone out the back door." She herded the group through her workroom. "Past the compost bins, there's an alley that leads to Maple Street." "But what about—" the teenager started. "Go!" The door barely clicked shut behind them when heat blasted through the shop. Daphne watched in horror as flames engulfed her beloved store. The roses screamed, a sound only she could hear, as fire consumed them. Her magical specimens withered, decades of careful breeding and nurturing reduced to ash in seconds. The singing snapdragons managed one final mournful note before they burned. The moonflowers exploded in a shower of silver sparks. Her ivy, loyal to the end, tried to shield the other plants but crumbled to cinders. Tears streamed down Daphne's light brown cheeks as everything she'd built went up in flames. The dragon watched from above, smoke curling from its nostrils, while her dreams burned with her shop. Through her tears, Daphne watched as the massive dark blue dragon scales began to ripple and shrink. The transformation was mesmerizing, like watching a time-lapse of a flower blooming in reverse. Where the dragon had perched, Carmen Kane now stood, her boots crushing what remained of the boutique's awning. "Look at you all," Carmen's voice carried across the burning street, "cowering behind your council's precious rules and regulations." She spread her arms wide, gesturing to the destruction around her. "Where are they now? Where's their protection?" A charred rose petal drifted past Daphne's face, the last surviving tendril of ivy wrapped around her ankle, seeking comfort. Her throat burned from the smoke. "The council is weak," Carmen's laugh echoed off the buildings. "They can't even keep their own streets safe, but we can." She paced along the roof's edge, her shadow falling across Daphne's ruined shop. "When my wing returns, we'll show you what real protection looks like, what real power looks like." The remaining dragons circled overhead, their wings casting shifting patterns of light and shadow across the street. "Dragons were meant to rule," Carmen called out, "not hide behind human laws." Her form shifted again, scales erupting across her skin like sapphires breaking through earth. Within seconds, the massive dark blue dragon took flight, leading her wing toward the horizon. Daphne stood frozen, her fingers still tingling with unused green magic. A single thought kept repeating in her mind. Her singing snapdragons had been the last of their kind in Saltwater Grove. The knowledge sat in her chest like a stone. The ivy at her ankle gave one final squeeze before crumbling to ash. Chapter 2. Daphne. Smoke stung Daphne's eyes as she picked her way through the debris-strewn street. Her green magic tingled uselessly under her skin, reaching for plants that were no longer there. "Hello? Anyone need help?" she called out, moving toward Mrs. Chen's alterations shop next door. A cough answered her. "Over here!" She found Mrs. Chen helping an elderly customer from behind a fallen shelf. "Daphne, your shop—" "Gone," Daphne said, forcing a small smile. "But we're not, and that's what matters. Let me help you with him." Together, they guided the man outside where others were gathering. Someone had dragged picnic tables from the park to create makeshift beds. "I wish I knew healing magic," Daphne muttered, tearing strips from her apron to bandage a young woman's burned arm. "All I can do is grow pretty flowers." "Pretty flowers saved my life once," the woman said through gritted teeth. "Allergic reaction, your moonflower tincture." Still. Daphne tied off the bandage. "Right now we need water magic, healing magic, anything but green magic." A child crying caught her attention. She found a little boy clutching a singed teddy bear, tears cutting clean tracks through the soot on his face. "Hey there." Daphne knelt beside him. "Want to see something cool?" She touched a crack in the sidewalk where a dandelion had somehow survived. With a gentle push of magic, she coaxed it to grow and bloom. The boy's sobs turned to hiccups as he watched the yellow flower dance and bow. "Magic," he whispered. "Sometimes the smallest things make the biggest difference," she said, though her heart ached thinking of her lost shop. The singing snapdragons would never harmonize again. Mrs. Chen appeared at her elbow with bottles of water. "You're good at this, you know, helping people. I just wish I could do more." "Sometimes just being here is enough." Mrs. Chen gently squeezed Daphne's shoulder. The wail of sirens finally pierced through the smoke-filled air. Fire trucks and ambulances swarmed the street, their lights painting the charred buildings in alternating red and white. As paramedics rushed to help the injured, her mind latched onto those final words from the dragon shifter. "The council is weak, can't protect their own people." Her heart lurched. "Hugo," she whispered, then broke into a frantic run. Her feet pounded against the pavement as she sprinted toward City Hall, dodging emergency vehicles and debris. Her lungs burned from the smoke, but she didn't slow down. Small patches of grass sprouted in her wake, her magic leaking out with each anxious step. The grand stone building came into view, miraculously intact. 2 security guards stood at attention by the entrance, looking tense but unharmed. "Marcus!" Daphne called out to the familiar face. "My brother, Miss Throne." The guard's weathered face softened. "Come with me." She followed him through the marble corridors, her shoes squeaking against the polished floor. Her reflection in the brass elevator doors showed smudges of soot across her cheeks and flowers tangled in her dark brown hair. The 3rd floor was a hive of activity. Phones ringing, people rushing back and forth with papers, voices raised in urgent discussion. Marcus led her to Hugo's office, where her brother paced behind his desk, phone pressed to his ear. "Hugo!" He spun around, phone forgotten. "Daph!" She crashed into him, throwing her arms around his middle like she used to do when they were kids. He smelled like his usual mix of herbs and old books, to not smoke or fire or worse things she didn't want to imagine. "You're okay," she mumbled into his shirt. "Of course I'm okay." He squeezed her tight. "But your shop, I heard about Main Street." Daphne pulled back from Hugo's embrace, her eyes stinging with more than just smoke. "My singing snapdragons, Hugo, my dancing daisies, everything I built, just gone." Her magic stirred restlessly, causing the potted fern in Hugo's office to stretch toward her in sympathy. "The insurance, it's not about the money." Daphne sank into one of his leather chairs, absently picking ash from her hair. "Those were living things, my creations. And that dragon, she just—" Her hands clenched in her lap. Hugo perched on the edge of his desk. "Tell me everything. This massive dark blue dragon, I mean huge, like a house, she torched the whole block. Then she shifted right there in the street." Daphne's voice shook. She had this look in her eyes, Hugo, like she was enjoying it. What exactly did she say? That the council was weak, couldn't protect anyone. Daphne watched her brother's face darken. She said she and her wing would be back to take over. Who is she? Hugo ran his hand through his brown hair. "Carmen Kane. She's been causing trouble up and down the coast, absorbing smaller dragon wings into her own. Those who refuse—" He trailed off meaningfully. "Sounds like a charming lady." Daphne's green magic flared, and the fern grew another foot. "Sorry." "Don't be. Better the plant than my paperwork." Hugo attempted to smile, but it didn't reach his eyes. She believes dragons should rule, and through strength alone, no compromise, no cooperation with other magical beings or humans. "Because that's worked so well historically," Daphne muttered. Daphne straightened in her chair, her magic causing the fern's leaves to rustle. "So, what's the council planning to do? We have other shifters, vampires, witches. Surely we can mount some kind of defense." Hugo shuffled papers on his desk, avoiding her gaze. "That would be our last resort." "Last resort?" She burned down half of Main Street. "Think about it, Daph. Carmen showed up with what, a dozen dragons?" "Something like that." The memory of massive wings blocking out the sun made her shiver. "That's nothing. It was a warning shot." Hugo leaned forward, his expression grave. "Dragon shifters are the most dangerous of all supernatural beings. They're practically living weapons. A full-scale war would devastate the town." Daphne's fingers traced the arm of her chair. "But we can't just do nothing." "We're not." Hugo straightened his tie. "The council's voting to open negotiations first." "Negotiations? With someone who thinks burning shops is a reasonable opening statement?" Hugo cleared his throat. "We have to at least try. We figure dragon shifters typically only respect other dragons. It's a cultural thing. That's why we're reaching out to Archer Hawke to assist us." "Archer Hawke?" Daphne's magic spiked, causing Hugo's fern to sprout tiny blue flowers. "The same Archer Hawke who hasn't been seen in town for, 3 years?" 2.5, Hugo corrected, plucking one of the unexpected blooms. And yes. Daphne slumped back in her chair, memories of whispered rumors floating through her mind. The one who lives in that creepy mansion on the hill like some kind of... She waved her hand, searching for the right words. Dragon Batman? He's not that bad. What makes you think he'll help? From what I understand, he's not exactly the friendly neighborhood dragon type. He's still one of the most powerful dragon shifters alive, Hugo said, and he has a history of standing against wings that abuse their power. Had, Daphne corrected. Now he has a history of making wooden models and glaring at people who get too close to his property. Her magic reached out unconsciously, and the fern's flowers changed from blue to a worried purple. Hugo noticed the color change and smiled. You're concerned. Of course I'm concerned. Our best hope is a grumpy hermit who probably hasn't had a proper conversation in years. She crossed her arms. Does he even know what's happening in town? Hard to miss dragons setting things on fire. You know what I mean. Hugo stood up. Well, I'm heading up to his place tomorrow morning to speak with him. Daphne watched her brother gather his papers, her mind racing. The image of her burning shop flashed through her mind again, along with Mrs. Chen's frightened face and that little boy's tears. Daphne's magic curled through her fingers as she straightened in her chair. Well then, I'm coming with you tomorrow. Absolutely not. Hugo's hand smacked against his desk. This isn't some garden party, Daph. Archer Hawke is dangerous, unpredictable. The fern's flowers darkened to a deep crimson. So is Carmen, and she just burned down my entire livelihood. Which is exactly why you should stay away from this. Hugo's voice softened. Let me handle it. Daphne stood, her magic causing tiny vines to creep across the office floor. I watched people running from their shops today. I bandaged burns. I held a crying child while his teddy bear smoldered. She met her brother's concerned gaze. I'm tired of just watching, Hugo. This isn't your fight. She made it my fight when she turned my snapdragons into ash. The vines reached the desk, curling around its legs. Besides, you need all the help you can get. What's your plan? Knock on his door and ask nicely? Hugo pinched the bridge of his nose. I have diplomatic experience. And I have actual experience talking to people who aren't politicians. The vines retreated as Daphne took a deep breath. Let me help. Daphne. Hugo's shoulders slumped. If anything happened to you. Nothing will happen. We're just talking to a grumpy dragon who likes woodworking. She touched her brother's arm. Please. Hugo studied her for a long moment, then sighed. Fine, but you stay behind me, and if he shows any sign of... Thank you. Daphne hugged him tight, her magic finally settling. What time do we leave? 8 sharp, and Daph? He pulled back to look at her. No bringing any plants. The last thing we need is you accidentally growing a forest on his lawn. No promises, Daphne said. But her small smile didn't quite reach her eyes. Tomorrow she'd face the infamous Archer Hawke. She just hoped he was more amenable to visitors than the rumors suggested.
Chapter 3. Archer. The autumn sunlight filtered through the workshop's windows, casting shadows across Archer's workbench. Wood shavings scattered across the floor as his chisel traced delicate lines into the maple. The scent of fresh-cut wood filled his nostrils, mingling with the crisp morning air drifting in through the open window. Something's missing, he muttered, turning the half-finished dragon model in his hands. The scales needed more definition, more life. A gust of wind rustled the red and gold leaves outside, drawing his attention momentarily from his work. His workshop, separate from the main house, offered the solitude he craved. No politics, no wings, no responsibility except to his craft. Damn it! The chisel slipped ever so slightly, marring an otherwise flawless curve of the wing. Archer set the tool down with more force than necessary, the metal clanging against the wooden workbench. He reached for his coffee, finding the mug empty. Again, third time this morning, and the sun had barely cleared the trees. Can't even keep track of your own coffee, Hawke, he chided himself, pushing back from the bench. His boots crunched over wood shavings as he crossed to the coffee maker he'd installed specifically to avoid trips to the main house. While the machine hummed to life, he studied the collection of finished pieces lining the walls. Dragons in flight, perched, fighting, each carved with painstaking detail. Each one perfect, or nearly so. The imperfect ones had met their end in his fireplace. The coffee maker sputtered its last drops. Archer inhaled the rich aroma, letting it chase away his frustration. He'd get the wing right. He always did eventually. "Just you and me," he said to the unfinished dragon, returning to his bench. "And you're not leaving until you're perfect." His chisel caught the light as he raised it again. Time to make things right. The scent hit Archer's nostrils before the crunch of footsteps on his gravel path. Flowers and earth, mixed with something distinctly human. His chisel stopped mid-stroke, suspended over the dragon's half-carved wing. 2 heartbeats, both elevated, both unwelcome. Seriously? He set the chisel down and brushed wood shavings from his black Henley. After 2.5 years of blissful isolation, some idiots had the nerve to march up his driveway. The last time someone dared venture onto his property, well, the town still whispered about that. The doorbell's chime echoed through his workshop. Archer's jaw clenched. He could ignore it. Should ignore it. But the dragon inside him bristled at the intrusion, demanding he establish dominance over his territory. Fine. He stalked through the side door, taking the connecting passage through his garage. The smooth marble floors of his mansion cooled his temper slightly as he moved silently through the house. Let them sweat it out on the porch for a minute. Another ring, more insistent this time. Archer's enhanced hearing picked up a feminine whisper. "Maybe he's not home?" A deeper voice responded. "He's home. His car's here." "Oh, great. They've been casing my property." Archer rolled his shoulders back, drawing himself to his full height. The dragon within him stirred, sending warmth coursing through his veins. He yanked open the heavy oak door, ready to tear into whoever had the audacity to disturb him. The words died in his throat. A middle-aged man in an expensive suit stood on his doorstep, radiating the self-important air of a bureaucrat. But it was the woman beside him that caught Archer off guard. Dark waves of hair framed a heart-shaped face, and those green eyes. They met his gaze without a hint of the fear he was accustomed to seeing. The autumn breeze carried her scent to him more clearly now. Roses and rainfall, with an undercurrent of something ancient. A witch. Both of them were witches. Perfect. Just perfect. Archer leaned against his doorframe, arms crossed, as the man launched into introductions. The wood grain pressed against his shoulder, its familiar texture doing little to soothe his growing irritation. "I'm Hugo Throne, council member," the man said, straightening his already perfect tie. "And this is my sister, Daphne." "Not a council member, then," Archer noted, studying the woman. Her presence here made no sense. She held herself with quiet determination, but there was a softness about her that had no place in dragon politics. That scent of crushed petals and earth clung to her clothes. A gardener, maybe? "Carmen Kane attacked the town yesterday," Hugo continued, his voice tight with barely contained urgency. "She brought a dozen dragons. They burned buildings, terrorized citizens." Archer's dragon stirred at Carmen's name. Of course it was her. He remembered her from the old days, always circling, always pushing boundaries. The blue-scaled menace had spent years trying to prove herself the strongest, the most ruthless. Back then, she'd been all talk and posturing. "She's declared her intention to take control of Saltwater Grove," Hugo pressed on. "Says the council is weak and that dragons should rule." A muscle twitched in Archer's jaw. Typical Carmen, still spouting the same tired rhetoric about dragon supremacy. The only difference was now it sounds like she had the numbers to back up her threats. His enhanced hearing picked up Daphne's quickened heartbeat as Hugo described the attack. The autumn wind shifted, carrying the acrid scent of smoke from town. Beneath it, he caught another whiff of the witch's unique fragrance. Not just flowers, but something deeper. Rich soil after rain, growing things, life itself. Archer's dragon rumbled with interest and he ruthlessly suppressed the reaction. He didn't need complications, didn't need to get involved in town politics or dragon power plays, and he definitely didn't need to notice how the morning light caught copper highlights in Daphne's dark brown hair. Archer pushed off the doorframe, his dragon's heat simmering just beneath his skin. "And this concerns me how exactly?" The words came out in a low rumble that made Hugo's Adam's apple bob. Hugo straightened his spine. "We need your help to stop her." A laugh burst from Archer's chest, deep and sardonic. The sound echoed off the mansion's marble floors behind him. "You want me to what?" He shook his head, running a hand through his auburn hair. "Let me get this straight. Carmen Kane's out there burning down your town, and your brilliant solution is to drag me into it." The morning sunlight caught the polished wood of his door, reminding him of the half-finished dragon waiting in his workshop. That's where he should be right now, working in peace, not dealing with town politics. "You clearly don't understand what you're asking." Archer's voice dropped lower, taking on the edge that used to make lesser dragons tremble. "Carmen's not just some upstart with sharp teeth. She spent years building her power base, gathering followers. And now?" He gestured toward town, where wisps of smoke still curled into the autumn sky. "Now she's showing her true colors. If she's moving this openly, she's got something bigger planned." The witch, Daphne, shifted her weight, drawing his attention. The motion sent another wave of her intoxicating scent his way. Damn it. Even his dragon noticed, rumbling with interest. He needed them gone before his beast got any more ideas. "I haven't involved myself in wing politics for years." Archer crossed his arms again, the Henley pulling tight across his chest. "I have a perfectly good life here. Quiet, peaceful, zero dragon drama. And you want me to what? Throw myself back into that cesspool because you can't handle your own problems?" His dragon bristled at the mere thought of dealing with Carmen again. She'd always been a powder keg waiting to explode, and he'd been smart enough to walk away before the blast. Now these two wanted him to wade right back into ground zero. "Thanks, but no thanks." Archer reached for the door. "I suggest you figure out another plan, preferably one that doesn't involve disturbing my solitude." "I watch them burn everything." Daphne's soft voice cut through Archer's dismissal, stopping his hand on the door. "My shop, my neighbors' shops, people's homes, all gone in minutes." Archer's dragon stirred at the pain in her voice. He kept his back turned, fighting the inexplicable urge to look at her. "Do you know what burning flowers smell like, Mr. Hawke?" Her voice gained strength. "It's not just smoke. It's the death of everything I've worked for, everything I've grown. And the screams." She paused, drawing a shaky breath. "The screams weren't just from fear. People got hurt. Real people." Damn it. Archer's jaw clenched as he slowly turned back. The morning light caught the unshed tears in her eyes, but her chin was lifted defiantly. "I helped set up a triage center while we waited for ambulances. Children with burns, elderly people who couldn't run fast enough." Her green eyes locked onto his black ones. "And you're telling me you'll just sit here in your mansion, carving your wooden models, while real dragons torch our town?" His dragon roared inside him, demanding he prove his strength, his dominance. But something else stirred too, something he thought he'd buried years ago. "You don't know what you're asking," he growled, but the words lacked their earlier bite. "I know exactly what I'm asking." Daphne took a step forward, close enough that her scent, flowers and earth and determination, wrapped around him. "I'm asking if you can live with yourself, knowing you could have helped and chose not to." Archer's hands flexed at his sides. The witch had nerve. He'd give her that. And worse, she had a point. He glanced at Hugo, who watched the exchange with barely concealed hope, then back to Daphne. The dragon within him paced restlessly, drawn to her fearless challenge. "Fine," Archer finally replied, already regretting what he was about to say. "I'll think about it. Now get off my property before I change my mind." Chapter 4. Archer. Archer's Corvette purred to a stop in front of City Hall, its glossy black finish reflecting the morning sun. He adjusted his leather jacket and deliberately took his time stepping out. Let them stare. He'd learned long ago that fear had its uses. Is that him? A woman's whisper carried across the street. The dragon who used to... Shh, he'll hear you. Archer's lips quirked. His dragon hearing picked up every word, of course. He strode toward the building's entrance. His boots clicked against the concrete as he walked up the front steps. They say he once took down 3 rival dragons at once, a teenage boy whispered to his friend, excitement coloring his voice. I heard it was 5, his companion replied. It was 7, actually, Archer muttered under his breath, though he'd never admitted aloud. His dragon prided itself at the memory. The security guard at the metal detector visibly swallowed as Archer approached. Mr. Hawke, sir, you can, go right through. What, no pat down? Archer's black eyes glinted with amusement. And here I was, looking forward to it. The guard's face went pale. No, sir. I mean, we know who you are. Do you? Archer passed through, his dragon satisfied with the guard's discomfort. Inside, the bustling lobby went quiet. A clerk dropped her stack of papers. Another nearly walked into a wall. Archer couldn't help himself. He winked at her, causing her to flush scarlet. Second floor, a receptionist squeaked when he approached her desk. The council chamber is... I know where it is. As he waited for the elevator, a young intern whispered to her colleague, I heard he's completely ruthless, like scary ruthless. Brutal, her friend agreed. My cousin said... The elevator dinged, and Archer stepped inside, catching their reflection in the mirrored walls. He flashed them his most dangerous smile, showing just a hint of fang. Both women froze, then scattered like startled rabbits. His dragon rumbled with satisfaction. Still got it. Archer soon pushed open the heavy oak doors to the council chambers. His dragon's enhanced senses immediately picked up the mix of anxiety and hope radiating from the assembled council members. The circular room stretched upward to a domed ceiling, the morning light filtering through stained glass panels that cast multicolored shadows across the polished marble floor. His gaze swept the room, cataloging exits and threats out of habit, when it caught on a familiar figure. Daphne stood near one of the tall windows, the sunlight catching the deep brown of her hair and making it shine. His dragon stirred with interest, and Archer fought down an unexpected surge of pleasure at seeing her again. Didn't expect to see you here, he said as he approached the center of the chamber. I'm here because I care what happens to this town, Daphne replied, lifting her chin. His dragon approved of her spirit, even as Archer maintained his cool facade. He turned to address the semicircle of council members, deliberately positioning himself so he could keep Daphne in his peripheral vision. Let's cut to the chase, he said, resting his hands on the polished wooden railing that separated him from the elevated council seats. I'll help you deal with Carmen, but don't mistake this for some noble crusade. I expect proper compensation for my time and effort. He paused, letting his words sink in. And I make no promises about the outcome. Carmen's not just any dragon. She's clever, ruthless, and she's had years to build her power base while I've been, he smirked, otherwise occupied. From out of the corner of his eye, he caught Daphne's slight frown. His dragon preened, pleased she was paying such close attention to his words. Hugo leaned forward in his council seat. Name your price, Mr. Hawke. 20,000. Half now, half when it's done. Archer's dragon purred at the collective intake of breath from the council members. He'd purposely asked for more than necessary. Never show your hand too early. 15, Hugo countered, and we'll throw in exclusive hunting rights in the Northern Territory. Archer's eyebrows rose. The Northern Territory was prime hunting ground, especially during salmon season. His dragon perked up at the thought of fresh fish. Done. He crossed his arms, leather jacket creaking. I'll track down Carmen, see if she's willing to talk before things get messy. His lips curved into a predatory smile. Though knowing her, messy is exactly what she wants. You think she'll listen? Daphne's voice carried across the chamber, soft but clear. Archer turned, meeting those striking green eyes. His dragon stirred again, intrigued by the mix of concern and steel in her gaze. Number, but sometimes you have to go through the motions before you can justify breaking someone's jaw. And how do you plan to find her? Hugo asked. Please. Archer rolled his eyes. Carmen's not exactly subtle. She'll want everyone to know where she is. That's half the point of her little power play. Besides a ... He tapped his nose. Dragon senses. We can track our own kind. When can you start? Another council member asked. Archer stretched, deliberately casual. Already have. Picked up her scent the moment I drove into town. Mr. Hawke, Hugo began. Archer, he corrected. If we're going to work together, might as well use my first name. His gaze flickered to Daphne. All of you. Archer, there's one more condition, Hugo said. We'll be sending someone to monitor your progress. Like hell you will. Archer's dragon roared at the suggestion. I work alone. This isn't negotiable. Anyone from City Hall would be a liability. Archer's lips curled into a smirk. Or did you forget Carmen's trying to take all of you down? That's why I volunteered. Archer's head snapped toward Daphne, his dragon suddenly alert. She stood with her shoulders back, chin raised. You? He arched an eyebrow. And what makes you qualified to tag along while I hunt down the most dangerous dragon shifter in the territory? I've already faced her once, Daphne said. No, Hugo's voice cut through the chamber. Absolutely not. You already agreed, Daphne reminded her brother. Archer's eyes narrowed. Now this was interesting. She wasn't part of City Hall, yet here she was, volunteering for what could be a suicide mission. His dragon's curiosity piqued. I don't need a babysitter, Archer growled, but his protest lacked its usual bite. Something about her quiet confidence intrigued him. The council has spoken, Hugo said firmly. Either accept our terms or the deal's off. Archer studied Daphne, noting how she met his gaze without flinching. His dragon approved, even as Archer maintained his scowl. Fine, he bit out, but when things get dangerous, and they will, don't expect me to play bodyguard. I don't need a bodyguard, Daphne snapped. Archer locked eyes with Daphne across the council chambers. His dragon noted how the morning light caught her golden brown face, highlighting a determination that made his dragon hum with interest. Without another word, he turned on his heel and strode out, his boots echoing against the marble floor. As Archer headed for the exit of the building, the security guard practically dove out of his way. The morning air soon hit his face, bringing with it the scent of fresh-cut grass and... Wait up! Quick footsteps approached from behind. His dragon's senses had already picked up her floral scent before she called out. He kept walking. Has anyone ever told you it's rude to walk away from people? Daphne fell into step beside him, matching his long strides. Has anyone ever told you it's dangerous to chase after dragons? Only about 5 times this morning. She flashed him a smile that made his dragon stir. Look, if we're going to be working together, we should at least get to know each other. Come have coffee with me at Cauldron and Cup. Archer stopped short, turning to face her. Is this you asking me out? This is me trying to figure out if I can trust the dragon I'm supposed to work with. She crossed her arms, meeting his gaze steadily. Unless you're afraid of a little conversation? His dragon bristled at the challenge in her voice. I don't do coffee dates. Good thing this isn't a date, then. Her green eyes sparkled with amusement. Think of it as strategic planning. Archer studied her for a moment. Most people couldn't maintain eye contact with him for more than a few seconds. Yet here she was, practically daring him to say no. His dragon found her lack of fear intriguing. Fine, he growled, though it came out less threatening than he'd intended. 1 coffee. That's all I'm asking. She smiled again, and this time his dragon purred in response. Though you might change your mind when you try their dragon's breath hot chocolate. Doubtful, but his lips twitched despite himself. Archer glanced sideways at Daphne as they walked down Main Street. The morning crowd parted before them like water around a boulder, though he noticed several people nodding hello to his companion. So, what exactly can you do, he asked, his dragon's curiosity getting the better of him, besides running a flower shop that got torched? I'm a green witch. Daphne's eyes lit up. Here, let me show you. She stopped walking and held out her palm. Archer watched skeptically as she closed her eyes in concentration. A tiny green shoot sprouted from her palm, growing rapidly until it unfurled into a perfect red rose. Ta-da! She offered it to him with a bright smile. Archer stared at the flower, then at her. His dragon huffed in disbelief. You're telling me the council paired me, one of the most powerful dragon shifters in existence, with someone whose special power is gardening? Hey, plants can be pretty powerful. She tucked the rose into his jacket pocket, ignoring his scowl. Great. Archer shook his head. I'm stuck with a cheerful florist while hunting down a vicious dragon.
Chapter 5. Daphne. The bell above the cauldron and Cup's front door tinkled as Daphne led Archer to a secluded booth in the back corner. The familiar scent of coffee and magic wrapped around her like a warm blanket, but today it did little to settle her nerves. Archer's imposing presence filled the small space as he slid into the seat across from her, his broad shoulders nearly touching both sides of the tiny booth. The floating menu board shifted above them, the chalk letters dancing and rearranging themselves. A dragon's breath hot chocolate flashed briefly, and Daphne caught herself wondering if that would be too on the nose to order for her companion. Archer's coal-black eyes scanned the cafe with military precision, his jaw set in a permanent scowl. His fingers tapped against the wooden table, creating a rhythm that matched the anxious beating of her heart. What was she thinking by volunteering to watch over him? Her fingers traced the grain of the wooden table as doubt crept in. She was a florist, for heaven's sake. Her biggest accomplishment this week had been growing a particularly stubborn batch of orchids, and now here she sat, across from one of the most feared dragon shifters around, pretending she could somehow help him prevent a war. But then the image of her shop engulfed in flames flashed through her mind. The screams of people running from Carmen's wing, the destruction that had rippled through her beloved town like a tidal wave. You're having second thoughts. Archer's deep voice cut through her reverie. It wasn't a question. Daphne straightened her spine, meeting his intense gaze. No, I'm having first thoughts. There's a difference. His eyebrow arched slightly at her response. And was that the ghost of a smirk tugging at his lips? The warm glow from the hanging lanterns caught the golden highlights in his auburn hair, softening his harsh features for just a moment. Daphne planted her hands firmly on the table. She might not be a fierce dragon shifter, but she had her own kind of strength. The kind that made flowers break through concrete and vines crack stone walls. The kind that rebuilt rather than destroyed. So, what would you like to drink? Daphne asked, pulling out her wallet. Archer's coal-black eyes narrowed. Black coffee. Just black coffee in a magical cafe? She gestured to the floating menu. They have dragon's breath hot chocolate that actually breathes fire. Black coffee. His jaw tightened as if ordering anything fancier might damage his carefully cultivated image of brooding dragon shifter. Suit yourself. Daphne made her way to the counter, feeling his intense stare on her back. The whispers started before she'd taken 3 steps. That's Archer Hawke, a witch in purple robes hissed to her companion. I heard he once took down an entire wing of dragons single-handedly. My cousin said he burned down an entire village just because someone looked at him wrong, another added. Did you see how he just commanded that poor girl around? Probably thinks he owns the place. Daphne's fingernails tapped against the counter as she waited for Nina to finish with another customer. The rumors painted Archer as some sort of monster, but all she'd seen so far was a grumpy man who apparently had boring taste in coffee. Sure, he had that whole dangerous alpha male vibe going on, but that didn't automatically make him evil. 1 black coffee, she told Nina when it was her turn, and I'll have the moonbeam macchiato. She paused, then added, and 2 slices of that lemon cake. Brave of you, Nina whispered, glancing at Archer, sitting with him. He's helping the town, Daphne said firmly. That counts for something, doesn't it? Nina's hands danced through the air as she prepared their drinks, her constellation-speckled apron twinkling under the warm lighting. Well, it's good to see someone giving him a chance, she said, her voice low enough that only Daphne could hear. The town needs all the help it can get right now. She paused, looking down. I was lucky enough that the dragons didn't get this far down Main Street. Purple sparks then crackled between Nina's fingers as she added a splash of something that smelled like moonlight to Daphne's macchiato. Besides, anyone willing to face Carmen Kane can't be all bad. Daphne balanced the drinks and plates of lemon cake on a tray, the sweet citrus scent mixing with the magical coffee aroma. She'd barely taken 2 steps when Mrs. Peterson, her regular customer, grabbed her elbow. "Dear, are you all right?" Mrs. Peterson's eyes darted toward Archer. "That man has quite the reputation." The whispers around them grew louder, and Daphne felt a familiar determination surge through her. The same feeling she got when coaxing a particularly stubborn seed to sprout. "Actually," she said, raising her voice just enough to carry across the cafe, "I think we should be careful about judging people based on rumors. After all, he's here to help protect our town." The cafe fell silent. From her peripheral vision, Daphne caught Archer watching her, one eyebrow raised in that infuriatingly aristocratic way of his. His expression remained neutral, but something in those coal-black eyes had shifted. She made her way back to their booth, setting down his plain black coffee and sliding a piece of cake in front of him. "I didn't order cake," he said, his deep voice carrying a note of warning. "I know." Daphne settled into her seat, fighting back a smile as she watched him eye the dessert like it might attack him. Consider it a thank you for helping the town. The whispers had finally died down, and the other patrons returned to their own conversations. Archer's fingers wrapped around his coffee cup, and Daphne couldn't help but notice how his massive hand practically engulfed it. He took a sip, his expression giving away nothing, but she noticed he didn't push the cake away. Daphne took a sip of her moonbeam macchiato, fighting the urge to giggle as her feet lifted slightly off the floor. She planted them firmly back down and cleared her throat. "So, tell me about yourself, Archer." His eyes fixed on her with an intensity that made her wonder if he was trying to intimidate her, or if that was just his default expression. "I'm a dragon shifter who likes my privacy." The silence stretched between them. Daphne watched as he methodically broke off a piece of lemon cake with his fork, his movements precise and controlled. Even eating cake, he managed to look dangerous. Well, that was about as forthcoming as a brick wall, she thought. Daphne smoothed her napkin across her lap, reminding herself that not everyone was as naturally open as she was. "Well, I'm happy we're working together," she said, deciding to change tactics. "What's our plan for dealing with Carmen?" Something flickered in Archer's expression. Surprise, maybe? He set down his fork with deliberate care. "I know where she is. We're going to confront her directly." "Just like that?" Daphne's eyebrows shot up. The floating menu board above them shifted to display "Courage in a Cup." Contains actual lion's mane, and she wondered if she should order one. Just like that. His voice carried an edge of finality. She won't change her mind, but we might learn something useful about her operation. Daphne wrapped her hands around her coffee cup, absorbing its warmth. The casual way he discussed confronting one of the most dangerous dragon shifters in the area made her stomach do a little flip. Then again, this was the legendary Archer Hawke. Maybe for him, this was just another Tuesday. Daphne watched as Archer took another precise bite of his lemon cake. After a few seconds, he continued in a low voice that only she could hear. "Dragon wings aren't like other shifter groups. Loyalty isn't earned, it's taken." "What do you mean?" Daphne's moonbeam macchiato made her feel slightly buoyant in her seat, and she had to grip the edge of the table to stay grounded. Carmen challenged each wing leader to combat, won their territories through brute force. His eyes locked onto her in a way that made her breath catch. Unlike wolf packs, where the alpha needs pack support, dragon wings only require strength. The glow of the hanging lanterns caught the tension in his jaw. Some of those wing members might not be as devoted to her cause as she thinks. A spark of hope fluttered in Daphne's chest, like the first shoot of a seedling breaking through soil. Then maybe we should focus on changing their minds instead of Carmen's? She leaned forward, nearly knocking over her floating coffee cup in her enthusiasm. If we could show them a better way? Archer's laugh was sharp and without humor. Dragons aren't like your flowers, witch. You can't just nurture them into blooming differently. Everyone can change, Daphne insisted, watching as Nina's enchanted cleaning cloth chased after a spill across the counter. Even grumpy dragon shifters who won't try magical coffee drinks. The corner of Archer's mouth twitched, but he quickly masked it with a scowl. This isn't a fairy tale where everyone learns a valuable lesson about friendship. No, Daphne agreed, absently creating a small vine that curled around her coffee cup. It's a story about a town that needs protecting, and sometimes that means trying every possible solution. Archer's eyes tracked the movement of her vine, his expression unreadable. Your optimism is going to get you killed. Maybe, she shrugged, making the vine sprout a tiny purple flower. But at least I'll die trying to make things better instead of hiding in a mansion carving wooden models. His eyes snapped to hers, dangerous and dark, but Daphne met his gaze steadily. The whispers around them had started up again, but she ignored them, focused entirely on the brooding dragon shifter across from her who seemed surprised that anyone would dare challenge him.
Chapter 6. Archer. The bell chimed as Archer held the door open, following Daphne out into the afternoon sun. His keys jangled as he pulled them from his pocket, the remote chirping as he unlocked his black Corvette parked down the street. "That's your car?" Daphne's eyebrows lifted as she looked at the sleek vehicle. "What were you expecting? A minivan? I don't know, maybe something less flashy?" "Get in." He opened the passenger door, fighting back a smirk at her surprised expression. The leather seats creaked as they settled in, and the engine roared to life. As he navigated through the winding streets, Archer's mind drifted back to the cafe. He hadn't needed her defense. He'd learned long ago to tune out the whispers and stares, but something about the way she'd stood up for him, a complete stranger, nagged at him. "Why did you do that back there?" The words slipped out by accident. "Do what?" "Defend me. You don't know me." Daphne shrugged, watching the scenery blur past. "Because it wasn't right. People shouldn't judge others based on rumors." The coast soon came into view, the waves crashing against the cliffs ahead. Archer pulled off onto a hidden path and concealed the Corvette behind a natural rock formation. "I'll have to shift here," he said, stepping out. "The entrance is up there." He pointed to a barely visible opening halfway up the cliff face. "Shift? You mean—" Daphne's voice trailed off. "Unless you've grown wings in the last 5 minutes, you'll need to ride on my back." Her eyes widened. "Is that safe?" "Safer than trying to climb these cliffs." He shrugged off his leather jacket, laying it across the car's hood. "Though, if you're having second thoughts—" "No!" Daphne squared her shoulders. "I can do this." "Then step back." The transformation rippled through him, muscles expanding, bones elongating. His skin hardened into crimson scales that caught the sunlight like polished rubies. When it was done, he lowered his head to her level, watching as she took in his dragon form with a mix of awe and apprehension. He nudged his head, signaling her to get on, and she reluctantly climbed up onto his head and onto his back. Daphne's hands gripped his scales tightly as they soared upward, her weight barely noticeable on his back. The wind whipped past them and carried the tang of salt from the ocean below. He angled his wings, catching an updraft that carried them higher along the cliff face. As they landed in the hidden clearing, 6 dragon shifters emerged from the shadows. Their scales glinted in various hues: emerald, bronze, and amber. Archer kept his body between them and Daphne, spreading his wings in the ancient gesture of parley. A dark blur streaked across the sky, and Carmen's massive blue form descended into the clearing. Her landing scattered loose rocks and dirt. She shifted smoothly, her human form emerging with a predatory grace that hadn't changed since he'd known her. "Well, well, the great Archer Hawke." Carmen's lips curved into a sharp smile. "Have you finally come to pledge your loyalty?" Archer shifted, his clothes settling perfectly into place, a trick that had taken years to master. He caught Daphne steadying herself out of the corner of his eye. Carmen. He drawled the name, injecting just enough derision to make her jaw clench. The day I pledge loyalty to you is the day hell freezes over and demons start ice skating. Still the same arrogant bastard. And you're still picking fights you can't win, he replied, studying her with deliberate casualness. A rebellion against the council? Really? You always did have more ambition than sense. The other dragons tensed, but Archer didn't spare them a glance. They weren't the threat here. You know how this ends, he continued. Blood in the streets. Dragons falling from the sky. For what? To prove you're the strongest? Carmen's eyes narrowed, a muscle ticking in her jaw. The air crackled with tension, and Archer could smell ozone, a sure sign Carmen was fighting the urge to shift. Carmen's lip then curled into a sneer. The strong survive, the weak perish. That's nature's law. She paced the clearing like a predator sizing up prey. And the strongest should rule, which is me. Archer rolled his eyes. And what happens when someone stronger comes along? There's always someone stronger. No one is stronger than me. Her words carried the weight of absolute conviction. Your army's what? A dozen dragons? Against an entire town of supernatural beings? He crossed his arms, letting his disdain show. Even if you win, you'll lose half your forces. Then what? You'll be too weak to hold what you've taken. I have contingencies. Like what? More wings you've bullied into submission? Carmen's smile turned razor sharp. You'll see. The ominous reply made his scales itch beneath his skin. Something wasn't adding up here. Why do you even care, Archer? Carmen's voice dripped with mockery. You've never given a damn about anyone but yourself. Daphne's words suddenly echoed in his mind. Because innocent people got hurt this time. He couldn't believe he was actually saying this out loud. They lost their homes, their businesses. Carmen's laughter cut through the air. Since when does Archer Hawke care about collateral damage? He has a point. Archer's heart stopped as Daphne stepped forward. Damn it, what was she doing? The other dragon's heads snapped toward her, nostrils flaring as they caught her non-dragon scent. And I've been watching your followers, Daphne continued, her voice steady despite the predatory gazes fixed on her. They don't seem as convinced of your cause as you think. Archer fought the urge to grab her and drag her back. The other dragons would see her as prey, a mere witch presuming to speak to their better. Carmen's voice turned to ice. They don't need to be convinced. I'm the strongest. They follow me because they have to. Archer watched with a mix of exasperation and grudging admiration as Daphne stepped forward further, her chin lifted in defiance. The gathered dragons towered over her small frame, yet she showed no fear. Strength isn't just about who can hit the hardest, Daphne's voice rang clear across the clearing. It's about standing up for what's right, even when it's difficult. Archer suppressed a groan. Great. She was going to get them both killed with this inspirational speech nonsense. Dragons didn't do moral philosophy. They respected power, plain and simple. Yet he couldn't help noticing how some of the younger dragons shifted uncomfortably. You all know this is wrong, Daphne continued, her green eyes sweeping across the gathered dragons. Destroying homes, burning businesses, terrorizing innocent people. That's not strength. That's bullying. A bronze-scaled dragon lowered his head slightly, and Archer caught the flash of shame in his eyes. Interesting. Maybe the little witch wasn't completely off base. You don't have to follow this path, Daphne's voice softened. You can walk away. Choose to be better than this. The emerald dragon to Carmen's left actually took a step back, his wings folding closer to his body. Archer's eyebrows shot up. Well, damn. The flower shop owner had more steel in her spine than he'd given her credit for. But Archer knew better than to hope. Dragon culture was built on displays of dominance. Centuries of instinct wouldn't be overcome by one impassioned speech, no matter how genuine. He moved closer to Daphne, ready to grab her and shift if things went south. The gathered dragons looked between Carmen and Daphne, their massive forms betraying their uncertainty through subtle shifts and twitches. But Archer knew it wouldn't matter. Not while Carmen stood there, her power radiating off her in waves that made the air thick with tension. These dragons might doubt, might even agree with Daphne, but they wouldn't dare show it. Carmen's laughter suddenly echoed across the clearing, sharp and mocking. A witch lecturing dragons about morality? That's rich. She stalked toward Daphne, teeth bared in a predatory smile. Tell me, little flower girl, how many wings have you conquered? How many battles have you won? Something hot and dangerous coiled in Archer's chest as Carmen circled Daphne like a shark scenting blood. Your pretty words mean nothing, Carmen sneered. These dragons follow strength, not speeches. And you're nothing but a weak... Back off! Archer's voice cut through the air. He stepped between them, his shoulders tight with barely contained rage. The urge to shift, to tear into Carmen with fang and claw, burned through his veins. You want to talk about strength? I seem to remember kicking your butt in 3 different wing competitions. Carmen's eyes narrowed to slits. Ancient history. Care to test that theory now? Name the time and place. His lips pulled back in a feral grin. I'll be happy to remind you why they used to call me the Crimson Terror. Right here, right now. Carmen's fingers flexed, scales rippling beneath her skin. Unless you're too rusty to back up that mouth of yours? Archer tensed, ready to accept the challenge, when a small hand touched his arm. He glanced down to find Daphne's green eyes pleading with him. The contact sent an unexpected jolt through his system, clearing some of the battle rage from his mind. Damn it. She was right. He was out of practice, and Carmen had been fighting constantly. If he lost, there'd be no one left to protect Saltwater Grove. Another time, he growled, backing away while keeping himself between Carmen and Daphne. He shifted forms, lowering his head for Daphne to climb on. As they took to the sky, Carmen's taunts faded into the wind. During the flight back, Archer couldn't shake the memory of Carmen threatening Daphne. The protective fury it had sparked surprised him. He'd gone a long time without caring about anyone but himself. Why start now? And over a witch who grew flowers, of all people?
Chapter 7. Daphne. Daphne's knees wobbled as she slid off Archer's dragon back, her heart still racing from their confrontation with Carmen. The salty breeze from the nearby ocean did little to calm her nerves as she watched Archer shift back to his human form in a flash of red scales. His jaw was set in a hard line, and his muscles were tense beneath his fitted black t-shirt. Relief flooded through her as she settled into the leather passenger seat of his Corvette. They were finally away from those intimidating dragons and Carmen's cruel smile. The memory of all those massive creatures surrounding them sent a shiver down her spine. "Well, that was fun," she said, trying to break the heavy silence. "Nothing like being surrounded by angry dragons to get the blood pumping." Archer didn't respond. He just gripped the steering wheel tighter, his knuckles turning white as he navigated the winding coastal road. The engine purred as they accelerated, and Daphne found herself studying his profile. His auburn hair caught the late afternoon sun, and those coal-black eyes remained fixed on the road ahead. "You know, I think I handled that pretty well for someone who usually just talks to plants." She twisted a strand of her dark hair around her finger. "Though I probably shouldn't have pushed Carmen quite so hard about her followers. Did you see how her nostrils flared? I thought she was going to breathe fire right then and there." Still nothing from him. The silence stretched on as they wound their way through the towering pines toward his mansion. The tension rolling off him was almost tangible, filling the small space between them. "Okay, the silent treatment is getting a bit old," she said, crossing her arms. "I know you're probably mad that I spoke up, but someone had to say something." His only response was to press harder on the accelerator, sending them faster around the curves. Daphne rolled her eyes and settled back in her seat. If he wanted to sulk, fine. At least they'd made it out of there in one piece. Gravel crunched under the tires as Archer's Corvette soon rolled to a stop in front of his mansion. The engine's purr died, leaving them in sudden silence. Daphne admired the sprawling stone facade, with its climbing ivy and Gothic architecture. A perfect brooding dragon lair, she thought, fighting back a smile. Her amusement vanished when Archer whirled to face her, his black eyes blazing. "What were you thinking back there? Speaking up to Carmen like that? Do you have any idea how close you came to being barbecued?" "I was watching their faces while you two were talking," Daphne said, lifting her chin. Not all of them agreed with her. I saw doubt in their eyes, hesitation. Someone had to say something. "That doesn't matter." His hands grabbed the steering wheel, though the car wasn't running. "How many times do I have to explain this? Dragons respect strength, physical strength. Carmen proved herself by defeating their wing leaders. They'll follow her orders even if they hate every second of it." "But that's ridiculous!" Daphne threw up her hands. "They're not mindless drones. They're people with thoughts and feelings, and they'll get themselves killed if they try to stand against her." His voice dropped to a dangerous growl. "Is that what you want? To inspire them to rebel and watch Carmen tear them apart?" "Of course not." She twisted in her seat to face him fully. "But someone needs to give them the option. Maybe some of them don't agree with this whole might makes right dragon philosophy. Maybe they're just waiting for someone to show them another way." Archer's laugh was harsh and without humor. "You're living in a fantasy world if you think centuries of dragon culture will change because one little witch made a pretty speech." "Little witch?" Daphne's eyes narrowed. A small vine sprouted through a crack in his driveway and wrapped around his tire. "I'll have you know this little witch just faced down a bunch of dragons without flinching. And I didn't see you coming up with any better ideas." Daphne's anger bubbled up. The vine around Archer's tire thickened slightly, and she had to consciously prevent it from crushing the rubber. Her powers always responded to her emotions, especially when dealing with impossibly stubborn dragon shifters. "You know what?" She jabbed a finger in his direction. "For someone lecturing me about dragon culture, you're not exactly following it yourself. Last time I checked, you weren't part of any wing." The words tumbled out. "Did you leave because you disagreed with something too?" The temperature in the car seemed to drop 10 degrees. Archer's jaw clenched, and his shoulders went rigid. Those coal-black eyes that had been blazing with irritation now turned to ice, and his entire presence seemed to withdraw even though he hadn't moved an inch. Oh no. Daphne's stomach twisted as she realized she'd crossed a line. Here she was, preaching about not judging others, and she'd just thrown his past in his face without knowing anything about it. The vine around his tire withered and crumbled away. "I'm sorry," she said softly, heat rising to her cheeks. "That was completely out of line. I don't know your story, and I shouldn't have made assumptions or tried to force you to talk about it." She paused and looked down. "I just got defensive and lashed out. That wasn't fair to you." Silence filled the car. Archer remained still as a statue, his expression unreadable. The only movement was the slight rise and fall of his chest as he breathed. Daphne wanted to say more, to somehow make it right, but she forced herself to stay quiet. She'd done enough damage with her words already today. Archer finally shifted and waved his hand dismissively, cutting through the tension like a knife. "We need to focus on what matters right now. Carmen won't wait forever to strike again, and we need to hit her first." Daphne's heart sank at his words. The leather seat creaked beneath her as she shifted. "There has to be another way. Did you see how many of them looked uncertain? If we could just—" "Not this again." His voice carried that commanding tone that probably worked wonders on other dragons, but Daphne wasn't about to back down on this. "Yes, this again," she insisted. "What's the harm in trying to talk to some of them first? Maybe if we—" "Because they'll just report right back to Carmen." His eyes met hers. "And then we lose any advantage we might have had. Or they might help us." The late afternoon sun streaming through the windshield was starting to make the car uncomfortably warm. "You can't tell me every single one of those dragons is happy following her." Archer's jaw tightened. "Happy doesn't matter." "Everything matters," Daphne insisted, watching a bead of sweat trail down his temple. The heat was getting to him too, though he seemed determined to ignore it. Feelings, choices, free will, these aren't just concepts, they're fundamental rights. "This isn't one of your flower arrangements," he growled. though there was something almost fond in his exasperation. You can't just nurture it and hope it grows the way you want. Despite herself, Daphne felt a smile tugging at her lips. No, but I can be persistent. Just ask any of my stubborn rose bushes. A reluctant laugh escaped him, and Daphne counted it as a small victory. Still, after several more minutes of debate, she had to admit defeat, at least for now. The sun was setting, casting shadows across his sharp features when she finally sighed. "Fine, we'll do it your way," she exhaled. "So what's the new plan?" Archer's lips curved into a dangerous smile that sent an unexpected thrill through her. "Let's head inside first. We've got a lot to discuss." Daphne followed Archer through the heavy oak doors of his mansion, her footsteps echoing on the polished marble floors. The interior took her breath away. Vaulted ceilings with exposed beams, intricate woodwork that she'd bet he'd done himself, and floor-to-ceiling windows. "This is gorgeous," she said, trailing her fingers along a particularly beautiful carved banister. "Did you do all this woodwork yourself?" "Most of it." He led her into a living room dominated by rich leather furniture and more stunning carpentry. A half-finished wooden model sat on a side table, its delicate details speaking to hours of patient work. Archer settled into a leather armchair like it was a throne, while Daphne perched on the edge of the matching couch. The leather was butter-soft beneath her fingers. "So, what's this brilliant plan of yours?" she asked. "Carmen's wing needs supplies." He leaned forward, elbows on his knees. Food, resources, money. They used to trade with the town, but that stopped about a year ago. "Which means they're getting it somewhere else," Daphne finished, her mind racing. "Secret suppliers in town?" "Exactly." His black eyes gleamed with approval. "I know some names, people who used to trade regularly with the wings." Archer went to sit next to Daphne on the couch, reaching for his laptop on the coffee table. They spent the next hour combing through records on Archer's laptop. Daphne's eyes were starting to cross when a name jumped out at her. "Wait, Adam Jansen, the jewelry store owner?" She straightened up. "I believe his store got completely passed over during Carmen's attack." "Go on," Archer said, his voice tinged with curiosity. "Well, jewels are portable and valuable," she reasoned. "Perfect for funding a rebellion, right?" "Not bad for a flower witch." A smile spread across his face that sent an unexpected shiver through her. "We'll start with him tomorrow." Was that almost a compliment? Daphne pressed her hand to her chest in mock shock. His only response was a low chuckle that made her heart skip a beat unexpectedly.
Chapter 8. Archer. The autumn sun cast elongated shadows across Archer's driveway the following afternoon as Daphne's petite form approached his front door. Her presence stirred something inside him, a warmth he couldn't quite place. It unsettled him how quickly he'd grown accustomed to having her around. "Ready for some undercover work?" Daphne's green eyes sparkled with excitement as she slid into the passenger seat of his Corvette. "This isn't a game." He started the engine, trying to ignore how the leather seats seemed less empty with her there. "We need to find out if Adam's supplying Carmen." I know, but we can still have fun with it, right?" The corner of his mouth twitched. "You have an interesting definition of fun." As they cruised through town, Archer's enhanced hearing picked up snippets of conversation from passers-by, mostly gossip about the dragon attacks. A few blocks from Adam's store, he pulled into a side street and killed the engine. He reached into the back seat and grabbed a baseball cap and sunglasses. "Can't have anyone recognizing me." "Very incognito," Daphne grinned. "Though the whole tall, dark, and brooding thing might still give you away." "I don't brood," he growled, adjusting the hat in the rearview mirror. "Sure you don't." She patted his arm, sending an unexpected jolt through his entire body. "So what's the plan?" "We're going to pose as a couple looking for an engagement ring." The words came out before he could second-guess them. "It'll give us a reason to ask questions about his inventory and suppliers." Oh, a slight blush colored her cheeks. "That's actually pretty clever." "Try not to sound so surprised." He stepped out of the car, moving around to open her door. Just follow my lead and don't get creative. When have I ever gotten creative? She took his offered hand, her touch lingering longer than necessary. Would you like the list chronologically or alphabetically? Her laugh echoed down the street, and Archer found himself holding back a smile. What was it about this witch that made him feel so different? The bell above Adam's Jewelry Emporium chimed as Archer guided Daphne through the door, her arm linked through his. The contact sent an electric current up his spine that he desperately tried to ignore. Her floral scent, roses, and something uniquely her, invaded his senses, making it harder to focus on their mission. Welcome, welcome. Adam practically bounced over to them, his round face beaming. Shopping for something special today? Archer tightened his grip on Daphne's arm, scanning the display cases while maintaining his cover. Engagement rings. Oh, how wonderful! Adam clapped his hands together. I have some stunning pieces that would suit such a lovely couple. While Adam bustled around pulling out trays of rings, Archer's enhanced vision swept the store. Behind the counter, boxes were stacked haphazardly. Nothing unusual for a jewelry store, but something about their arrangement nagged at him. His nostrils flared, catching the faintest whiff of dragon scale oil, a substance dragons used to maintain their scales in human form. This one's beautiful, Daphne cooed, playing her part perfectly as she examined a diamond solitaire. Your taste is exquisite, Adam gushed, though perhaps something more unique for such a special couple. Archer's attention caught on a door behind the counter, slightly ajar. Through the crack, he glimpsed what looked like shipping manifests, far more than a small jewelry store should need. What do you think, darling? Daphne's voice pulled him back, her fingers squeezing his arm. He looked down at her upturned face, momentarily caught in those green eyes. Whatever makes you happy, sweetheart. The endearment rolled off his tongue with surprising ease. The princess cut might suit you better, Adam suggested, pulling out another tray. Though I just received some stunning raw gems that... He caught himself and cleared his throat. That is, some unique pieces. Archer's dragon instincts perked up at the slip. Raw gems were exactly the kind of valuable, easily transported goods that Carmen's wing would trade in. Daphne leaned forward, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Actually, I was hoping for something very specific. A princess-cut diamond with emerald side stones, set in rose gold. The band needs to have a wheat pattern. Archer fought back a smirk. Clever witch. Oh my! Adam's enthusiasm deflated slightly. That's quite particular. Let me check our inventory system in the back. The moment Adam disappeared through the door, Archer's enhanced senses kicked into high gear. His nostrils flared again, catching the scent of dragon's scale oil growing stronger near the counter. Keep watch, he murmured, moving behind the counter with fluid grace. Be careful, Daphne whispered, positioning herself where she could see the back door. His fingers traced along the shelves, scanning labels and manifests. A wrapped package caught his eye. Elegant black paper with gold trim, addressed to NV. The scent of scale oil was strongest here. Ned Vance, he growled under his breath. Who's that? Daphne's voice was barely audible. One of Carmen's lieutenants. Nasty piece of work. Archer's jaw clenched as memories of Ned's brutality surfaced. He'll be here later to pick this up, I'm guessing. His dragon instincts screamed to confront Adam now, pin him against the wall and force answers out of him. The beast within him stirred, wanting justice, or perhaps revenge. We should grab Adam now, he said, already moving toward the back door. Make him talk. Daphne's hand caught his arm, her touch sending an unexpected wave of calm through him. Wait, if we spook him now, we'll lose our chance to catch Ned. We might even tip off Carmen. The rational part of his brain knew she was right, but his dragon nature bristled at backing down. Still, there was wisdom in her words. Fine, but I don't like it. You don't like anything, she teased. Archer then watched Daphne's face light up with an idea, her eyes sparkling in that way that usually meant trouble for him. We should stake out the shop, she whispered, leaning close enough that her floral scent invaded his senses again. Wait for Ned to show up. We might learn something unexpected. His first instinct was to refuse her idea. Stakeouts were beneath him. He preferred direct confrontation, using his strength to get what he wanted. But damn if her logic wasn't sound. "Fine," he growled softly. "But we do this my way." "Of course," she replied with that infuriating smile that suggested she knew she'd won. "Your way always." The sound of footsteps from the back room had them both tensing. Adam emerged, clutching a tablet and wearing an apologetic expression. "I can special order that specific design you wanted. It would take about 3 weeks if you're willing to wait." Archer's enhanced hearing picked up the slight tremor in Adam's voice. He was nervous about something. Probably the illegal package sitting behind his counter waiting to be picked up. The dragon within him really wanted to grab the jeweler by his expensive silk tie and squeeze the truth out of him. But Daphne's hand found his arm again, her touch grounding him. When had he started relying on her calming presence? It was unsettling how quickly she'd wormed her way past his defenses. He glanced down at her, noting how perfectly she fit against his side. For their cover story, of course, nothing more. Though the way her fingers traced small circles on his bicep was making it hard to focus on the mission. The package to Ned sat heavily in his mind, but Daphne's plan made sense. Better to catch both conspirators rather than spook one into warning the other. Still, letting Adam think he'd gotten away with it grated against every alpha instinct he possessed. Archer then watched with growing admiration as Daphne slipped effortlessly into her role, her delicate fingers trailing over another ring display. "I don't know, honey." She turned those expressive green eyes up at him. "That specific design really meant something to me. It reminds me of my grandmother's ring." The slight quiver in her voice was masterful. If Archer hadn't known better, he'd have believed her himself. His dragon instincts purred with approval at how naturally she played along with his plan. "We should probably think about it more," Archer added, wrapping an arm around her waist. The contact sent electricity through him, her warmth seeping into his side. "That's a lot of money for something that isn't exactly what we want." Adam's face fell, and Archer's enhanced senses picked up the jeweler's increased heart rate. "But I have so many other beautiful options. This cushion-cut dash." "Thank you, but no." Archer let a hint of his dragon authority slip into his voice. "We'll take some time to consider the special order. At least let me show you the princess cuts we do have in stock." Adam started toward another display case, his desperation to make a sale evident. Daphne laid a gentle hand on Adam's arm. "You've been so helpful, but my heart is set on that specific design. We'll come back once we've discussed it more." The bell chimed as they exited the shop, Archer keeping Daphne close until they were out of sight. He found himself reluctant to let go of her even then. "That was—" He searched for the right word. "Impressive." She beamed up at him. "You're not the only one who can be sneaky, you know. Though I think my grandmother's ring story might have been a bit much." "No, it worked perfectly." He guided her around a corner, still maintaining their couple's facade in case anyone was watching. "You're full of surprises, witch." "Coming from you, I'll take that as a compliment." Her eyes sparkled. "So, ready for a stakeout?" Archer found himself fighting back a smile. When was the last time he had actually enjoyed working with someone?
Chapter 9. Daphne. The Salty Dog Cafe buzzed with the lunch crowd's chatter as Daphne picked at her sandwich, her attention split between the jewelry store across the street and her companion. Archer sat with his back to the wall, commanding the small corner table they'd chosen with his broad shoulders and watchful presence. "Ned's got white blonde hair, stands about 6'4". Archer's voice dropped so that only she could hear. "Usually wears expensive suits, trying to look important." "Sounds memorable enough." Daphne stirred her iced tea, sneaking another look at Archer's profile. The sunlight streaming through the window caught the auburn highlights in his hair, and the way his jaw clenched spoke of carefully contained power. "You're staring again." He didn't even turn his head. Heat crept up her neck. "I was just wondering what made you so, Careful." His dark eyes finally met hers, a hint of amusement lurking in their depths. Curiosity killed the cat. "Good thing I'm a witch, then." She grinned, and for a moment his stern expression cracked into something almost resembling a smile. The whispers from nearby tables weren't exactly subtle. Daphne caught fragments about that dragon and dangerous and stay away. Yet watching him methodically dissect his burger while maintaining perfect surveillance of their target, she saw someone disciplined rather than dangerous. Well, maybe both. "You're doing it again." "Doing what?" She twirled a French fry in ketchup. "Trying to analyze me." He leaned back, crossing his arms over his chest. The movement stretched his Henley across muscles that definitely hadn't come from woodworking alone. "Maybe I just think you're interesting." The word slipped out before she knew it. His eyebrow rose. "Interesting is code for trouble." "You say that like it's a bad thing." She surprised herself by winking at him. Archer's lips twitched, but he quickly returned to scanning the street. Even that brief interaction left her pulse racing slightly. 2 days ago, she'd thought he was just another arrogant dragon. Now she found herself drawn to the quiet intensity beneath his gruff exterior, wondering what experiences had shaped him into the man he is now. Archer's sudden shift in attention caught Daphne off guard. His dark eyes locked onto her eyes, and her heart started beating erratically in her chest. "Why are you mixed up in all this? It just doesn't make sense to me." His deep voice carried genuine curiosity beneath its usual gruffness. Daphne's fingers traced the condensation on her glass. "I told you. I watched my shop burn." The words stuck in her throat. "Everything I worked for gone in seconds. The roses I'd been growing for Mrs. Henderson's anniversary party. The orchids I'd finally gotten to bloom. The little succulents I'd arranged for the window display." Her vision blurred as tears welled up. "But that wasn't even the worst part. People were hurt, scared, and all I could do was stand there. My magic only works with plants. I couldn't stop the fires or heal anyone." She wiped at her eyes with her napkin. "I felt so useless." "And now?" Archer's question was almost gentle. "Now I'm trying to do something. Anything." She met his gaze. "Even if it means working with a grumpy dragon who probably thinks I'm just getting in his way." To her surprise, his eyes softened slightly. "You're not entirely in the way." High praise coming from you. She managed a small smile. His expression shifted, something almost tender crossing his features before he caught himself and looked away. But Daphne had seen it, a crack in that carefully maintained wall of indifference. "Your shop," he said after a moment, still not meeting her eyes. "What was it called?" "Petal and Vine." She conjured a small violet in her palm, letting it twist and grow between her fingers. "Nothing fancy, but it was mine." Archer watched the flower dance across her hand, that unexpected softness returning to his face. For someone who'd spent years in isolation, who supposedly cared about nothing and no one, he looked remarkably affected by her story. Archer cleared his throat, shifting in his seat. "Do you like it, being a florist?" His questions caught Daphne by surprise, especially coming from someone who seemed to care so little about others' interests. But his dark eyes held a spark of curiosity, and she felt her enthusiasm bubble up. "I love it." She straightened, unable to contain her smile. "There's something magical about helping people choose the perfect flowers for their special moments. Wedding bouquets, anniversary arrangements, even simple I'm sorry roses." Her hands moved animatedly as she spoke. "And the greenhouse work is incredible, watching seeds transform into these beautiful blooms." Archer's lips quirked up at her excitement, which only encouraged her further. "Actually, I've been saving up to buy this amazing space on Belladonna Boulevard." Daphne's eyes sparkled as she described her dream. "It used to be a cafe, but it has these gorgeous windows and so much natural light. I could have a proper greenhouse in the back, maybe even host gardening classes." She caught herself rambling and felt heat rise to her cheeks. "Sorry, I get carried away sometimes." "Don't apologize." His voice was surprisingly gentle. "It's refreshing to see someone passionate about something." The warmth in his tone made her stomach flutter, but then reality crashed back in. Her shoulders slumped slightly. Though, with the fire damage to my shop, those savings will probably have to go toward repairs instead. She twisted her napkin in her lap, trying to keep her voice light despite the disappointment weighing on her chest. Back to square one, I guess. Insurance won't cover it? Some, but... She sighed. Let's just say Carmen's attack wasn't exactly covered under acts of God. Archer's jaw tightened, and something fierce flashed in his eyes. We'll stop her, he said, his voice carrying the kind of authority that came from years of command. After a few moments, Daphne gathered her courage, warmed by Archer's unexpected interest in her work. So, what about you? Do you really enjoy the woodworking? His shoulders tensed, but he gave a short nod. It keeps my hands busy. What kind of things do you make? She leaned forward, genuinely curious. Archer's dark eyes studied her face, searching for any hint of mockery. Finding none, his posture relaxed slightly. Mostly small pieces, dragon figures, ship models. That must take incredible patience. Her fingers traced the table's edge. I can barely manage to keep my plants trimmed properly. A hint of a smile touched his lips. It's about control, finding the shape hidden in the wood. Like how every flower has its own perfect form? The comparison slipped out before she could stop it. His eyebrows rose. Actually, yes. He shifted in his seat, those broad shoulders loosening as he warmed to the subject. Each piece of wood has its own grain, its own personality, I suppose. Daphne's heart fluttered at this glimpse behind his walls. What's your favorite wood to work with? Cherry. The word came quickly, followed by a self-conscious cough. It's challenging but rewarding, takes a fine touch to bring out the natural luster. Like coaxing a stubborn rose to bloom. She smiled, recognizing the pride of a craftsman in his work. His eyes met hers, something unguarded in their depths. Exactly. The cafe's buzz faded into background noise as he described his latest project, his voice growing animated. Daphne found herself captivated not just by his words, but by the way his whole demeanor transformed when speaking about his passion. The feared dragon shifter disappeared, replaced by an artist discussing his craft. Those whispers from nearby tables seemed even more ridiculous now. How could anyone see this man, with his careful hands and thoughtful descriptions of wood grain patterns, as nothing but dangerous? Sure, he radiated power and authority, but there was also gentleness in how he spoke of his work. "You're doing it again," he said. But this time his tone held more amusement than warning. "Maybe I just like watching you talk about something you love." Those words slipped out of her mouth unbidden. A faint color touched his cheeks, and he looked away, though not before she caught the pleased quirk of his lips. Daphne watched Archer's gaze suddenly sharpen, his entire demeanor shifting from relaxed conversation to predatory focus in an instant. Following his line of sight, she spotted a tall man with white blonde hair stepping into Adam's jewelry store. His expensive suit practically screamed, "Trying too hard." "That's our guy," Archer's voice dropped to a low rumble. "Ned." Her heart picked up speed as she watched through the cafe window. Sure enough, minutes later, Ned emerged with the package they'd seen earlier, tucking it into his suit jacket. "Time to move." Archer stood in one fluid motion. He pulled out his wallet and dropped some bills on the table. "I can pay for my half," Daphne started to protest. "We don't have time to argue about lunch money." His hand settled on the small of her back, guiding her toward the door. The casual touch sent tingles up her spine. Besides, I'm old-fashioned that way. She couldn't help but smile as they stepped outside. Archer soon spotted Ned walking quickly up ahead. "Ned's heading east on Market Street. We need to keep our distance. He'll be watching for tails." "Good thing you've got a witch who can make us look busy then." Daphne conjured a small bouquet of flowers, holding them between them like they were simply out shopping. "See? Just a couple on a romantic afternoon stroll." Archer's eyebrows shot up, but she caught the ghost of a smile before he schooled his features back to serious. "Clever. But stay close. If this goes sideways, I need to be able to protect you." The possessive note in his voice made her stomach flutter, even as she wanted to remind him she wasn't helpless. But now wasn't the time to argue.
Chapter 10. Archer. Archer kept his distance as he and Daphne followed Ned through the winding streets. The late afternoon sun cast long shadows that made trailing their target easier, though Archer had to constantly slow his pace to match Daphne's shorter strides. "Would you hurry up?" he whispered, tugging her behind a parked car as Ned glanced over his shoulder. "Some of us don't have supernatural speed," Daphne shot back, stumbling against his chest. The light floral scent of her shampoo tickled his nose before she stepped away. They tracked Ned to the edge of town, where rows of identical orange storage units stretched out before them. The metal doors gleamed in the setting sun, numbers painted in black on each one. Ned approached Unit 247, fumbling with his keys. "Perfect," Archer muttered, his muscles tensed, ready for action. "Wait." Daphne grabbed his arm. "We can't just barge in there. What if it's trapped, or there are other dragons inside?" "That's why I'm going in first." He shrugged off her grip. "You can either back me up or stay here and watch for trouble." She crossed her arms. "I'm not staying here alone." "Then keep up." They crouched behind a neighboring unit until Ned emerged empty-handed and walked away. Once he was out of sight, Archer moved toward Unit 247, Daphne close behind. "This is a terrible idea," she whispered. "Most of my ideas are—" He flashed her a grin. "That's what makes them work." "That makes zero sense." "It doesn't have to make sense. It just has to work." Daphne rolled her eyes but stayed by his side as they approached the storage unit. The metal door loomed before them, its contents a mystery that Archer was more than ready to unravel. Archer made quick work of the lock on the storage unit, his enhanced strength snapping it with a satisfying crack. The door rolled up to reveal stacks of crates, boxes, and what looked like military-grade equipment. "Jackpot," he said, stepping inside. The unit smelled of metal and gunpowder, with an underlying scent of dragon. Multiple dragons had been here recently. "We need to move fast." He grabbed a heavy crate. "I'll take the—" "Don't even think about it." Daphne was already hefting a box that had to weigh at least 50 pounds. "I'm not some delicate flower." "Could have fooled me, given your occupation." But he had to admit she handled the weight well. Her determined expression as she carried the box outside made him smile despite himself. They worked in companionable silence, establishing a rhythm. Every time he tried to take the heavier items, she'd shoot him a look that brooked no argument. The woman was infuriatingly stubborn. "You know," he said, hauling out another crate, "most people would let the dragon shifter do the heavy lifting." "Most people aren't me." Sweat gleamed on her forehead as she lifted another box. "Besides, you're not as intimidating as you think you are." "I'm plenty intimidating." "Sure you are." She patted his arm as she passed. "Keep telling yourself that." The casual touch sent an unexpected surge through him. He covered his reaction by focusing on the task at hand. They'd cleared about half the unit when he decided it was time. "Stand back," he warned, moving to an open space. The shift rippled through him, familiar and powerful. His body elongated, scales erupting across his skin as wings unfurled from his back. In seconds, he towered over Daphne in his true form, red scales glinting in the fading light. "You know," Daphne said, tilting her head back to look at him, "you're much more manageable when you can't talk back." He snorted, a puff of smoke curling from his nostrils. If she only knew the comebacks he was holding in. She began securing the supplies to his back, her touch gentle but efficient. The sooner they got this done, the sooner they could figure out Carmen's next move. Suddenly, the flash of a security guard's flashlight beam caught Archer's attention. His enhanced dragon vision picked out the guard's uniform as the man rounded the corner, heading straight for their storage unit. Archer's muscles tensed, ready for action, but with the supplies strapped to his dragon back, any sudden movement would send their evidence scattering across the pavement. "Don't move," Daphne whispered, her hands already weaving through the air. The ground around them erupted in a surge of green growth. Thick vines spiraled upward, creating a dense canopy that blocked them from view. The rapid plant growth surrounded them in a cocoon of foliage. complete with blooming night flowers that masked Archer's distinctive dragon scent. "Evening," the guard called out, his boots crunching on gravel. "Anyone there?" Archer held perfectly still, fighting his natural instinct to take flight. The supplies were too vital to risk dropping. Besides, he refused to admit it made him nervous being trapped in such close quarters with Daphne. Her shoulder pressed against his scaled foreleg as she maintained her magical shield of vegetation. The guard's footsteps drew closer. The beam of his flashlight played across the vines, but the dense growth prevented it from penetrating their hiding spot. Archer's keen hearing picked up the guard's radio crackling. "Unit 7 checking in. All clear in Section D. Just some overgrown landscaping by Unit 247. Maintenance should really trim these plants back." "Copy that," crackled the reply. The footsteps retreated, but Daphne maintained their cover for several more minutes. Finally, she let out a relieved breath, and the vines began to recede. "That was too close," she whispered, wiping sweat from her brow. Archer bumped her shoulder with his snout in silent thanks. He'd never admit it out loud, but her quick thinking had saved them from a potentially messy situation. Though he could have handled it himself, of course. Probably. She scratched under his chin, making his scales tingle. "You're welcome." He pulled his head back with an indignant snort. He was a fearsome dragon, not some household pet to be coddled, even if her fingers had felt nice, which they hadn't, at all. Archer soon felt Daphne's hands resume securing the last of the supplies to his scaled back. Her touch was quick but careful, making sure everything was firmly fastened. "Done," she whispered, patting his flank. "Let's get out of here before he comes back." Archer crouched low, allowing her to climb onto his back between the secured boxes. Her weight settled against him, warm and surprisingly comfortable. With one powerful thrust of his wings, they shot into the darkening sky. The wind rushed past them as he soared over the town, his powerful wings carrying them effortlessly through the cooling evening air. The thrill of their narrow escape coursed through him, making his blood sing with an excitement he hadn't felt in years. Landing in the sprawling backyard of his mansion, he waited until Daphne dismounted before shifting back to his human form. The rush of adrenaline followed him through the transformation, and before he could stop himself, a deep laugh bubbled up from his chest. "Did you see that guard's face?" Daphne's eyes sparkled with mischief as she joined in his laughter. He was so confused by all those plants. Quick thinking with that vegetation shield. Archer ran a hand through his windswept hair, still grinning. "I haven't had that much fun in..." He paused, realizing he couldn't remember the last time he'd actually enjoyed himself this much. "See? Not all of us need brute strength to get the job done." Daphne's smile was infectious as she helped him carry the supplies to his garage. "You're not such a bad partner to have after all," he admitted, surprising himself with how much he meant it. "And you're not as terrifying as everyone says." She bumped his shoulder playfully. Their eyes met, and Archer felt something shift inside him. The evening air crackled with possibility, making him suddenly very aware of how close they were standing. "We should probably finish getting these inside," he said, gesturing to the supplies, not ready to examine why his heart was racing faster than during their escape. Archer helped Daphne stack the last of their stolen evidence in his garage when headlights swept across the driveway. Her brother's sedan pulled up, right on time to collect her. "That's my ride." Daphne brushed dirt from her hands. "Thanks for not getting us arrested tonight." "Pretty sure I did most of the heavy lifting." He crossed his arms, leaning against the doorframe with practiced nonchalance. "Oh, please. You were useless until you went all scaly." Her eyes danced with amusement. "I'm the one who saved us from that guard." "By growing flowers. Very intimidating." "Those were very aggressive flowers." She paused at the door. "Same time tomorrow?" His heart tightened at the thought of her leaving. The sensation was foreign, unwelcome. He'd spent years cultivating his solitude, perfecting the art of keeping others at arm's length. Yet here was this stubborn witch, slipping past his defenses with her quick wit and fearless spirit. "If you think you can keep up," he said, fighting a smile. "Please." She waved as she headed to her brother's car. "Try not to brood too much while I'm gone." Archer watched until the taillights disappeared down his winding driveway. The garage felt emptier somehow, quieter without her presence filling the space. He told himself it was just the lingering adrenaline from their heist making him feel off balance. Nothing more. But as he shifted and took to the sky to retrieve his Corvette from town, her laugh echoed in his mind, bright and genuine. The memory of her pressed tightly against his side as they hid from the guards sent an unexpected warmth through him. "Get it together," he muttered to himself as he landed near the side street where he'd left his car. "She's just a temporary ally, nothing more." But even as he slid behind the wheel of his Corvette, he couldn't quite convince himself it was true.
Chapter 11. Daphne. The floating menu board at Cauldron and Cup rearranged itself for the lunch specials as Daphne stirred her moonbeam macchiato. Her brother Hugo sat across from her, his sandwich barely touched as she recounted yesterday's events. "You did what?" Hugo nearly choked on his coffee. "You broke into a storage unit?" "Technically, Archer broke in." Daphne winced at her brother's disapproving stare, "but we found solid evidence that Adam's been helping fund Carmen's rebellion." "Through jewelry store profits? And who knows what else?" The coffee's magic made her float slightly off her chair. She grabbed the table edge to stay put. "We had to move fast before they could relocate everything." Hugo shook his head. "So your first move with Archer was theft? We're calling it strategic resource relocation." Daphne grinned, then sobered at his expression. "What else could we do? Let Carmen keep building her army?" "I just don't like you getting mixed up in this kind of thing." Hugo leaned forward. "Maybe someone else should work with Archer." "Not happening." Daphne's chair thumped back to the floor as the coffee's effects wore off. "I volunteered for this, Hugo. I'm not backing down just because things got a little dicey." "A little dicey? Daphne, you're working with one of the most formidable dragon shifters, who hasn't actually done anything dangerous." She traced the rim of her cup. "At least not that I've seen." "Yet," Hugo sighed, "look, I know you want to help after what happened to your shop, but Archer Hawke isn't exactly known for playing well with others." "Neither is Carmen, and she's the real threat here." Daphne met her brother's concerned gaze. "I'm staying on this, Hugo. Someone needs to watch Archer's back while he figures out how to stop her." "And who's watching yours?" The floating menu board chose that moment to reorganize itself with a musical chime, drawing their attention to the Dragon's Breath Hot Chocolate special. Daphne couldn't help but smile at the timing. "I can take care of myself," she said firmly. "And right now, working with Archer is our best shot at stopping Carmen." Hugo slumped back in his chair. "Fine, but that dragon's nothing but trouble. Half the town thinks he's unstable, and the other half's terrified of him. Did you know he once burned down an entire— Stop!" The word burst from Daphne's lips before she could catch it. A nearby fern sprouted fresh leaves in response to her flaring emotions. "You don't even know him." "And you do?" Hugo's eyebrows shot up. Heat crept into Daphne's cheeks. "I know he's not what everyone thinks. Yesterday when we were working together—" She traced the coffee ring on the table. "He was different. Sure, he's gruff and probably hasn't had a proper conversation in years, but there's more to him." "More to Archer Hawke?" Hugo barked out a laugh. "The guy who growls at children if they get too close to his property?" "He makes beautiful wood carvings," she blurted out. "And when he talks about them, his whole face changes. He's just—" Daphne struggled to find the right words. "He's like one of those prickly desert roses, all thorns on the outside, but—" She trailed off, startled by her own passionate defense. The magical lanterns above cast dancing shadows across their table, and Daphne suddenly found them very fascinating. "Since when are you such an expert on Archer Hawke?" Hugo asked. "I'm not." Daphne fiddled with her spoon, watching the sparkles in her coffee swirl. "I just think maybe everyone's been too quick to judge him, including you." Daphne couldn't quite meet her brother's searching gaze. Why had she gotten so defensive about Archer? Sure, he wasn't as terrible as everyone claimed, but since when did she care so much about his reputation? Hugo's expression softened as he stirred his cooling coffee. Well, I'm glad you two are getting along, but just be careful, okay? Archer is feared for a reason. What reason is that, exactly? Daphne leaned forward. Everyone keeps saying that, but no one will tell me why. Hugo set down his spoon, his green eyes turning serious. Back when he was still with his wing, there was an incident where... Suddenly, a deafening roar cut through the air outside, rattling the vintage espresso machine. The floating menu board flickered and dropped a foot before catching itself. Daphne's heart lurched as screams erupted from outside the cafe. She and Hugo rushed to the window. 3 massive dragons circled overhead, their scales glinting in the afternoon sun. One swooped low, sending pedestrians scattering. "Get people inside," Hugo ordered, already heading for the door. "I need to get to City Hall." "But now, Daphne..." She sprung into action as Hugo disappeared into the chaos. "Everyone inside," she shouted, propping the cafe door open. The bell chimed frantically as people streamed in. "This way!" A mother clutching 2 small children stumbled on the threshold. Daphne steadied her, ushering them toward the back of the cafe. The floating menu board had given up on changing specials and now just displayed "Seek Shelter" in bold chalk letters. "Under the tables," Daphne directed, her voice steady despite her racing pulse. "Away from the windows." Another roar shook the building. Through the window, Daphne caught glimpses of dark blue scales. Carmen. Her stomach clenched as she remembered watching her flower shop burn. "Is anyone else out there?" she called, scanning the street. A teenage boy huddled behind a parked car, frozen in fear. The plants in the window boxes stretched their vines toward him, responding to her worry. "Hey!" she shouted to him. "Run now!" The boy bolted for the cafe door. Daphne pulled him inside just as a shadow passed overhead. The magical lanterns flickered as people huddled together, the air thick with fear and the lingering scent of coffee and starlight. Daphne looked over and saw Nina's hands dancing through the air, purple energy crackling between her fingers as she wove protective magic around the cauldron and cup. The vintage espresso machine hummed in harmony with her spell, its copper surfaces reflecting the mystical light. "That should keep the fire-breathing menaces out," Nina declared, her constellation-speckled apron twinkling. "Though I'd like to see them try breaking through my barriers. They'd get quite the surprise." Daphne pressed her palms against the window, watching another building burst into flames down the street. The same helpless rage that had consumed her when her flower shop burned bubbled up inside her. A potted fern next to her sprouted thorns in response to her emotions. "I hate this," she muttered, her reflection scowling back at her in the glass. "I should be out there doing something." "What you're doing is keeping people safe," Nina said, directing a trembling elderly man to a cushioned booth with a gentle wave of her hand. "Sometimes that's the most important thing." "Well, that pompous, selfish woman..." A blue dragon, Carmen, swooped past the window, and Daphne's words dissolved into a frustrated growl. "She's destroying everything just to prove she can." "Honey, you're making all my plants look like they belong in a haunted forest," Nina pointed out, gesturing to the now thorny and twisted greenery throughout the cafe. Daphne forced herself to take a deep breath, willing the plants to return to normal. "Sorry, it's just, I thought working with Archer meant we'd actually be doing something to stop this. But here we are watching it happen all over again." The floating menu board flickered anxiously above their heads, its chalk letters spelling out "Remain calm," before switching to "Try our soothing chamomile blend." Movement suddenly caught Daphne's eye through the window. An elderly woman crouched behind a newspaper stand across the street, clutching a cane with trembling hands. "There's someone still out there!" Daphne rushed for the door. "Don't you dare!" Nina's fingers crackled with purple energy. "The barrier... Break it! Just for a second!" Nina muttered something that sounded suspiciously like stubborn green witches, before gesturing sharply. The magical barrier shimmered and parted just enough for Daphne to slip through. The scorching air hit her lungs as she sprinted across the street. Debris crunched under her feet and the smoke made her eyes water. Come on, Daphne reached the elderly woman, helping her up. Let's get you somewhere safe. My ankle, the woman grimaced. I fell when everyone started running. They moved painfully slow toward the cafe, the woman leaning heavily on both Daphne and her cane. Each step felt like an eternity as dragons wheeled overhead. Almost there, Daphne encouraged, though her heart pounded in her chest. 20 more feet to Nina's protective barrier. 15, 10. The ground shook beneath their feet. A massive dragon landed before them, blocking their path to the cafe. Its scales gleamed like polished bronze in the sunlight, and its eyes fixed on them with predatory focus. Oh no, Daphne muttered, positioning herself between the dragon and the elderly woman. The dragon's chest expanded as it drew in its breath, its jaw unhinging to reveal rows of razor-sharp teeth. Heat shimmed the air around its mouth. Daphne's fingers twitched, ready to try something, anything, with the scraggly plants nearby. She might not be able to stop a dragon, but she wasn't going down without trying. If you're going to eat us, she called out, surprised by how steady her voice sounded. You should know I probably taste terrible. All that plant magic, you know? Very bitter. Daphne could hear her pulse in her ears. Her thoughts suddenly drifted to Archer's mansion on the outskirts of town. Could dragon hearing pick up the chaos from there? The elderly woman's grip tightened on her arm, trembling. Come on, Archer, she whispered under her breath, the words barely audible over the crackle of nearby flames. I know you're probably brooding over your wood carvings right now, but I could really use some backup here.
Chapter 12. Archer. Archer's chisel slipped on the delicate wood carving as acrid smoke drifted through his workshop windows. His nostrils flared at the familiar scent of dragonfire. Dropping his tools, he rushed outside, muscles tensing as he spotted multiple dragon forms circling above the town center. Damn it, Carmen! His transformation was instant, scales rippling across his skin as his massive red dragon form emerged. With powerful wing beats, he launched into the sky, the wind whipping past as he raced toward the chaos below. Come to join the fun, Hawke? A younger dragon's telepathic taunt rang in his mind. Archer barrel-rolled, avoiding a blast of flame, before slamming his tail into the cocky dragon's wing. You call this fun? I call it amateur hour. 2 more dragons dove at him. Archer twisted midair, his larger form giving him the advantage as he caught one with his claws and used the momentum to throw them into their companion. They tumbled through the air, wings tangled. Getting slow in your old age. Another dragon swooped past, still fast enough to teach you some manners. Archer shot after them, his powerful wings carrying him higher. He counted at least 20 dragons, twice what Carmen brought last time. The town's defensive spells flickered under the continued assault. A blast of fire nearly singed his wing. Archer spun to face 3 more dragons closing in. What's wrong? Need backup to take on one old-timer? He dove between them, forcing them to scatter or collide. These younger dragons might have numbers, but they lacked experience. Their attacks were predictable, uncoordinated. Banking hard around a building, Archer caught sight of City Hall still standing. At least Hugo had managed to keep that protected. But Carmen was nowhere in sight. This was just a distraction. The question was, from what? Getting tired yet? A dragon with green scales taunted. Archer snapped his jaws, catching their tail. I could do this all day, though I'd rather be working on my model ships. The sounds of battle filled the air as Archer continued to engage multiple opponents, keeping them occupied and away from the buildings below. He might prefer his solitude, but he'd be damned if he let these upstarts destroy the town. Through the chaos of battle, Archer's keen dragon eyes caught a flash of movement below. His heart lurched as he spotted Daphne, foolish, brave Daphne, helping an elderly woman limp across the street. A massive bronze dragon swooped down, jaws opening wide with flames building in its throat. Oh, no you don't. Archer tucked his wings and dove, the wind screaming past his scales. The bronze dragon never saw him coming. He slammed into its side with enough force to send them both rolling across the cobblestones, well away from Daphne and her charge. Get inside, he roared mentally at Daphne, hoping she could somehow understand him, while pinning the struggling bronze dragon beneath his larger bulk. The bronze dragon snapped at his throat. The great Archer Hawke playing hero? More like teaching you some manners. Archer's tail whipped around, catching the younger dragon across the snout. Attacking civilians? That's just poor form. He glimpsed Daphne and the woman making it safely into the cauldron and cup before focusing fully on his opponent. The bronze dragon tried to buck him off, but Archer's weight and experience kept him firmly in control. "You're getting soft," the bronze dragon taunted. "Running errands for witches now." Archer responded by slamming the dragon's head into the street. Better than being Carmen's errand boy. 3 more dragons dove at him from above. Archer launched himself skyward, meeting them head-on. His massive red form twisted between their attacks, his greater size and skill making up for being outnumbered. Below, he noticed some of the town's magic users joining the fight. A water witch sent a hydrant's spray arcing up to knock a dragon off course. A fire witch redirected dragon flame away from buildings. Even Nina from the coffee shop stood in her doorway, her protective wards shimmering as they deflected attacks. "Are you worn out yet?" one of the younger dragons called out mockingly. Archer snorted, smoke curling from his nostrils. "Please, I'm just warming up." He spun through the air, his tail catching one dragon while his claws raked another. The third tried to retreat, but Archer's powerful wings carried him in pursuit. These youngsters might have enthusiasm, but they lacked his decades of combat experience. A dark shadow passed overhead, and Archer's muscles tensed as he recognized Carmen's distinctive blue scales. She hovered above the town square, her massive form blocking out the sun. "Well, well, if it isn't the infamous Archer Hawke playing guard dog for the council," Carmen's mental voice dripped with disdain. Archer maintained his position, wings spread wide. "And here I thought you'd learned your lesson about picking fights you can't win." Carmen's laugh echoed through his mind. "You think stealing my supplies will stop me? That little raid on my storage unit just proved how desperate the council is." "Storage unit? Oh, that dusty old box." Archer circled lazily, matching her altitude. "I needed kindling for my fireplace." Carmen's tail lashed through the air, always with the jokes. "But I'm not laughing anymore, Hawke." The younger dragons gathered behind her, forming an intimidating wall of scales and teeth. Archer counted at least 30, more than he'd initially estimated. His wings ached from the earlier fighting, but he kept his movements fluid, refusing to show weakness. This was just a taste. Carmen's mental voice boomed across the square, intended for everyone below to hear. "Next time, I will bring my full force. No more playing nice. No more warnings." "You call this playing nice?" Archer snorted smoke. "Hate to see your idea of a real party." Carmen's massive form wheeled around to face him directly. "You've gotten soft, Hawke, living among these weaklings, making wooden toys. When I return, I'll remind everyone why dragons should rule." Big words from someone who's leaving with their tail between their legs, Archer projected back, letting his amusement color the thought. Carmen's response was a deafening roar that shattered several windows. "The town will kneel, Hawke, and you'll wish you'd chosen the right side." With a powerful beat of her wings, Carmen soared upward, her followers falling into formation behind her. Archer watched them disappear into the clouds, his jaw clenched. He'd forgotten how exhausting it was dealing with megalomaniacs who loved the sound of their own mental voice. Archer landed in a nearby alley. His transformation back to human form was swift and practiced. His muscles ached from the fight, but concern for Daphne pushed him forward. The bell above the cauldron and cups door chimed as he entered, the magical aroma of coffee and starlight doing nothing to calm his racing heart. "Daphne?" His eyes scanned the crowded cafe, catching sight of her helping Nina tend to the elderly woman she'd rescued. "Archer!" Daphne's face lit up. She hurried over, her hands fluttering near his arms as if checking for injuries. "Are you hurt? That was incredible what you did up there." "Me? You're the one who ran out into dragonfire." He caught her wrist, examining a small burn on her forearm. "What were you thinking?" "Someone needed help." She smiled up at him, and something stirred inside of him. "Besides, you had my back, right?" Nina floated 2 steaming mugs their way. "Dragon's breath hot chocolate on the house. You both earned it." "Thanks, but I don't need—" Archer started. Drink it, Nina insisted, purple sparks dancing at her fingertips. It'll help with the muscle strain from shifting. The cafe door suddenly burst open. Hugo stormed in with leaves swirling around his feet. "This is your fault, Hawke. Your reckless theft brought this attack on us." Archer's jaw clenched, his hand still wrapped around Daphne's wrist. Daphne stepped closer to Archer's side. "Hugo, that's not fair." "Not fair!" Hugo's voice rose. "He antagonized Carmen, and now look what happened. The town's half destroyed, more people are hurt, and it's because he couldn't resist showing off." Archer's fingers tightened around the hot chocolate mug, his jaw clenching harder as he stared down Hugo. The dragon inside him stirred, wanting to show this presumptuous witch exactly who he was dealing with. "Excuse me?" Archer's voice carried the dangerous edge of a predator. "The council dragged me into this mess. I was perfectly content leaving you all to your own devices until you came begging at my door." "We asked for help, not for you to provoke Carmen into destroying half the town," Hugo exclaimed. "Right, because sitting around wringing our hands was working so well." Archer set his mug down with controlled precision. "Carmen was looking for any excuse to attack. At least now we've cut off her supplies." "At what cost?" Hugo gestured wildly toward the windows. "Look outside. Buildings are burning. People are hurt. And more would be dead if I hadn't been here to stop them." Archer stepped forward, using his height advantage to loom over Hugo. "But by all means, tell me more about how we should do nothing out of fear. There's a difference between doing nothing and being reckless." "Enough!" Daphne's voice cut through their argument like a blade. Both men turned to find her standing, with her hands on her hips, green eyes flashing. "This isn't helping anyone." Nina's purple sparks were starting to dance around her fingers as she watched the confrontation. The cafe's other patrons had pressed themselves against the walls, trying to stay clear of the brewing storm between the dragon shifter and the witch. "Archer!" Daphne's tone brooked no argument as she grabbed his arm. "Outside, now!" Something about her commanding tone stirred both his irritation and his curiosity. Archer allowed himself to be led toward the door, though he couldn't resist throwing one last smirk over his shoulder at Hugo's thunderous expression.
Chapter 13. Daphne. Smoke lingered in the air as Daphne led Archer away from the cauldron and cup. Her fingers remained wrapped around his forearm, feeling the tension in his muscles. Debris littered the cobblestone street, scorched awnings, broken glass, and scattered merchandise from the shops. "Look," she said, releasing his arm and gesturing to where a group of people huddled together in the street. "Instead of arguing with my brother, help me check on everyone." Archer crossed his arms. "I don't do community service." "Well, today you do." She marched toward the group, knowing he'd follow despite his protests. "Besides, you just saved half of these people. You might as well make sure they're okay." "That was different. That was fighting." "And this is cleaning up after the fight." She knelt beside an elderly woman whose hands shook as she clutched her purse. "Mrs. Bennet, are you hurt?" "Just rattled, dear." The woman's eyes darted to Archer, who loomed behind Daphne like a storm cloud. "Is he safe?" "Safer than those other dragons," Daphne said firmly. She helped Mrs. Bennet to her feet, steadying her with gentle hands. "Archer, would you mind walking her home? She lives just around the corner on Maple." "I don't—" He caught Daphne's look and sighed. "Fine, come on, ma'am." As they walked away, Daphne heard Mrs. Bennet say, "You know, you're much more handsome than the rumors suggest." "The rumors also say I eat people," Archer replied dryly. "Do you?" "Only on Tuesdays." Daphne couldn't help but smile as she moved to the next group of people. Maybe getting Archer to interact with the townspeople would help both sides see past their preconceptions. She created a few sprigs of lavender, handing them out to help calm nerves as she worked her way down the street. When Archer returned, he found her conjuring flowers to replace those burned in window boxes. "Playing gardener while the town's under attack?" "Sometimes a little beauty is exactly what's needed after ugliness," she said, coaxing a vine of morning glories up a scorched trellis. "Besides, I saw you being nice to Mrs. Bennet." I was not nice. I was tolerant. Help me with this fallen sign? To her surprise, he actually did as she asked, though not without an exaggerated eye roll that made her bite back a smile. As they worked, more people emerged from their shelters, and Daphne kept Archer busy helping clear debris and checking for injuries. "You're actually quite good at this when you're not trying so hard to be intimidating," she observed, as they finished helping a group of teenagers board up a broken window. "I'm always intimidating," he replied, but there was a hint of amusement in his voice. "It's part of my charm." "Oh, is that what we're calling it now?" Daphne laughed, then sobered as she caught sight of a young child crying. Daphne's heart clenched when she walked up to the little girl, noticing she was crying over her crushed flowers. Daphne knelt down beside her. "Hey there, sweetie. What's your name?" "Sarah," the girl sniffled, wiping her nose with her sleeve. "Watch this, Sarah." Daphne touched the broken stems, and fresh green shoots emerged from the wreckage. Colorful petals unfurled before their eyes as new flowers bloomed. Sarah's tears stopped, replaced by wonder. "How did you do that?" she asked softly. "Magic," Daphne winked, gathering the fresh bouquet and presenting it to Sarah. Archer shifted uncomfortably behind them. "We should keep moving." "Here," Daphne handed him half the flowers. "Give these to that woman over there, the one who keeps looking at her burned shop." "I don't do flowers," he growled. "You do today." She gave him a gentle push. "Go on, big scary dragon. I promise it won't hurt your reputation." As they worked their way through the town, Daphne noticed subtle changes in Archer's demeanor. His shoulders relaxed slightly when an elderly man thanked him for carrying boxes of salvaged inventory. The hard line of his jaw softened when he helped a crying shop owner sort through the remains of her business. "Never thought I'd see Archer Hawke playing delivery boy," a man muttered as they passed. "Never thought I'd see grown men hiding while dragons attacked," Archer shot back, but Daphne caught his arm before he could say more. "Less growling, more helping," she said, steering him toward where paramedics were treating burns. "Channel that energy into something useful." As the sun started drifting lower in the sky, they had helped dozens of people. Daphne's magic had created impromptu gardens in several destroyed spaces, bringing touches of life back to the scorched streets. She caught Archer watching her work more than once, though he quickly looked away whenever she noticed. "You're good at this," he admitted, as they helped the last group of people board up windows. "The whole making people feel better thing." "And you're not as terrible at it as you pretend to be," she replied, brushing dirt from her hands. "I saw you with that little boy earlier. You actually smiled." "I did not smile." "You did. It was very sweet." "Dragons aren't sweet," he grumbled. But Daphne noticed he didn't move away when she bumped his shoulder playfully with hers. Daphne soon led Archer to a weathered wooden bench beneath an old oak tree. Her muscles ached from the day's work, but a different kind of warmth filled her chest, the satisfaction of helping others in need. She touched the bench's arm, and tiny moss flowers sprouted between the wood grain. "You're doing that thing again?" Archer said, dropping onto the bench with casual grace that reminded her of a lounging predator. "What thing?" "Making everything prettier than it needs to be." "Maybe some things deserve to be pretty." She gestured to the town spread before them, where people were still working together to clean up after the attack. "Look at them. Really look." The late afternoon sun painted everything in honey gold light, highlighting the determination on people's faces as they helped their neighbors. Outside the bakery, Mr. Peterson shared fresh bread with those who'd lost their homes. Near the fountain, a group of teenage witches created magical barriers around damaged buildings. "These are the people you're protecting from Carmen," Daphne said softly. "Not just the buildings or the businesses. Real people with real lives." Archer shifted, his shoulder brushing hers. "I know what people are, Daphne." "Do you? Because you've spent an awful lot of time hiding from them." She turned to face him. "That little girl with the flowers? Her mom runs the bookstore where I used to read during lunch breaks. The man you helped with the boxes? He gives free coffee to students during finals week." "Are you trying to make me care about every person in town?" His voice held its usual gruffness, but something softer lurked beneath. Maybe I'm trying to make you remember what it's like to be a part of something bigger than yourself. She created another tiny flower, this time offering it to him. Even the scariest dragon in town needs connection. I'm not, he started to protest, but she cut him off with a laugh. Oh, please, you've been brooding and flexing all day. Own it. She nudged his ribs playfully. But I've seen through your act now. You actually enjoy helping people, don't you? I enjoy solving problems, he corrected, but accepted the flower with surprising gentleness. People are usually the problem. And yet, here you are, sitting on a bench with one. He smirked as he looked at her. You're particularly annoying. Thank you, she beamed, meeting his gaze. I try my best. The sun painted golden streaks across Archer's sharp features, and Daphne found her gaze drawn to the way it caught in his auburn hair. She turned and quickly looked away, pretending to be fascinated by a nearby dandelion. With a subtle wave of her fingers, she coaxed it to bloom, its yellow petals unfurling in the warm light. From the corner of her eye, she caught him watching her. His dark eyes lingered for a moment, before darting away when she shifted on the bench. The wood creaked beneath them, and she noticed how he'd positioned himself, taking up space with his broad shoulders, one arm stretched along the back of the bench behind her. You're magic, he said suddenly, breaking the comfortable silence. It's not just about making things pretty, is it? Daphne's heart skipped at the unexpected observation. No, it's about bringing life back to places that need it. She traced her finger along the bench's arm, leaving a trail of tiny white flowers in its wake. Like today, sometimes people need to see beauty can return after destruction. He made a non-committal sound, but she noticed his posture soften slightly. The fierce dragon shifter who'd spent the day helping the townspeople seemed different from the gruff hermit who'd first opened his door to her. There was a gentleness in him that peeked through the cracks of his carefully maintained walls. You keep doing that, she said before she could stop herself. Doing what? His voice rumbled low, almost defensive. Looking at me when you think I won't notice. The words tumbled out with a playful lilt that surprised even her. Heat crept up her neck as his intense gaze finally met hers directly. You've been doing the same thing, he countered, one eyebrow arching in challenge. Daphne laughed, the sound carrying on the breeze. Maybe I'm trying to figure you out. She held his gaze. Because I think under all that brooding and those impressive muscles, there's someone who actually cares quite a lot. The sun's almost down, he said as he stood up quickly.
Chapter 14. Archer. The setting sun painted streaks of orange and purple across the sky as Daphne's words hit too close to home. The sun's almost down, Archer said, standing up quickly from the wooden bench. His muscles tensed, uncomfortable with how easily she seemed to read him. Wait. Daphne rose beside him, her green eyes earnest. There's one more place I want to show you. It's getting late. Please, it's important. Something in her voice made him pause. He gave a curt nod and followed her through the winding streets until they reached a charred storefront. The acrid smell of smoke still lingered in the air. This was my shop, Daphne said softly, pushing open the damaged door. Archer ducked through the entrance, taking in the blackened walls and scorched shelves. Broken pots crunched under his boots. In the fading light, he could make out the ghost of what the place must have been. Cheerful displays now reduced to ash. Vibrant flowers turned to cinders. These were my first roses. Daphne's voice cracked as she knelt beside a burned planter. I grew them when I was learning to control my magic. And these? She touched a shelf of destroyed ceramic pots. Mrs. Henderson brought these back from Italy for me. She said they reminded her of my spirit. Her shoulders trembled. Archer shifted uncomfortably, unused to dealing with emotions. But as he watched her fingers trace patterns in the soot, something clicked into place. This wasn't just about destroyed inventory. This was someone's dreams turned to ash, their livelihood, their passion. And Carmen had destroyed it without a second thought. He thought of all the other shops they'd helped today, all the people picking up pieces of their lives. Each attack wasn't just property damage. It was crushing hopes, destroying futures, ripping apart the fabric of people's lives. "I get it now," he said quietly. "What you've been trying to show me all day." Daphne looked up at him, a tear tracking down her cheek. "Yeah? Yeah." He offered her his hand, pulling her to her feet. "Carmen has to be stopped. Not just because she's dangerous, but because of this. Because of what she takes from people." Archer's chest tightened as he watched another tear slip down Daphne's cheek. The sight stirred something unfamiliar in him, an emotion he hadn't felt in years. Empathy, mixed with a protective instinct that caught him off guard. His fists clenched at his sides as anger surged through him, both at Carmen's destruction and his own conflicted feelings. "Damn it," he muttered, running a hand through his auburn hair. The charred remains of Daphne's shop seemed to mock him, a stark reminder of the consequences of his actions. "Look, about the supplies." Daphne turned to face him, her green eyes still glistening. "Maybe I acted without thinking it through completely," he admitted grudgingly. The words felt foreign on his tongue. He wasn't used to acknowledging mistakes. "But we can't just sit back and wait for Carmen to make her next move. That would be just as devastating as what happened today." He paced the length of the burned shop, his boots crunching on broken glass. The smell of smoke clung to everything, reminding him of battlefields long past. "Your idea about turning her followers?" He paused, choosing his words carefully. "It's not completely without merit. Dragons respect strength, yes, but Carmen's taken that principle too far. Some of them must see that." The admission cost him something, but seeing Daphne's shop in ruins, witnessing the aftermath of Carmen's attack throughout town, it had shifted something in his perspective. He might prefer solitude, might bristle at working with others, but he couldn't deny the evidence before him. Archer watched Daphne's expression brighten, her smile catching him by surprise. The last bit of sunlight filtering through the burned shop caught the green flecks in her eyes. "Thank you for understanding," she said, "about the town, and about trying to turn Carmen's followers. Maybe we could combine our approaches? Keep disrupting her supplies while showing her dragons there's another way?" He suppressed a smirk. "Might work. And thank you for saving my life earlier." Daphne's voice softened. "Outside the cauldron and cup. I feel silly now. Couldn't even get one person to safety without needing rescue myself." Archer's brow furrowed. The self-deprecation in her voice didn't sit right with him. He'd seen trained warriors flee from dragon attacks, yet she had run straight into danger. "Hold up!" He stepped closer to her, his presence filling the cramped space. "You ran out there knowing full well what could happen. That's not weakness. That's guts. Crazy guts, maybe, but still guts." She blinked up at him, surprise evident on her features. "Besides," he continued, rolling his shoulders, "you've been useful these past few days." The admission came grudgingly, but he meant it. "The jewelry store stakeout? That was good thinking. And you kept your cool surrounded by hostile dragons." A light blush colored her cheeks. "Really? Don't make me repeat myself." But there was no real bite to his words. Something about her earnestness made it impossible to maintain his usual gruff demeanor. "Though next time you decide to play hero, give me a heads up first." Her laugh echoed through the burned shop, somehow making the devastation around them feel less oppressive. Archer found himself fighting back a smile of his own, wondering when exactly this cheerful witch had started breaking down his carefully constructed barriers. Archer cleared his throat, desperate to break the heavy emotional atmosphere that had settled between them. The streetlights flickered to life outside, casting shadows across the cobblestones. "It's getting late. I should walk you home," he said in a low voice as he headed for the shop's exit. "I'd like that," she said, falling into step beside him. The evening air carried the lingering scent of smoke mixed with the salt breeze from the harbor. Archer found himself hyper-aware of her presence, of how her shoulder occasionally brushed against his arm as they walked. "So," he said, searching for neutral territory, "how'd you end up running a flower shop?" Her face lit up. "Would you believe it started with a cactus?" "A cactus?" "Mm-hmm. My first attempt at growing anything. I killed 3 of them before I figured out you're not supposed to water them every day. Archer couldn't help the low chuckle that escaped him. Somehow that doesn't surprise me. Hey, she nudged him playfully. I got better. Started with hardy plants, worked my way up to the delicate ones. Before I knew it, I had more flowers than I knew what to do with. And people actually bought them? They did once I learned to stop making them dance. His eyebrows shot up. Dance? Early days of magic control. She winced. Let's just say there were a few interesting incidents involving singing violets and a tangoing tiger lily. The mental image struck him as absurd, and he found himself laughing again. When was the last time he genuinely laughed twice in one conversation? The shop just grew from there, she continued, her hands moving animatedly as she spoke. Started in my garage, then moved to that little storefront. Built up a loyal customer base who didn't mind if occasionally their bouquets hummed show tunes. Archer watched her as she talked, noticing how her eyes sparkled when she described her favorite arrangements. The dragon in him prided itself at having such an attractive woman so comfortable in his presence, even while another part of him warned against getting too close to her. They'd only made it halfway to her house, but Archer found himself slowing their pace, oddly reluctant for the evening to end. So, what's your latest carving project? Daphne suddenly asked, her breath misting in the cool evening air. Archer tensed, caught a little off guard by the sudden shift in conversation. His first instinct was to deflect, but something in her expression made him pause. A ship, he admitted, shoving his hands in his pockets. 3-masted schooner. Working on the rigging details now. That sounds incredible. How do you get all those tiny ropes right? The genuine curiosity in her voice threw him. Most people's eyes would probably glaze over the moment he mentioned woodworking. Small tools, steady hands, lots of patience. Do you sketch it out first or just go for it? Both. Sometimes I'll rough out a design, but other times, he gestured with his hands trying to explain. The wood tells you what it wants to be. That sounds like my plants. Daphne's eyes lit up. Sometimes they have their own ideas about growing, no matter what you plan. Archer found himself nodding, surprised by the apt comparison. Exactly. This maple piece I'm working with now kept fighting me until I realized it wanted to be waves instead of calm water. How long have you been carving? Since I left the wing. The words slipped out. He stiffened, waiting for the inevitable probing questions about his past. But Daphne just smiled. It must be nice creating something beautiful with your hands instead of destroying things. The insight hit uncomfortably close to home. Archer studied her face in the streetlight, searching for any hint of manipulation or judgment. He found none. It's peaceful, he admitted quietly. They reached her front steps too soon for his liking. Daphne turned to face him, and the warmth in her expression made his chest tight in ways he didn't want to examine yet. I'd love to see your workshop sometime, she said, if you're willing to show me. The dragon in him preened at the idea of showing off his skills, while his more cautious side warned against letting anyone close. But looking at her hopeful expression, Archer found himself nodding. Maybe, sometime. Her brilliant smile made something flutter in his stomach. He needed to leave. Now, before he did something stupid, like return that smile or, worse, ask to see her again outside of their mission.
Chapter 15. Daphne. The doorbell chimed through Daphne's cozy cottage, and her heart did an unexpected little flutter. She smoothed down her sweater and took a deep breath, wondering why she felt so jittery about seeing Archer again. When she opened the door, the autumn breeze carried the aroma of coffee and pastries. Archer stood on her doorstep, looking impossibly put together in a leather jacket, holding 2 cups and a paper bag. You brought breakfast? Her surprise came out more pleased than she intended. Figured we'd need fuel for strategy. He handed her one of the coffees. The barista said you like vanilla lattes. You asked about my coffee order? Daphne accepted the cup, trying not to smile too broadly at his thoughtfulness. Don't make it weird. He followed her inside, his broad shoulders making her entryway seem smaller. "Where can we talk?" She led him to her living room, where potted plants lined every windowsill and vines crept decoratively up the walls. "Make yourself comfortable." Archer perched on her floral sofa like he expected it to bite him. "Your house is very green." She settled into her favorite armchair, tucking her legs under her. "So, about yesterday's attack?" The town was in complete chaos. He pulled out 2 chocolate croissants, handing her one. No organization, no plan. Daphne broke off a piece of pastry. "We need the townspeople working together, not running scared." "Exactly." Archer leaned forward, his intensity making her heart race. "If Carmen attacks again—" "When she attacks again," Daphne corrected. "When she attacks," he conceded. "We need everyone prepared, coordinated, not just hiding in shops hoping for the best." "We could organize defense groups," Daphne suggested, warming to the idea. "Get the witches, shifters, and other supernaturals working together instead of everyone fending for themselves." "It's not a terrible plan." Coming from Archer, that was practically a ringing endorsement. She grinned at him over her coffee cup. "Was that painful to admit?" His mouth twitched. Excruciating. Daphne set down her coffee cup and pulled out her phone. Her fingers soon hovered over Hugo's contact. She took a steadying breath and hit dial, putting it on speaker. "Daphne?" Hugo's voice crackled through. "Everything okay?" "More than okay. We have an idea." She glanced at Archer, who sat with his arms crossed. "We need to call an emergency town meeting." "We?" Hugo asked, his voice tinged with confusion. "Yes, we—" Archer's deep voice cut in. "Your sister and I think—" "Oh, you're there." Hugo's interruption made Daphne wince. "In my sister's house, how cozy." A small succulent on the windowsill sprouted tiny flowers in response to Daphne's irritation. "Hugo, focus. The town needs organization, structure. We can't just keep running and hiding every time Carmen attacks." "And what exactly do you propose?" "Defense groups," Daphne said, watching Archer nod in approval. "Getting everyone to work together instead of scrambling separately." Silence stretched across the line. Daphne's fingers twisted in her lap until one of her vines reached down to still them. Finally, Hugo sighed. "I suppose you're right." A pause. "But I'm not too thrilled about working with him." "Noted," Archer drawled. "Can you set up the meeting for this afternoon?" Daphne asked quickly before they could start bickering with each other again. "Fine, City Hall at noon." Hugo's voice softened. "Be careful, Daph." After hanging up, Daphne slumped back in her chair. "Well, that went better than expected." "Your brother really doesn't like me." Archer sounded almost amused. "Hugo just doesn't know you like I do." "And how exactly do you know me?" Archer's voice dropped lower, sending an unexpected shiver down her spine. "I just meant, well, how you're helping the town with Carmen and everything." She stumbled over her words, practically fleeing into her kitchen. The morning sunlight streaming through the window made the copper pots hanging on her wall gleam as she busied herself reorganizing already neat counters. Heavy footsteps followed her, and she could feel Archer's presence filling the small space. Her potted herbs on the windowsill stretched toward him as if curious about this new visitor. "Daphne." His warm fingers wrapped around her arm, turning her to face him. Her breath caught at their proximity. "Thank you for standing up for me these past few days, especially to your brother. You don't have to do that." She looked up into those coal-black eyes, finding them softer than usual. "Well, someone should." He suddenly blurted out, "Want to walk down to the harbor? We've got time before the meeting, and I could use some fresh air after being cooped up in that mansion." "Yes." She winced at her over-eager response. "I mean, that would be nice." He chuckled, a rich sound that made her stomach flip. "Grab your jacket, it's chilly out there." As she retrieved her coat from the hook by the door, she caught him examining her wall of hanging plants with what looked suspiciously like interest. When he noticed her watching, he quickly switched to his usual stern expression. "Ready?" He held the door open. Daphne slipped past him, trying not to notice how good he smelled. Like cedar, and something uniquely him. Ready. The salt-tinged breeze ruffled Daphne's hair as she walked alongside Archer at the harbor. The late morning sun sparkled off the water, making the boat's white hulls gleam. A few seagulls swooped overhead, their calls mixed with the gentle lapping of waves against the dock. Daphne snuck glances at Archer's profile. His jaw was strong and set, but his usual scowl had softened into something almost peaceful. His presence beside her felt solid and reassuring. "You're staring again," he said. Heat rushed to her face. "I was just thinking how different you look when you're not scowling at everyone." His lips twitched. "I don't scowl." "You're doing it right now," she said as she poked him, wondering if he'd be annoyed that she did that. But Archer just chuckled. "Watch yourself, witch." They reached the end of the pier, where fishing boats bobbed gently in their slips. A small patch of wildflowers had sprouted through the wooden planks. Without thinking, Daphne knelt down and touched them, making them grow fuller and stronger. "Show off," Archer muttered, but his tone held no bite. "Says the man who can turn into a dragon." He offered his hand to help her up, and Daphne's breath caught at the contact. His palm was warm, completely engulfing her smaller hand. "We should head to the meeting," he said, but didn't immediately let go. They walked to City Hall, their shoulders occasionally brushing. Daphne noticed how other pedestrians gave them a wide berth, but for once Archer's intimidating presence felt comforting rather than concerning. The City Hall steps loomed before them all too soon. Archer pulled the heavy door open, his other hand settling briefly on her lower back as she passed through. The gesture felt oddly protective, making her skin tingle even through her jacket. "Ready to face the firing squad?" she asked as they approached the meeting room. "With you as my partner?" His dark eyes met hers, intense and unblinking. "I think I can manage." Inside City Hall's grand meeting room, Daphne watched Archer command attention simply by standing. His presence radiated authority as he outlined their defense strategy to the packed room. "We'll establish patrol zones," he said, his deep voice carrying to every corner. "Each area will have a mix of different abilities, witches, shifters, elementals." Daphne stepped forward, offering a warm smile to balance Archer's intensity. "Think of it like a neighborhood watch, but with magic. We're stronger together than apart." "And what if Carmen attacks while we're organizing?" someone called out. "Then I'll handle her myself," Archer growled, drawing himself up to his full height. Daphne touched his arm lightly. "What Archer means is, we already have temporary measures in place while we implement the full plan." After the presentation, people gathered around them with questions. Daphne noticed how Archer tried to soften his usual scowl when speaking to a nervous young witch about protection spells. He was still intimidating, but there was something endearing about how he'd lower his voice and lean down slightly to seem less threatening. "You're actually pretty good with people when you try," Daphne whispered to him between conversations. "Don't sound so surprised." His lips quirked up. "I can be civilized." "Could have fooled me," she teased, then immediately busied herself with a question from an elderly shifter to hide her blush. Since when did his half-smiles make her heart flutter? An hour later, the crowd had thinned to just a few stragglers. Archer's jacket had come off, his sleeves rolled up to reveal strong forearms as he drew patrol routes on a map. Daphne forced herself to look away. This was strictly professional, she reminded herself firmly, even if he did look unfairly attractive when he was being helpful. "I think that went well," she said, focusing on organizing their notes. "Better than expected," he agreed. Hugo approached their table, his usual serious expression now softened by determination. Daphne's heart lifted at seeing her brother actually willing to work with Archer. "I've been thinking about safe zones," Hugo said, spreading out a new map. "We could designate certain buildings as shelters and reinforce them with protective spells." Archer leaned over the map, his broad shoulders casting a shadow across the paper. "The old bank building on Main has thick walls, easy to defend." "And the community center," Daphne added, watching with barely concealed delight as the two men nodded in agreement. A small vine curled happily around her wrist, responding to her mood. "We'll need evacuation routes," Hugo continued, drawing lines with his finger. "Multiple paths to each safe zone." "Underground tunnels would be better." Archer's deep voice carried authority but lacked its usual edge when addressing Hugo. Dragons can't maneuver well below ground. "That's actually brilliant," Hugo admitted. Daphne watched them work together, their previous antagonism forgotten in the face of protecting the town.
Chapter 16. Archer. Archer crouched behind a brick wall. The crisp October air carried the scent of pumpkin spice from the nearby cafe, mixing with Daphne's floral perfume as she pressed close beside him. He tried to ignore how her proximity made his pulse quicken. "There he is," Archer whispered, nodding toward Marcus Chen, a town planning official they'd been tailing for 3 days. "Right on schedule." "Just like clockwork," Daphne agreed, her breath warming his ear. "Same bench, same time." Marcus sat down and pulled out his phone, fingers flying across the screen. Archer's enhanced dragon vision allowed him to catch glimpses of the text messages. "Defense meeting scheduled for 7 p.m. at City Hall. Council bringing in reinforcements from coastal towns," Archer read aloud. "That information wasn't supposed to leave the war room." "Look at who he's sending it to," Daphne pointed out. The contact name read CK. "Carmen Kane," Archer growled. "Got you, you little snake." Marcus stood up and started walking away. As he walked past their hiding spot, Daphne stood up and stumbled slightly. Archer caught her by the waist, steadying her against his chest. The sweet scent of her hair made his head swim. "Sorry," she whispered, cheeks flushing pink. "I've got you." His voice came out rougher than intended. He cleared his throat. "We should head to the police station with this information." "Wait." Daphne's eyes sparkled with mischief. "One more thing first." She waved her hand, and suddenly Marcus yelped as vines sprouted through the sidewalk cracks, wrapping around his ankles. He dropped his phone in surprise, and Archer swooped in silently to grab it. "Nice trick," he said, unable to hold back a grin. "I have my moments." Daphne smiled back, and Archer felt something warm unfurl in his chest. Working with her this past week had been surprisingly enjoyable. More than enjoyable, if he was honest with himself. They headed toward the police station, the fallen leaves swirling around their feet. Marcus's phone felt heavy in Archer's pocket, solid evidence of Carmen's network of spies in town. Archer turned down Main Street, his long strides forcing Daphne to practically jog beside him. The confiscated phone burned in his pocket, reminding him of simpler times when he could have handled traitors his way, with fire and fury. The police station loomed ahead, its brick facade as uninviting as the prospect of working with law enforcement. Archer's dragon instincts bristled at the thought of handing over control to others. "We could just handle this ourselves," he muttered. "One quick flight to the cliffs, a little chat with Marcus." "By chat, you mean dangling him over the ocean until he talks?" "It would be effective." Daphne's laugh echoed off the buildings. "And completely against protocol. Besides, you agreed to play nice with the police." "I agreed to keep you safe," he corrected, holding the station door open for her. "The police are just an unfortunate side effect." The desk sergeant's eyes widened as Archer approached, recognition and fear battling across his features. Good. Fear meant respect, and respect meant efficiency. "We need Detective Morris," Archer announced, not bothering with pleasantries. "Now." "I'll go get him," the sergeant squeaked, practically running from his desk. Daphne elbowed him in the ribs. "You could try being less intimidating." "I could, but where's the fun in that?" Detective Morris appeared, looking harried. Archer tossed him the phone and explained the situation in clipped sentences. "We'll handle it from here," Morris assured them, pocketing the evidence. "You better," Archer growled. "What he means is thank you," Daphne interjected smoothly, steering Archer toward the exit. "We appreciate your help." Outside, the autumn sunlight painted Daphne's skin gold. She smelled like roses and possibility, and Archer found himself wondering when exactly he'd started noticing such things. "Come on, I'll walk you home." The words came out suddenly. Daphne's bright smile made him glad he'd offered. Such a gentleman, she teased, falling into step beside him. Don't spread it around. I have a reputation to maintain. He matched her shorter stride, watching how the sunlight played across her dark hair. Oh yes, the big bad dragon who terrifies small children and makes police officers nervous. Daphne's green eyes sparkled with mischief. Speaking of which, that poor desk sergeant looked ready to faint. Good. Fear is efficient. You're impossible. She laughed, the sound warming something in his chest he thought had gone cold years ago. So how's that ship model coming along? The schooner? Nearly done with the hull detail. Pride crept into his voice despite himself. The tricky part is getting the rigging exactly right. I'd love to see it sometime. Daphne's genuine interest made him pause mid-step. Want to see it now? The words tumbled out before he could second-guess them. Really? Her whole face lit up. I mean, yes, absolutely. My car's just around the corner. He gestured toward where he'd parked his Corvette earlier. The sleek black vehicle sat like a predator among the more mundane town cars. Still can't believe you drive this beauty, Daphne said, running her hand along the hood. A dragon with a sports car. Isn't that a bit redundant? Flying's great, but sometimes you want to feel the road. He opened the passenger door for her, catching another whiff of her rose perfume as she slipped past him. His dragon stirred, pleased by her proximity in his territory, even if that territory was just his car. Archer gripped the wheel tighter as the Corvette purred down the winding coastal road toward his mansion. What had possessed him to invite her to his sanctuary? His workshop was private, sacred even, the one place where he could truly be himself without judgment or expectations. Yet here he was, stealing glances at Daphne as she gazed out the window. The setting sun caught her profile, highlighting the curve of her cheek, the slight upturn of her lips. The sunset's gorgeous from up here, she said, breaking into his thoughts. He forced his attention back to the road. Focus. They had a mission. Carmen to stop, a town to save. He didn't have time for whatever this was, right? You know, for someone who invited me over, you're awfully quiet. Her teasing tone made his dragon stir with interest. Just thinking more about the ship model, he lied smoothly. It's actually not quite ready for viewing. I'm sure it's perfect, Mr. Perfectionist. Nothing's perfect. But his traitorous eyes drifted to her again. The road curved sharply, and Daphne slid slightly in her seat, her shoulder brushing his arm. The contact sent a jolt through. He downshifted perhaps more aggressively than necessary. What was wrong with him? He was Archer Hawke, feared dragon shifter. He didn't get flustered over pretty witches with kind eyes and clever tongues. Everything okay? Daphne asked. You seem tense. Fine, he growled, then immediately regretted his harsh tone. Just not used to company. I noticed. She smiled, and damn if it didn't make his chest tight. But you're doing great. Haven't growled at me once in the last 10 minutes. Despite himself, Archer felt his lips twitch. Give it time. The familiar path to his mansion stretched ahead, and with it came an unfamiliar sensation. Anticipation. He actually wanted to show her his work, to see her reaction to the intricate details he'd carved into the schooner's hull. He was definitely going soft, and somehow, watching Daphne's hair dance in the breeze from the open window, he couldn't bring himself to care. Archer soon pushed open the French doors to his workshop. The last few rays of sunlight streamed in through the glass panes and danced across his collection of finished wood carvings. The familiar scent of cedar and oak shavings filled his nose, mixing with Daphne's floral perfume as she stepped inside. This is incredible, Daphne breathed, moving toward a shelf where an intricately carved wolf pack stood frozen mid-run. Her fingers hovered over the detailed fur texture. You made all these? Yes. Pride swelled in his chest at her genuine amazement. He'd never shown anyone his workshop before, yet watching her explore it felt right. The detail is extraordinary. She moved to examine a miniature dragon, its scales individually carved and polished. Look at those wings. Her enthusiasm sparked something warm in him. The wings are the hardest part. Getting the membrane texture just right takes patience. And this lighthouse. Daphne circled a 3-foot model of the town's historic beacon. I can see every brick. Archer found himself drawn closer to her, his dragon instincts purring at her presence in his private space. Want to see what I'm working on now? At her eager nod, he led her to his workbench where the half-finished schooner sat. His tools lay precisely arranged nearby, each with its own purpose, each essential to creating the perfect detail. Oh my God, Archer. Daphne leaned in close, studying the intricate rope work along the deck. This is museum quality. Have you ever thought about selling these? He shrugged, distracted by how the light caught the gold flecks in her green eyes. Never had a reason to. You should consider it. People would pay good money for work like this. She turned to face him, her expression earnest. You have a real gift. The praise from her lips hit differently than any accolade he'd ever received. His dragon preened under her attention, and something shifted in him, a realization that made him freeze. He really was falling for her. The thought should have sent him running. Instead, watching her trace the carved railings of his ship with such care, all he wanted was to pull her closer. Damn it all to hell. When had this happened? How had this cheerful witch with her endless optimism and genuine heart managed to slip past his defenses? You're staring, Daphne said, a smile playing at her lips. Just making sure you don't break anything. The lie came easily. Chapter 17. Archer. Archer watched Daphne work her magic, both literal and figurative, on yet another potential informant. Her quick thinking had caught 3 of Carmen's suppliers in the past week alone. His dragon preened with pride at her cleverness, even as he maintained his stern facade. That's the 2nd store this morning, Daphne said, consulting her notes. Ready to admit my systematic approach is better than your intimidate everyone strategy? It worked, didn't it? He fought back a smirk as she rolled her eyes. Besides, my intimidation got us into the dragon scale yesterday, where I had to save you from starting a brawl. She bumped into him playfully. The casual contact sent warmth spreading through his chest. I had it under control. He didn't, but he'd never admit it. Her diplomatic skills had prevented what could have been an ugly scene with some of Carmen's more aggressive supporters. The late morning sun caught her hair as she laughed, bringing out auburn highlights that made his breath catch in his chest. Even his dragon stirred restlessly, wanting to curl around her protectively. The feeling had only grown stronger over their weeks together. Sure you did. She flipped through her notebook. Speaking of control, there's another gathering at the Claw tonight. We should go. Archer tensed. Those dragons won't listen. They're too set in their ways. Maybe, but I have to try. Her determination shone in her eyes. Everyone deserves a chance to choose what's right. And there it was, that unwavering optimism that had first drawn him in. His dragon rumbled with satisfaction as she outlined her latest plan to win over Carmen's followers. She was brilliant, passionate, and completely fearless in the face of creatures that could reduce her to ash. Fine, he conceded, unable to deny her anything when she looked at him like that. But I'm stepping in at the first sign of trouble. My hero, she teased, and his heart did something complicated in his chest. Archer watched her gather her things, fighting the urge to pull her close and confess everything. But the timing wasn't right. They had a job to do first. Still, as she chattered about their next move, he couldn't help thinking how perfectly she fit into his life, filling spaces he hadn't even known were empty. Later that day, Archer leaned against the wall of Hugo's office during their daily afternoon meeting. He crossed his arms as he listened to the latest intelligence report. His dragon prowled beneath his skin restlessly with the knowledge of the coming attack. A month, Hugo said, spreading maps across his desk. That's what 3 separate informants have confirmed. Plenty of time to prepare, Archer growled, his eyes tracking Daphne as she studied the tactical layouts. The sight of her biting her lower lip in concentration made his chest tighten. Or plenty of time for Carmen to gather more forces, Daphne pointed out. Let her. Archer pushed off the wall, stalking over to the desk. More dragons mean more potential allies if we can turn them. Hugo nodded, smiling. My sister's optimism is rubbing off on you, Hawke. Don't remind me. But Archer couldn't keep the warmth from his voice. Working with Daphne had changed him, softened his edges just enough to see other possibilities besides brute force. We should focus on the southeast entrance, Daphne said, pointing to the map. It's the most likely approach given the wind patterns. Smart thinking. Archer's dragon preened at her tactical insight. Dragons always prefer a tailwind for large-scale attacks. Speaking from experience? Hugo raised an eyebrow. Obviously, Archer smirked. I wasn't always this charming and diplomatic. Daphne snorted, the sound making his dragon rumble with pleasure. You? Diplomatic? Since when? Since your brother stopped arguing with me and started appreciating my expertise. More like since my sister started keeping you in line, Hugo muttered, but there was no heat in it. Their weeks of working together had forged an unexpected respect between them. Archer's retort died in his throat as Daphne's hand brushed his arm. Even that slight contact sent electricity racing through his veins. So, Daphne said, all business despite the slight flush in her cheeks. Shall we start executing our new defense measures? The next day, Archer watched Daphne demonstrate proper evacuation procedures to a group of townspeople, her hands animated as she spoke. His dragon hummed with satisfaction at how naturally she took charge. Remember, when you hear the third bell, head straight for the tunnels. No stopping for belongings, she explained. The tunnel walls are reinforced with protection spells. You'll be safe inside, Archer added. Later, as they inspected the underground passages, Archer's enhanced vision picked out every detail in the dim light. The support beam here needs strengthening. Already on it! Daphne touched the wooden beam, coaxing vines to wrap around and reinforce it. The sight of her magic at work never failed to captivate him. Show off, he muttered, earning a laugh that echoed through the tunnel. Says the dragon shifter who insisted on flexing during his demonstration of a proper fighting stance yesterday. You seemed impressed. His dragon preened at the memory of her staring at him during his training of the town's fighters. By your patience? Absolutely. She winked at him. Who knew you could go 10 whole minutes without growling at someone? Archer fought back a smile. I maintain my fearsome reputation through dedicated practice. Oh yes, terribly fearsome. She patted his arm. Especially when you were helping those kids practice their escape routes. His dragon rumbled with pleasure at her teasing. He had grown increasingly fond of working with her, though he'd never admitted aloud. Even now, covered in tunnel dust and checking evacuation routes for the 10th time, she radiated an infectious joy that drew him in. The northern tunnel still needs work, he said, changing the subject before he did something foolish like pulling her close. Lead the way, O fearsome one. She fell into step beside him, her presence warming his usually cold existence. And try not to growl at any more support beams. No promises, but his lips twitched upward as they continued their inspection, their banter echoing through the underground passages. Later that evening, Archer's boots clicked against the cobblestones as he walked beside Daphne, their shadows stretching long in the evening moonlight. His dragon hummed contentedly beneath his skin, a sensation he'd grown familiar with during these nightly walks. And then Nina actually tried to convince me that moonflowers aren't real, Daphne said, laughing. Me of all people. The nerve, Archer's lips twitched. Did you grow some right there to prove her wrong? Better. I made them bloom in rainbow colors. She demonstrated with a wave of her hand, creating a small shower of iridescent petals that danced around them before disappearing. His dragon tracked the movement, entranced by her casual display of magic. These evening walks had become the highlight of his day, though he'd die before admitting it out loud to her. Always showing off, he teased. Coming from the dragon who insisted on demonstrating proper aerial maneuvers 3 times today. They needed to see it done right. He stepped closer as a group of people passed, his protective instincts flaring. Speaking of which, your defensive stance still needs work. Always the teacher, she poked him playfully. Maybe I just like having you correct my form. The comment sent heat racing through his veins. His dragon stirred restlessly, wanting to wrap around her and never let go. Instead, he cleared his throat. Can't have you getting sloppy in a fight. They reached her doorstep too soon, as always. The porch light cast a warm glow over her features, making her eyes sparkle. His dragon urged him to close the distance between them, to finally act on the feelings that had been growing stronger each day. "Same time tomorrow?" she asked, fishing for her keys. "As if I'd let you walk alone." The words came out more possessive than he'd intended. "My protector." She smiled up at him, and for a moment, the rest of the world fell away. Then she was inside, the door closing between them, and Archer was left staring at the space where she'd been. His dragon rumbled in discontent, already counting the hours until tomorrow. Archer's wings cut through the cool night air, each powerful stroke carrying him higher above the sleeping town. The moon painted his crimson scales in silver, but his thoughts were far from the breathtaking view below. Daphne's laugh echoed in his memory, the way her eyes crinkled at the corners when she teased him about being fearsome. His dragon rumbled with pleasure at the memory, even as his human side tried to squash the feeling. "Get it together," he growled to himself, banking left toward his mansion. "She's sunshine incarnate, and you're, well, you—" The wind whipped past his wings as he descended, but it did nothing to cool the warmth in his chest whenever he thought of her. The way she faced down Carmen's followers without flinching. How she could turn his brooding into banter with just a few words. His claws touched down on his property, and he shifted back to human form, running a hand through his wind-tousled hair. "She's probably just being nice because she has to work with me. Professional courtesy." But his dragon disagreed, remembering how she defended him to the townspeople, how she sought out his company even when they weren't working. The way she looked at him sometimes when she thought he wasn't paying attention. "Stop it," he commanded himself, stalking toward his front door. "You're no good for her. She deserves someone who can match her optimism, not a grumpy dragon who spent years pushing everyone away." Yet even as he tried to convince himself, his dragon paced restlessly beneath his skin, already anticipating tomorrow's meeting. One thing was certain: he was completely and utterly doomed for falling in love with a human witch.
Chapter 18. Daphne. Daphne watched as Archer signed the last of the paperwork with an impatient flourish. The fluorescent lights of the police station cast harsh shadows across his sharp features, but even they couldn't diminish his commanding presence. A small smile tugged at her lips as she remembered how he'd initially bristled at the idea of working with law enforcement. "Something amusing?" Archer's deep voice cut through her thoughts, one eyebrow raised as he caught her staring at him. "Just thinking about how you used to growl every time we mentioned bringing the police in." The autumn sunlight streaming through the station windows painted golden streaks across his auburn hair. "Now look at you, filling out forms like a model citizen." "I still say we could handle this ourselves." He crossed his arms, the movement drawing her attention to the way his shirt stretched across his broad shoulders. "But your way has merit." The grudging admission made her heart flutter. These past 3 weeks had transformed their relationship from reluctant partners to something that felt remarkably like friendship. Gone was the rigid formality, replaced by comfortable banter and shared looks that sometimes lasted a beat too long. Did the great Archer Hawke just admit I was right about something? Daphne pressed her hand to her chest. Should we alert the media? His coal black eyes narrowed, but she caught the slight upturn of his lips. "Don't push your luck, witch." The nickname sent a warm shiver down her spine that she desperately tried to ignore. Friends? They were just friends, nothing more. Even if sometimes, when he looked at her like that, with that intensity that seemed to burn right through her. Earth to Daphne. Archer's voice snapped her back to reality. "The paperwork's done, unless you'd like to spend the rest of the day admiring the station's lovely decor." "Right, sorry." She gathered her things, hoping he hadn't noticed her momentary distraction. Just lost in thought. Dangerous habit. He placed his hand on the small of her back, guiding her toward the exit. The casual touch shouldn't have affected her so much, but her skin tingled even through her sweater. Daphne's stomach rumbled as they stepped out into the crisp early evening air. The sun hung low on the horizon, painting the sky in shades of amber and rose that reminded her of Archer's hair. Hungry? Archer's lips quirked up at the sound. I know a place around the corner, my treat. You don't have to. I want to. His tone brooked no argument, making her heart skip. Unless you'd prefer to debate about it while we both starve. The restaurant turned out to be a cozy Italian place, all exposed brick and warm lighting. The hostess seated them at a corner booth, and Daphne sank into the plush cushions with a contented sigh. "This is nice," she said, breathing in the aroma of garlic and fresh bread. "I didn't even know this place existed." Best lasagna in town. Archer's commanding presence seemed to fill the space between them, and they don't water down their wine. As they looked over their menus, Daphne noticed movement from across the room. A man at another table was staring at Archer with undisguised hostility. The look in his eyes made her skin prickle with unease. "Archer?" she whispered, leaning forward. "That man over there, could he be working for Carmen?" Archer didn't even turn around. "Dark hair, expensive suit, looks like he's sucking on a lemon." "That's the one." "Not Carmen's." His jaw tightened almost imperceptibly. "Just someone from my past who thinks they know me." The waiter arrived before she could respond, and Archer ordered for them both with the easy confidence that seemed to come naturally to him. Daphne found herself watching the way his hands moved as he spoke, strong and sure. "So," she said, determined to lighten the mood, "are you going to tell me what makes this lasagna the best in town, or do I have to guess?" His dark eyes warmed as he launched into an unexpectedly passionate defense of proper pasta layering, and Daphne felt herself relax. As they ate dinner, the wine had loosened something in Daphne, making her brave enough to venture into territory she'd avoided until now. The candlelight caught the planes of Archer's face as he finished his lasagna, and she found herself leaning forward. "Can I ask you something?" Her fingers traced the rim of her wineglass. "About your past?" Archer's shoulders tensed, his jaw tightening. For a moment, she thought he'd shut down completely. Then he took a long drink of his wine. "What do you want to know?" "Why did you really leave your wing?" His eyes locked onto hers, searching. The silence filled the space between them until Daphne thought she'd made a terrible mistake. Then he spoke, his voice low and controlled. "I was second in command of the Black Claw Wing. We were brutal. Effective." He tapped his finger against the table. "I was one of their best fighters, helped keep the other wings in line through force." Daphne's heart quickened as he continued, his words precise and measured. "We had a contentious relationship with Saltwater Grove. My wing leader enjoyed antagonizing the town, showing our superiority." His lip curled, but that wasn't what ended it. He crossed a line I couldn't ignore. Nothing to do with the town. We fought, violently. The candlelight caught a faint scar along his jaw that Daphne had never noticed before. "So I did the one thing that would hurt him most." A dark smile played across Archer's lips. "I went to the council with proof of everything illegal the wing had been doing, things they'd suspected but could never prove. In exchange for my testimony, I got immunity, took my share of the wing's wealth, and bought my mansion." He drained his wineglass. "And that's why half the town thinks I'm a traitor and the other half thinks I'm a monster." The weight of his confession hung in the air between them. Daphne sat perfectly still, processing everything he'd revealed, understanding for the first time why he kept himself so isolated. Daphne started twisting her napkin in her lap, gathering courage before meeting Archer's intense gaze. "Do you regret it?" she asked softly. "Turning them in?" Archer's finger tapped against the table once, twice, before he answered. "No, I regret being part of it in the first place. Regret that my reasons for leaving weren't more noble." His lips quirked into a self-deprecating smile. "I didn't do it to save the town or right any wrongs. I did it because I was angry." The admission touched something deep inside Daphne. Here was the feared dragon shifter, The one who made townspeople cross the street when they saw him coming, sharing his vulnerabilities with her. Her heart swelled with the trust he was placing in her. "But you're making up for it now," she said, reaching across the table to touch his hand. His skin was warm beneath her fingers, and she felt him tense briefly before relaxing. "You're helping protect the town from Carmen. That counts for something." "Does it?" His voice was gruff, but he hadn't pulled his hand away. "Or am I just finding another excuse to fight?" "You could have said no when the council asked for help." Daphne smiled, remembering their first meeting. "In fact, you did say no, until someone convinced you otherwise." "Someone rather persistent," he agreed, his eyes softening as they met hers, with an annoying habit of seeing the best in people. "Not annoying," she protested, laughing. "Optimistic. There's a difference." "If you say so." He turned his hand over beneath hers. His thumb brushed across her knuckles, making her pulse quicken. "Though I'm starting to think you might be right about a few things." The waiter approached with fresh bread, and Daphne reluctantly withdrew her hand, her skin tingling where he'd touched her. She watched as Archer's commanding presence returned, ordering more wine with the casual authority that seemed so natural to him. Daphne soon dabbed her napkin at the corner of her mouth, savoring the last bite of tiramisu. The evening had flown by, each moment with Archer making her forget about Carmen and the looming threat to their town. Her phone buzzed, another text from Hugo reminding her about their meeting. "I should get going," she said reluctantly. "Hugo's expecting me." Archer's eyes fixed on her with that intensity that gave her butterflies in her stomach. "I'll walk you." "No need," she smiled, touched by his protectiveness. "Hugo's place isn't far, and you've already treated me to dinner. It's not safe to walk alone." His jaw set in that stubborn way she was becoming familiar with. "I'm a witch, remember?" She wiggled her fingers, making a small vine sprout from the centerpiece. "I can handle myself." He looked unconvinced. "Daphne, really, I'm fine." She stood before he could argue further. "Thank you for dinner, and for trusting me earlier." Something softened in his expression. "Be careful." The cobblestone streets were quiet as Daphne walked toward Hugo's house, her boots clicking against the stones. The air held that particular autumn crispness that made everything feel sharper, more alive. She hummed to herself, still warm from the wine and Archer's company. A twig snapped behind her. Daphne spun around, her magic tingling at her fingertips. The street looked empty, but the shadows between buildings seemed deeper than before. She quickened her pace, all too aware of how the streetlights created pools of light with dark spaces between them. Her heart hammered as she reached for her phone. Maybe Archer had been right about walking alone, but calling him now would mean admitting he was right, and besides, she was almost to Hugo's. She didn't dare look back, but she could feel it, someone or something watching her every move. Chapter 19. Daphne. Daphne's boots clicked quicker against the cobblestones, each step echoing in the quiet street. The hair on the back of her neck stood up as that sensation of being watched intensified. She wished she had taken Archer up on his offer to walk her. His solid presence would have been comforting right about now. "Should have let your dragon boyfriend escort you." The voice made her freeze. A figure stepped out of the shadows ahead, blocking her path. Even in the dim streetlight, she recognized Ned's sharp features and predatory smile. Her heart hammered against her ribs as she took an instinctive step back. "I don't know what you're talking about," Daphne said, proud that her voice remained steady despite her trembling hands. Ned's laugh held no warmth. "Oh, we've been watching, seeing you try to turn our dragons against us, getting cozy with Hawke." He took a step closer. "Carmen's not happy about either of those things." Daphne's magic tingled in her fingertips, ready to call forth any plant life nearby. But would vegetation be enough against a dragon shifter? Her mind raced through possible escape routes. "Tell me," Ned continued, What would the mighty Archer Hawke do if something unfortunate happened to his little witch? His eyes gleamed with malice. Would he finally stop playing nice and show his true colors? If you're trying to intimidate me, you'll have to do better than that. Daphne lifted her chin, channeling some of Archer's defiance. I won't stop helping the town just because you make threats. Brave words. Ned's smile widened, showing too many teeth. But bravery won't save you when you're alone in the dark with a dragon. He took another deliberate step forward. And right now, little witch, you're very alone. The street suddenly felt much darker, the distance to Hugo's house impossibly far. Daphne's fingers curled into fists as she tried to keep her rising panic at bay. She wasn't some helpless damsel. She had magic. She had training. But against a dragon shifter? Her mouth went dry as Ned's eyes began to glow with an inner fire. Daphne's feet pounded against the pavement as she started to run, her heart thundering in her chest. Archer! The name tore from her throat, echoing off the empty buildings. She knew he was probably too far to hear, but she couldn't stop herself from calling out for him. Behind her, the sound of bones cracking and flesh transforming made her stomach lurch. She didn't dare look back, but the whoosh of massive wings told her Ned had shifted. This is definitely not how I planned my evening going, she muttered, ducking into an alley. Her fingers traced the air, willing the ivy growing up the building walls to thicken and spread. The vines responded sluggishly, nothing like Hugo's instant botanical barriers. Come on, come on! A blast of hot air hit her back as Ned's dragon form landed at the alley entrance. The impact shook the ground, making her stumble. The ivy finally sprang to life, creating a temporary wall between them. It wouldn't hold long, but it gave her precious seconds to keep running. Note to self, she panted, sprinting through the back streets. Ask Hugo for more combat training. If I survive this... A deafening roar split the air as Ned burst through her makeshift barrier. Talons scraped against brick and concrete as he pursued her. Daphne's magic reached out desperately, coaxing any plant life she could find. Flower boxes erupted with sudden growth, thorny vines wrapping around Ned's legs. Tree branches bent down to block his path. But each obstacle only slowed him for moments. Her magic wasn't meant for fighting. It was meant for nurturing life, for making things grow and bloom. Still, she refused to give up. Archer! She screamed again, her voice growing hoarse. If you can hear me, I could really use some backup right about now. She rounded another corner, her lungs burning. A flash of movement overhead made her leap forward just as Ned's claws swept through the space where she'd been. The wind from his wings nearly knocked her off her feet. At least he can't make those awful threats in dragon form, she gasped. Daphne's back pressed against rough brick as Ned's massive dragon form loomed over her, his wings spread wide to block any escape route. Her magic had run dry, every plant within reach already spent in her desperate attempts to escape. Heat radiated from Ned's scales as he drew back his head, preparing to strike. Suddenly, a thunderous roar split the night air. A blur of crimson scales crashed into Ned, sending both dragons tumbling across the street. Daphne's knees nearly buckled with relief as she recognized Archer's distinctive red coloring. The two dragons clashed in a fury of teeth and claws. Archer fought with a savagery she'd never witnessed before, his attacks precise yet brutal. His tail whipped around to slam Ned into a building, sending bricks cascading down. When Ned tried to take flight, Archer's jaws clamped down on his wing, yanking him back to earth. The raw power of their battle made the ground shake. Daphne pressed herself against the wall, unable to look away. She'd seen Archer fight before during their investigations, but this was different. His movements held a desperate edge, an almost personal fury in every strike. Ned managed to rake his claws across Archer's chest, drawing blood. Archer's answering roar of rage echoed off the buildings. He didn't even seem to notice the injury, launching himself at Ned with renewed intensity. His attacks grew more aggressive, driving Ned back step by step. The look in Archer's eyes sent a shiver down Daphne's spine. Not from fear, but from the realization that his fierce protectiveness was for her. He wasn't just fighting to win, he was fighting because Ned had threatened her. Ned attempted to blast Archer with fire, but Archer twisted away, his own flames catching Ned's wing. The smell of burned scales filled the air as Ned screamed in pain. Archer pressed his advantage, his claws leaving deep gouges in Ned's side. Blood dripped from both dragons now as they circled each other. Archer positioned himself between Ned and Daphne, his wings spread wide in an unmistakably protective stance. His tail lashed back and forth as he advanced on Ned, each step deliberate and menacing. Daphne watched as Archer's relentless assault finally broke Ned's resolve. The lieutenant took to the sky with labored wing beats, leaving a trail of blood droplets in his wake. Her hands trembled as the adrenaline began to fade, leaving her knees weak. The massive red dragon that was Archer watched Ned's retreat until he disappeared into the night sky. Then his form shimmered and contracted, scales melting away until he stood before her in his human form. His auburn hair was disheveled, and his black t-shirt had tears across the chest where Ned's claws had struck. "Are you hurt?" His deep voice carried an edge of urgency she'd never heard before. Blood trickled from a cut above his eyebrow, but he seemed oblivious to his own injuries. Daphne couldn't form words. The image of those massive dragons locked in combat, of Archer's savage protection, kept replaying in her mind. Instead of speaking, she closed the distance between them and wrapped her arms around his waist, pressing her face against his chest. His heartbeat thundered against her cheek, still racing from the fight. For a moment, Archer went rigid at the contact. Then, to her amazement, his arms encircled her, pulling her closer. One hand spread across her back while the other cradled her head. He held her like she might disappear if he loosened his grip. "I caught Ned's scent on the wind," he murmured into her hair. "When I heard you call for me." His arms tightened fractionally. "I've never flown so fast in my life." The warmth of his embrace and the rumble of his voice in his chest began to chase away the lingering fear. Daphne breathed in his scent. Wood shavings and something distinctly dragon, like smoke and spice. Her fingers clutched at the back of his shirt, and she felt him shift to better shelter her with his body. They stood like that for several long moments, neither willing to be the first to let go. Archer's thumb traced small circles on her back, and Daphne felt the last of her tension dissolve under his touch. Daphne reluctantly pulled back from Archer's embrace, though his warmth lingered on her skin. Her fingers fidgeted with the hem of her shirt as she recounted Ned's threats. "He said they've been watching us, that Carmen's not happy about—" She swallowed hard. "About me trying to turn the dragons against her, and about us working together." Archer's jaw clenched, his eyes flickering with that dangerous fire she'd seen during the fight. "What else?" "He wanted to know what you'd do if something happened to your little witch." Daphne attempted a light laugh, but it came out shaky. "Apparently they think targeting me will make you show your true colors." A low growl rumbled in Archer's chest. "You're staying with me until this is over." "I can't just move in with you," she protested, though her heart skipped at the thought. "What about my things? My brother would have a fit." "Your brother will understand when I tell him Ned just tried to kill you." Archer stepped closer, his presence overwhelming her personal space. "This isn't a request, Daphne." She crossed her arms, lifting her chin. "You can't just order me around, you know. I'm not one of your wing members." "No, you're much more stubborn." His expression softened slightly. "Please, I need to know you're safe." Daphne's resolve wavered at the genuine concern in his voice. "You're not going to let this go, are you?" "Not a chance." He reached out to brush a loose strand of hair from her face.
Chapter 20. Archer. Archer's knuckles whitened on the Corvette's steering wheel as he sped through the darkened streets. His dragon still roared beneath his skin. The urge to shift and hunt down Ned was nearly overwhelming. The memory of finding Ned in his dragon form cornering Daphne replayed in his mind. His dragon blood had never burned hotter. The primal rage that coursed through him had been unlike anything he'd experienced in all his years of fighting. The mere thought of Ned's claws anywhere near Daphne made his vision blur red. His enhanced hearing picked up Daphne's steady heartbeat in the passenger seat, the sound anchoring him to the present. When he'd swooped down and seen her backed against that wall, something fundamental had shifted inside him. The realization that she'd become essential to his world hit him like a physical blow. "You're sure you weren't hurt?" He glanced at her for the 10th time since they'd started driving. "I'm fine." Daphne's voice was steady, though her hands twisted in her lap. "Thanks to you." The streetlights cast alternating shadows across her face. His enhanced vision caught every detail. The slight tremor in her fingers, the way she kept checking the side mirrors. His protective instincts surged. "Pack whatever you need quickly." He pulled up to her house, scanning the area for threats. "I don't want us exposed any longer than necessary." "Archer, are you sure about this? I don't want to impose—" "This isn't up for discussion." The words came out harsher than intended. He softened his tone. "Please, I need to keep you safe." The admission cost him, but the relief in her eyes made it worth it. She nodded and slipped out of the car. Archer followed close behind with every sense alert for danger. His dragon prowled beneath his skin, ready to emerge at the first signs of trouble. The night air carried only normal scents. Cut grass, car exhaust, the lingering sweetness of Daphne's floral magic. But he couldn't relax. Inside her small house, he positioned himself by the window while she packed, watching the street. The sound of drawers opening and closing and hangers sliding across metal rods filled the silence. His mind kept replaying Ned's attack, imagining worse outcomes. If he'd been a minute later... "Ready?" Daphne appeared with a small suitcase and overnight bag. Archer took both bags before she could protest. "Let's go." The drive to his mansion was tense, neither speaking as he took evasive routes to ensure they weren't being followed. Only when they passed through his gates did some of the tension ease from his shoulders. Daphne was under his protection now, and he'd tear apart anyone who tried to harm her. Archer shouldered open the heavy oak door to his best guest suite, depositing Daphne's bags inside. Moonlight streamed through floor-to-ceiling windows, casting silver patterns across the plush carpet. His enhanced senses caught the lingering scent of wood polish and fresh linens. His housekeeper had been thorough, even though he never had visitors. "Bathrooms through there." He gestured to a door on the right. "Kitchen's downstairs if you get hungry." Daphne wandered to the center of the room, her fingers trailing along the carved bedposts. "This is beautiful." Pride swelled within him. He'd carved those bedposts himself, though he wasn't about to admit it. The dragon in him preened at providing such luxurious shelter for her. He turned to leave, his boots silent on the thick carpet. His protective instincts screamed to stay close, but she probably needed space after everything that happened. "Archer?" Her voice was soft, uncertain. "Would you mind staying? Just for a little while?" He froze, one hand on the doorframe. The request caught him completely off guard. People didn't ask him to stay. They usually couldn't wait for him to leave. But there was something in her tone that made his chest ache. The memory of her pressed against him after the attack, trembling but trying so hard to be brave, flashed through his mind. His dragon rumbled with the need to comfort and to protect. He turned back slowly and studied her face. The usual sparkle in her green eyes was dimmed, though she managed a small smile. She'd put on a brave face during the drive, but now he could see the evening's events had shaken her more than she let on. Archer settled on the edge of the four-poster bed. The moonlight streaming through the windows cast shadows from his wood carvings across Daphne's face. His dragon instincts still bristled at the night's events, but her presence next to him had an oddly calming effect. "Tell me more about your plans for the shop on Belladonna Boulevard," he said, keeping his voice low and gentle. "The one you mentioned before?" Her eyes lit up, pushing away some of the fear from earlier. "Well, the front window is perfect for displays. I could showcase seasonal arrangements, maybe even some of your wood carvings mixed in." His dragon preened at the thought of his work displayed alongside her creations. She shifted closer as she spoke, her shoulder brushing against his arm. "And there's this amazing space in the back that would make the perfect greenhouse," she continued. "I could grow rare specimens, maybe even some magical varieties. Her enthusiasm was infectious. Archer found himself leaning in, drawn by her animated gestures and the way her eyes sparkled when she described her vision. The scent of roses and earth that always clung to her filled his senses. Without thinking, he placed his hand on her thigh. The touch sent electricity through his palm. His dragon roared to claim her, mark her, make her his, but he held back. To his surprise, instead of pulling away, Daphne placed her hand over his. Her fingers were warm and delicate against his skin. The simple gesture made his heart pound harder than any battle ever had. "The windows face east," she said softly, "so the morning light would fill the whole space." They were so close now he could count her eyelashes, see the flecks of gold in her green eyes. It would take nothing to close that final distance, to taste those lips that had been tempting him for weeks. His dragon demanded it, but the memory of her fear earlier held him back. Daphne's enthusiastic smile faded, her shoulders slumping. "Who am I kidding? My shop's gone. Insurance will barely cover the damage, let alone fund a new location. And Belladonna Boulevard?" She shook her head. "That dream's probably dead." Without thinking again, Archer laced his fingers through hers where they rested on her lap. Her skin felt like silk against his palm, sending sparks of electricity up his arm. His dragon practically purred at the contact. "You're one of the most stubborn people I've ever met," he said, "and I've known some hard-headed dragons. If anyone can make this happen, it's you." The warmth of her hand in his consumed his thoughts. In all his life, he'd never experienced anything like this. This overwhelming need to protect, to comfort, to claim. His heart thundered so loud he was certain she must hear it. Daphne squeezed his hand, her thumb brushing across his knuckles. "Thank you for believing in me and for saving my life tonight." The moonlight caught the tears gathering in her eyes, making them sparkle like emeralds. Her lips parted slightly as she looked up at him, and every instinct in his body screamed at him to close the distance between them, to taste those perfect lips, to make her his. His dragon clawed at his control, demanding he claim her here and now. But he couldn't, even if holding her hand felt more right than anything had in his entire life. So he stayed still, fighting every urge to pull her closer, memorizing the feel of her fingers intertwined with his. For now, this would have to be enough. Daphne's delicate yawn broke the spell between them. Archer's dragon instincts immediately shifted from wanting to claim her to ensuring she got proper rest after her ordeal. "You should sleep," he said, reluctantly releasing her hand. The loss of contact left his palm cold and empty. "I suppose you're right." Daphne's voice held a note of disappointment that made his heart skip. "Thank you again, Archer, for everything." He stood, forcing himself to step away before he did something foolish, like pull her into his arms. "Get some rest. I'll be down the hall if you need anything." Back in his own bedroom, Archer paced the length of the spacious room, his bare feet silent on the hardwood floors. The scent of roses and earth still clung to his clothes, driving his dragon half mad with wanting. He stripped off his shirt, hoping the cool night air would clear his head. It didn't help. "Damn it," he muttered. There was no more denying it. He was completely, irrevocably in love with Daphne Throne. The realization should have terrified him. Instead, it felt like the most natural thing in the world, as inevitable as the sunrise. His dragon prided itself at the admission, but reality crashed back quickly. Carmen's threat loomed over them like storm clouds. Getting involved now would only put Daphne in more danger. And even if they survived this mess, Archer caught his reflection in the window, scarred, dangerous, marked by his violent past. What right did he have to pursue someone as pure-hearted as Daphne? She deserved better than an X-Wing enforcer with blood on his hands. "She's too good for you," he told his reflection. His dragon snarled in disagreement, but Archer knew it was true. He'd protect her, keep her safe until this crisis passed. Then she'd go back to her flowers and sunshine, and he'd return to his solitude. It was better that way. But as he lay in bed, all he could think about was the softness of her hand in his, and how perfectly she fit against him when she'd hugged him earlier. Sleep would elude him tonight.
Chapter 21. Daphne. Daphne squinted against the morning sun as she planted her feet firmly in the damp grass of Archer's sprawling backyard. The crisp autumn air nipped at her cheeks as she watched him pace before her, all commanding presence and authority. "You need to learn how to defend yourself better," Archer said, rolling up his sleeves. "And since I'm the only dragon around who won't actually kill you—" "How reassuring." Daphne crossed her arms. "I'm not exactly built for combat." "Neither is a rose, but it still has thorns." He smirked. "Show me what you've got." Before she could respond, Archer stepped back and transformed. His massive red-scaled form towered over her, his wings spread wide. Daphne's heart raced. Even knowing this was Archer, the sight was still intimidating. She summoned vines from the ground, trying to wrap them around his legs. He easily broke free and huffed what seemed like a dragon's version of laughter. "This isn't funny." Daphne sent more plants his way, but they were too weak, too easily brushed aside. After 15 minutes of failed attempts, frustration bubbled up inside her. "I can't do this!" Archer shifted back, his expression stern. "You're holding back. Stop thinking like a florist and start thinking like someone who needs to survive." He stepped closer, his voice dropping. "Picture Ned coming at you again. Remember how that felt?" The memory of last night flashed through her mind. The fear, the helplessness, her jaw clenched. "Channel that," Archer continued. "Get creative, get angry. Plants aren't just pretty, they can strangle, poison, trap." He transformed again, this time lunging toward her. Daphne's instincts kicked in. She called forth thick, thorny vines that shot up from multiple directions, weaving together in a net pattern. Oak branches erupted from the ground, forming a cage. Poison ivy snaked around his wings. To her shock, Archer actually struggled against the bonds. His tail thrashed, but the plants held firm. After a moment, he stilled, and she could have sworn his dragon eyes looked impressed. He shifted back, still partially tangled. "Now that's more like it." "Really?" Daphne couldn't help but beam. "Don't get cocky, we're just getting started." But there was pride in his voice as he freed himself from the last of her vines. "Again, this time I won't go so easy on you." Daphne wiped sweat from her brow as Archer shifted back into his dragon form. His massive, red-scaled body gleamed in the morning light, and she couldn't help but admire how graceful he looked despite his size. She shook off the distracting thought as he crouched, ready to spring. This time when he lunged, she was ready. Thick brambles shot up in a defensive wall while she rolled to the side. His tail swept toward her legs, but she caught it with a tangle of kudzu vines. The plant's rapid growth nearly trapped his whole lower body before he broke free with a powerful snap of his muscles. Her heart raced with exhilaration rather than fear now. She was getting better at this, learning to think 3 moves ahead. When he dove at her from above, she created a canopy of interlocked branches that forced him to veer off course. His eyes glinted with what she hoped was approval as he circled her. The next attack came faster, a blast of heat that singed the grass near her feet. Daphne yelped but managed to raise a thick wall of water-heavy plants that absorbed most of the heat. "Huh?" she called out. "Didn't expect that, did you?" His answering rumble sounded suspiciously like a chuckle. He landed and shifted back to human form, running a hand through his disheveled auburn hair. "Not bad. You're starting to think like a fighter instead of a gardener." "I'll take that as a compliment." Daphne dropped onto a patch of soft grass she'd grown, catching her breath. "Though I have to say, you're a surprisingly good teacher. Patient, even." "Don't sound so shocked." He sat beside her, close enough that she could feel the heat radiating from him. "I can be patient when it matters." "When it matters?" She raised an eyebrow at him. "You matter," he revealed, looking away. "I mean, your safety matters. Can't have you getting grabbed by Ned again." Daphne felt warmth spread through her chest. "Well, thank you. I actually feel like I could handle myself now, at least long enough to get help or escape." "That's the point, though hopefully you won't need to test it." He stood and offered her his hand. "Ready for some hand-to-hand combat training?" She took his hand, trying to ignore how right it felt in hers. Bring it on." Daphne watched as Archer demonstrated a combination punch, his movements fluid and precise. The morning sun highlighted the defined muscles of his arms as he moved, and she forced herself to focus on the technique rather than his physique. "Like this?" She mimicked his movements, throwing a jab followed by a cross. "Better than I expected." His dark eyes sparked with approval. "Your form is natural. Try it again, but this time pivot your back foot more." She repeated the combination, satisfaction flooding through her as her fist cut through the air with more power. Perfect. Archer's praise sent an unexpected thrill through her. Now let's add a hook to that sequence. He positioned himself behind her, his chest barely brushing her back as he guided her arm through the motion. His proximity made her pulse quicken, and she caught a hint of his cedar and smoke scent that was uniquely him. "You're picking this up fast," he murmured near her ear. "Most people take days to get these combinations right." As she worked through the moves, Daphne marveled at this side of Archer. Gone was the brooding loner who'd first opened his door to her and Hugo. In his place stood a patient instructor who seemed genuinely invested in her progress. "Your right cross is getting stronger," he noted. "Though you're telegraphing your hook a bit, try keeping your elbow in until the last moment." "Like this?" She demonstrated the adjusted movement. "Much better." He nodded, satisfaction evident in his expression. "At this rate, you'll be taking down dragons in no time." Daphne laughed. "I think I'll leave the dragon fighting to you." "Don't sell yourself short." His tone grew serious. "You're stronger than you give yourself credit for." The intensity in his gaze made her breath hitch. There was something there, something more than just a teacher's pride in his student. But before she could analyze it further, he cleared his throat. "Now for self-defense," Archer announced, his commanding tone sending a shiver down Daphne's spine. "If someone grabs you from behind..." He stepped close, his chest pressing against her back as his arms encircled her waist. Daphne's breath caught. The heat of his body seeped through her t-shirt, and this time his cedar smoke scent wrapped around her like a blanket. "Drop your center of gravity," he instructed, his breath tickling her ear. "Then drive your elbow back, like this." His large hands guided her through the motion, and Daphne struggled to focus on the technique rather than how perfectly she seemed to fit against him. Her mind wandered to last night. Sitting on her bed, his fingers intertwined with hers as she'd poured out her fears. The tenderness in his eyes had made her heart skip. "You're not paying attention," Archer growled softly. "Sorry," Daphne mumbled, heat flooding her cheeks. "Show me again?" He demonstrated another hold break, his movements precise yet gentle. When his fingers brushed her bare arm, electricity sparked through her veins. She noticed his breathing had grown slightly uneven too. "Now you try at full speed," he said, voice rougher than before. "Break free." Daphne executed the move, but miscalculated her pivot. She spun directly into his chest, her hands landing on his muscles to catch herself. Their faces were inches apart. His black eyes darkened as they dropped to her lips. "That's not..." He cleared his throat. "That's not quite right." Neither of them moved. Daphne's heart thundered in her chest as she felt his hands tighten slightly on her waist. The air crackled with tension. "Show me the correct way," she whispered, hardly trusting her voice. Archer swallowed hard. "Right. The correct way." But still he didn't step back, his gaze intense as it roamed her face. Her fingers splayed across his chest, feeling the steady thrum of his heartbeat beneath her palms. "Daphne," he murmured, his voice rough with something that made her stomach flip. He dipped his head closer, and her eyes fluttered shut. Then suddenly his entire body tensed. His head snapped up, jaw clenching as his gaze fixed on something in the sky. The sudden shift in his demeanor sent a chill down her spine. "What is it?" She turned in his grip, following his line of sight. A dark shape cut through the clouds, wings spread wide against the late morning sun. "Is that..." "A dragon," Archer growled, his hands sliding from her waist to her shoulders. "Coming straight for us." Daphne squinted against the glare. Friend of yours? I don't have friends, he grumbled. And any dragon stupid enough to enter my territory uninvited isn't looking for a social call. The approaching dragon was still too far to make out details, but its trajectory left little doubt about its destination. Daphne's pulse quickened, though more from anticipation than fear. After their training session, she felt ready for anything. Should I start growing some thorny surprises? She wiggled her fingers, already feeling the earth's energy humming beneath her feet. Archer's low chuckle rumbled through his chest. Eager to test your new skills? Well, you did say I needed practice. She grinned up at him. That I did. His hand squeezed her shoulders once before letting go. But first, let's see who our uninvited guest is.
Chapter 22. Archer. Archer positioned himself between Daphne and the approaching dragon, his muscles tensed, ready to shift at a moment's notice as adrenaline coursed through his veins. The massive bronze dragon hovered at the edge of his property, wings stirring up dust and fallen leaves in rhythmic gusts. I can handle myself now, Daphne protested behind him. You did just spend the last couple of hours training me. Humor me, Archer replied, not taking his eyes off the intruder. His protective instincts were in overdrive, especially after Ned's attack. The stranger shifted and transformed into a lean man with dark hair who immediately raised his hands in surrender. He stayed at the edge of the property, keeping his distance. Archer's nostrils flared as he scented the air, but detected no familiar markers. This wasn't someone from his past. Still, that meant nothing. I just want to talk, the man called out. His voice carried across the yard, steady but cautious. Archer's jaw clenched. He didn't recognize this shifter, which made him even more suspicious. In his experience, unexpected visitors rarely brought good news. 5 minutes, Archer barked, crossing his arms. Convince me you're not the enemy before I decide to show you exactly why people still tell stories about me. He felt Daphne's silent amusement at his posturing, but ignored it. Sometimes a little intimidation went a long way. The stranger stood there, hesitating, and Archer's patience began to wear thin. He flexed his shoulders, feeling the dragon within him stirring, ready to emerge at the first hint of trouble. The clock's ticking, Archer said, his voice carrying an edge of warning. The stranger cleared his throat. My name is Terry. I was part of the Crimson Wing before Carmen took over. Archer's muscles remained coiled tight, ready to spring into action if needed. He knew of the Crimson Wing. They'd been peaceful enough, until Carmen had crushed their leader in combat. His gaze flickered to the distance between them, calculating the seconds it would take to reach Terry if this turned ugly. Carmen forced our loyalty through combat, Terry continued, his hand still raised. It's our way. The strongest leads. But when I heard her, he glanced at Daphne. When I heard you speak about standing up against what we know is wrong, it struck something in me. Archer felt Daphne shift behind him, likely wanting to step forward, but he subtly blocked her path. Terry might seem earnest, but Archer hadn't survived this long by taking chances. I want to help, Terry said, his voice gaining strength. Carmen's planning something big, bigger than just taking over the town. She's gathering forces from other territories, making alliances with darker elements. What she did to my wing, forcing us to follow through fear and tradition rather than loyalty, it isn't right. The wind rustled through the trees, carrying Terry's scent to Archer. No trace of deception, but Archer had been fooled before. His jaw clenched as memories of past betrayals surfaced. I know I'm taking a risk coming here, Terry added. If Carmen finds out, he swallowed hard. But someone needs to stand against her. And after seeing what she's done to the town, hearing what she plans to do next, his eyes met Archer's. I'd rather die standing up to her than live following her. Archer felt Daphne's restless energy behind him before she darted around his protective stance. His hand shot out to catch her arm, but she slipped past with the grace of someone who'd been dodging his attempts all morning during training. You mentioned Carmen's making alliances, Daphne said, her voice warm. With whom? Archer suppressed a groan. Of course she'd jump right into questioning Terry like they were all friends having coffee. Her inherent trust in others would get her killed one of these days, if he wasn't around to prevent it. Mercenaries, Terry replied, lowering his hand slightly. Any skilled fighters around the area who might give her an edge in battle. Archer moved closer to Daphne, his shoulder brushing hers. Seems awfully convenient timing, showing up right after we started making progress against Carmen's operation. Archer's voice cut through the yard like steel. Terry shifted his weight, his gaze dropping to the ground. I mean, if I were Carmen, Archer continued, crossing his arms, I'd want to know exactly what we're planning. What better way than to send someone playing turncoat? He felt Daphne's disapproving glance but ignored it. So tell me, Terry, why now? The silence stretched between them, broken only by the rustle of leaves in the wind. Archer's dragon instincts screamed at him to grab Daphne and get her inside where it was safe, but he forced himself to wait. Sometimes silence was the best interrogation technique. You're not exactly helping your case here, Archer drawled when Terry remained quiet. He felt Daphne's elbow dig into his ribs, her subtle way of telling him to play nice. He responded by shifting slightly closer to her, his protective instincts still on high alert despite her apparent ease with the situation. I've been talking to others, Terry said. There are more who question Carmen's methods, especially after seeing what she's done to the town recently. They're just afraid to speak up. Archer watched Terry's body language carefully as the dragon shifter explained himself. Every muscle in Archer's body remained tense, ready to protect Daphne at the slightest hint of danger. And you expect us to believe you've suddenly grown a conscience? Archer's tone dripped with skepticism. Not suddenly. Terry met his gaze steadily. I needed time to gather support, to find others who felt the same way. If we could get them together, maybe have Daphne speak to them again. Absolutely not. The words ripped from Archer's throat before Terry could finish. His dragon roared beneath his skin, protective instinct screaming. You want us to walk into a gathering of Carmen's dragons? After what happened yesterday? I think we should consider it, Daphne piped up behind him. Archer turned to face her, his eyes blazing. You were attacked by Ned less than 24 hours ago. Or did you forget that little detail while planning your suicide mission? But if there are others willing to stand against Carmen, or this could be their plan B since Ned failed, Archer used his height advantage to loom over her. They couldn't get to you one way, so now they're trying another. He watched as doubt crept into Daphne's expression, her green eyes clouding with uncertainty. His protective instincts urged him to bundle her up somewhere safe and deal with Terry himself, but instead he waited for her response. Could you give us something concrete? Daphne turned and asked Terry. Some way to verify what you're saying is true? Terry nodded, his posture relaxing slightly. Max Stone. He runs the bakery on 5th Street. He's been passing information to Carmen about council movements and city defenses. Archer's jaw tightened. He knew Max. The man had always seemed too interested in his comings and goings when Archer grabbed his morning coffee. The pieces clicked into place. But that's not all, Terry continued, his voice dropping. Your efforts to cut off Carmen's supplies, her information network, it's worked, maybe too well. He glanced over his shoulder as if expecting Carmen herself to swoop down. She's moved up her timeline. The attack isn't coming in a month. It's coming in 3 days. The words hung in the air. Archer felt Daphne stiffen beside him, her shoulder pressing against his arm. His protective instincts flared again, and he had to resist the urge to wrap an arm around her. She's gathered forces from 3 territories, Terry added. Anyone who'll fight for the right price. When she strikes, it'll be with everything she has. Archer cataloged every micro-expression that crossed Terry's face as he spoke, searching for any sign of deception. His years of experience told him Terry was either telling the truth or was the best liar he'd ever encountered. The dragon within him growled, already anticipating the coming battle. 3 days, Daphne's voice cracked. That's not possible. The hell it isn't, Archer growled, his muscles coiling tight with tension. The news hit him like a physical blow. 3 territories worth of dragon shifters and mercenaries meant Carmen had been planning this longer than anyone suspected. Terry, I need a minute with my partner. Terry nodded, remaining near his property line. Take your time. Archer's mind raced through combat scenarios, each one worse than the last. Even at his peak fighting condition, taking on that many dragons would have been suicide. Now, after years of isolation, The odds made his dragon bristle beneath his skin. He glanced at Daphne, whose face had gone pale. Her presence complicated things further. If Terry was telling the truth, she'd be in even more danger. If he was lying, well, that scenario ended with Archer tearing someone apart. His protective instincts surged at the mere thought of harm coming to her. The late morning sun beat down on his shoulders as he calculated their options. They could warn the council, but evacuation would take longer than 3 days. They could try to rally the town's supernatural community, but against 3 territories worth of dragons? The math didn't add up. His gaze drifted to Daphne again. She'd insisted on being involved, on helping protect the town. Now here they were, backed into a corner with a potential spy offering them intel that could either save them or destroy them. And all he could think about was keeping her safe. The wind shifted, carrying Terry's scent to him again. Still no trace of deception, but Archer had learned the hard way that trust was a luxury he couldn't afford. Not when Daphne's life might depend on his judgment. He flexed his hands, feeling his claws itching to emerge. 3 days. Carmen had outmaneuvered them all, and now they were running out of time. The dragon within him roared for action, for violence, for protecting what was his.
Chapter 23. Daphne. The scent of fresh wood shavings filled her nose as Daphne followed Archer into his workshop. Half-finished carvings dotted the surfaces. Through the window, she spotted Terry still waiting outside near the edge of Archer's property. 3 days, Archer growled, pacing the length of his workbench. Carmen's never been one for patience, but this is reckless even for her. Maybe that's why Terry came to us. Daphne perched on a stool, watching Archer move back and forth. He sees she's getting desperate. Or it's a total setup to eliminate me and you. Archer's shoulders tensed as he glanced out the window again. Dragons don't just switch sides. You did. He spun to face her. That was different. Was it? Daphne raised an eyebrow. You saw something wrong and chose to stand against it. Why can't Terry do the same? His body language does read honest, Archer admitted grudgingly. His scent doesn't carry deception, even his expression. He trailed off, jaw clenching. Then why not trust him? Because if we're wrong, everyone pays the price. The worry in his eyes caught Daphne off guard. Behind his usual mask of confidence, she glimpsed real fear. Not for himself, but for her and everyone else, her heart squeezed at the sight. We've been making progress, she reminded him. The town's more prepared now than ever before. Against Carmen's full force? In 3 days? He shook his head. We're not ready. And you? He cut himself off. I what? Daphne stepped closer. Still need work on my plant magic fighting skills? You're not prepared for a full-scale dragon attack. Neither is anyone else in town. She touched his arm. But that's exactly why we need allies like Terry. Maybe he can help us. Or lead us right into his trap. His eyes softened as they met hers. I won't risk you getting hurt. That's not your decision to make. Daphne squared her shoulders. Archer's gaze drifted back to the window. Well, I still don't trust him. Daphne watched the tension ripple across Archer's shoulders as he stared out the window at Terry. She found herself wanting to reach out and smooth the worry lines from his forehead. Instead, she took a deep breath and changed tactics. What if we checked out Max Stone's bakery first? The words tumbled out as the idea formed. If Terry's telling the truth about Max being an informant, it could help us verify everything else. Archer's dark eyes snapped to her face, consideration replacing some of the suspicion. The bakery on 5th Street? Right. Daphne nodded, warming to the plan. If Max really is passing council information to Carmen, we should be able to find proof. And if Terry's intel checks out, then maybe he's being honest about the rest. Archer's jaw unclenched slightly. Fine. We'll investigate the baker first. The victory felt small, but significant. Daphne pressed on. But eventually I'll need to meet with those dragons if there's a chance to prevent bloodshed. We're running out of options here." "Absolutely not." His voice carried the kind of authority that probably worked wonders on his old wing. "Archer." She stepped closer, close enough to catch the woodsy scent that always seemed to cling to him. "I know you want to protect me, but you have to trust that I know what I'm doing. If I was able to convince Terry to go against Carmen, then maybe—" His expression darkened. "You're asking me to risk your safety on a hunch." "I'm asking you to trust me." The words came out softer than she intended, but she held his gaze. The workshop suddenly felt smaller, the air heavy with unspoken things between them. Daphne waited for his response, her heart beating a little faster than usual. She could practically see him weighing options in his mind, that tactical brain of his working through scenarios. His eyes darted between her and the window where Terry waited, his jaw clenching and unclenching. Finally, his shoulders dropped slightly. If, and only if, Terry's information about Max Stone checks out, we'll meet with the other dragons. His voice carried a deep rumble of reluctance. "But we do this my way, no rushing in unprepared." Relief flooded through Daphne. She nodded, knowing better than to push her luck when he used that authoritative tone. They stepped back outside into the crisp autumn air. Terry straightened from where he'd been leaning against a tall oak tree, his expression hopeful but guarded. "We'll check your intel about Max Stone first," Archer announced, positioning himself slightly in front of Daphne. "If it proves accurate, we'll consider meeting these other dragons." Terry's face brightened. "You won't regret this. When should we—" "Tomorrow morning," Archer cut him off, his muscles tensing beneath his shirt. "Early, before the bakery opens. You'll come with us. Any objection?" Daphne recognized the challenge in Archer's tone. If Terry was setting a trap, going together would force him to spring it himself rather than lead them into an ambush. "None at all," Terry agreed quickly. "I want to prove I'm telling the truth." "We'll see." Archer's expression remained stern. "Meet us here at dawn." Terry nodded and shifted into his dragon form, taking off into the afternoon sky. Daphne watched him go, hope blooming in her chest, despite the gravity of their situation. If they could win over even a few of Carmen's followers, maybe they could prevent the coming bloodshed. She felt Archer's eyes on her and turned to face him. "I hope you know what you're doing," he said quietly. "So do I," she admitted. The weight of what was at stake pressed down on her shoulders. 3 days until Carmen's attack. 3 days to try and change the tide. The pre-dawn air nipped at Daphne's skin as she waited with Archer outside his mansion. Terry landed precisely on time, shifting smoothly from dragon to human form. "Ready?" Terry asked, rubbing his hands together against the morning chill. Archer's only response was a grunt as they shifted into dragon form and took to the sky. The bakery sat dark and quiet when they arrived, though the scent of fresh bread already wafted through the air. Daphne's stomach growled, reminding her she'd skipped breakfast in her nervousness. "Back entrance," Archer commanded in a low voice, leading them around the building. The lock proved no match for Terry's pick set. Inside, the warmth of the ovens wrapped around them like a blanket. "There." Terry pointed to a shelf of invoices. "Max keeps Carmen's records disguised as supply orders." Archer rifled through the papers while Daphne kept watch. Her heart jumped at approaching footsteps. "Someone's coming," she whispered. Archer shoved the papers back and pulled Daphne behind a rack of cooling bread. Terry ducked behind some flour sacks just as Max Stone himself walked in, humming off-key. The baker froze when he spotted them. "What?" Archer moved like lightning, pinning Max against the wall. "Let's talk about your special orders for Carmen Kane." "I don't know what you're—" Max's protest cut off as Archer's eyes narrowed dangerously. "The invoices are coded," Terry called out. "Every dozen chocolate chips means information about council movements." Max's face went pale. "How did you—" "Doesn't matter," Archer growled. "What matters is what happens next." Daphne stepped forward, touching Archer's arm. "Mr. Stone, we know Carmen's forcing many people to help her. If you cooperate now, we can protect you." The baker's shoulders slumped. "She threatened my family." Within minutes, they had Max's full confession and copies of all Carmen's coded orders. Terry's information had been completely accurate. Outside in the growing dawn light, Archer finally relaxed his guard stance slightly. "All right," he admitted grudgingly to Terry. "You were telling the truth?" Terry's face broke into a relieved grin. "Does this mean you'll meet with the others?" "Tonight," Archer decided. Watching the two dragon shifters discuss the meeting specifics, Daphne felt like maybe they had a chance against Carmen after all. The marble floors of City Hall echoed with their footsteps as Daphne hurried to keep up with Archer's long strides. His protective hovering had only intensified since this morning's revelation at the bakery, and she caught him scanning every corner they passed. Hugo's office door stood open, sunlight streaming through the tall windows behind his desk. Her brother's face lit up at seeing her, then immediately turned serious when he spotted Archer. 3 days, Daphne announced before Hugo could speak. "Carmen's moving up her timeline." Hugo's pen clattered to his desk. "What? How do you know?" "We have a new source," Daphne explained, perching on the edge of his desk. "A dragon shifter named Terry who wants to help us. He's already proved reliable. We caught one of Carmen's informants this morning." "And now your sister wants to meet with more potential turncoats tonight," Archer growled from where he leaned against the doorframe. Hugo's chair scraped back as he stood. "Absolutely not." "Here we go again." Daphne rolled her eyes. "I'm not asking permission from either of you." "It's too dangerous," Hugo insisted. "More dangerous than letting Carmen attack with her full force in 3 days?" Daphne challenged. "We need allies, Hugo. These dragons want to help us." "Or they want to eliminate you," Archer cut in. "I still don't like this plan." "You've made that abundantly clear." Daphne fixed them both with her best determined stare. "But I'm going. This could be our chance to prevent a bloodbath." Hugo ran a hand through his hair. "Daph!" "No," she hopped off the desk. "I love you both for wanting to protect me, but I'm doing this. End of discussion." A muscle twitched in Archer's jaw as he watched her, and Daphne felt a flutter in her stomach at the intensity of his gaze, but she refused to back down. Hugo sighed. "At least tell me Archer's going with you." "Try and stop me," Archer rumbled. "See?" Daphne grinned. "I'll have my very own grumpy dragon bodyguard. What could possibly go wrong?"
Chapter 24. Archer. Archer sat in the corner booth of the Cauldron and Cup. His back was to the wall, and his eyes scanned the room out of habit. Daphne sat across from him, absorbed in reviewing her notes about the upcoming meeting. A server dropped off their order. His dragon's breath, hot chocolate, actually snapped at him as he lifted it, making him smirk. His gaze drifted back to Daphne. His dragon instincts urged him to protect her, to keep her far away from any potential danger. And walking into a meeting with potentially hostile dragon shifters? That definitely qualified as danger. But he'd promised to trust her judgment. Damn if that wasn't harder than he'd expected. The woman had no sense of self-preservation sometimes, rushing headfirst into situations that made his scales itch. Always seeing the best in everyone, even when they didn't deserve it, including him. Archer watched as she absently created a small vine that crawled up her water glass, tiny flowers blooming along its length. She'd done the same thing to his life, he realized, slowly but surely working her way in, making everything around her more vibrant, more alive, like him. Before her, he'd been content in his isolation, crafting his wooden figures and avoiding any connection to the town or its people. Now here he sat in a public cafe, planning to help save the very community he'd turned his back on. All because this sunny, optimistic witch had waltzed into his life and made him want to be worthy of her smile. If anyone could convince hardened dragon shifters to choose a better path, it would be Daphne. She'd managed to thaw his frozen heart after all, made him remember what it felt like to care about something beyond himself. The thought should have bothered him. Instead, it filled him with a fierce pride. She was extraordinary, and somehow she'd chosen to trust him, to believe in him. "What do you think about—" Daphne started to ask, but Archer was too lost in his thoughts to respond. The lantern light caught that sparkle in her eyes as she returned to her writing. His dragon instincts recognized her as something to be treasured, even as his human side struggled with allowing her to take risks. But that was Daphne, gentle yet unstoppable, like a flower growing through concrete. They soon followed Terry down the narrow alley behind the cauldron and cup. The brick walls pressed in close, amplifying every echo of their footsteps. Archer's dragon instincts screamed to grab Daphne and fly her far from here, but he forced himself to stay focused on their mission. Terry led them through a maze of back streets to an abandoned warehouse. Inside, about 30 dragon shifters lounged against steel support beams or perched on rusty machinery. Their eyes gleamed in the dim light as they tracked every movement. "Well, if it isn't the traitor," one of them sneered at Archer. "And he brought a little witch." Archer's jaw tightened at the remark. The dragon within him wanted to show these upstarts exactly why he'd been feared, but he held back. This was Daphne's show right now. "Thank you all for coming." Daphne stepped forward, her voice steady despite the hostile atmosphere. "I know you're taking a risk just being here." "Yeah, we are," a female shifter cut in, "so make it worth our time." Daphne launched into her speech about choice and freedom, but the interruption started immediately. "Easy for you to say. You're not bound by our laws. What would a witch know about dragon culture? At least Carmen has the strength to back up her claims." The barbs kept coming, each one making Archer's blood boil hotter. These fools were too caught up in their outdated traditions to see the gift Daphne was offering them. She persisted, her passionate words competing with their doubts and derision. "Carmen may be strong, but she's using that strength to do what dragons have always done," someone shouted. "Take what we want." These dragon shifters had no idea what Daphne was risking to help them, how pure her intentions were. His dragon roared inside him, demanding he put these upstarts in their place right now. The warehouse soon erupted in overlapping voices, some agreeing, others arguing. Archer watched Daphne's shoulders tense as she tried to regain control of the room. His protective instincts flared as one particularly large shifter stepped toward her with a sneer. That was enough. Archer pushed off from the wall he'd been leaning against and stalked forward. His presence commanded immediate attention. The room fell silent as he positioned himself at Daphne's side, his power filling the space. These youngsters might have forgotten who he was, but their dragons hadn't. The warehouse's musty air crackled with tension as he surveyed the gathered dragons. His eyes locked onto each challenger, daring them to interrupt. "You think you know everything about being dragons?" He let out a sharp laugh. "I used to think the same way, strength above all else, until this witch showed me what real strength looks like. She walked into my home, my territory, without fear." Archer's voice carried across the warehouse. "Stood up to Carmen herself while surrounded by hostile dragons. And you know what she did next? She made me question everything I thought I knew about power." He paced the floor. "I was like you once. Thought might made right. Then I watched her rush into burning buildings to save strangers. Saw her defend people who'd done nothing but spread rumors about me. Hell, she even defended some of you who don't deserve it." The warehouse fell silent. Even the most aggressive dragons seemed to be listening now. "You want to talk about strength?" Archer's lip curled. "Try watching someone half your size stand up to everything you believe in and make you realize you've been wrong your whole damn life. That's real power." He crossed his arms, letting his words sink in. "So yeah, maybe you should shut up and listen to what she has to say, because I guarantee she's stronger than any of you. She just shows it differently." The gathered dragons shifted uncomfortably. Archer felt Daphne's presence beside him, steady and warm. His dragon instincts purred with satisfaction at defending her, even as his human side marveled at how she'd changed him. "Now," he growled, "are you going to hear her out, or do I need to remind you why I used to be second in command of the most feared wing in the territory?" Archer watched as Daphne stepped forward, her presence filling the warehouse despite her small stature. His dragon instincts thrummed with pride as she commanded the attention of every shifter in the room. "I've seen what Carmen's attacks do firsthand." Daphne's voice rang clear through the silence. "I watched my flower shop burn, But more importantly, I watch families lose their homes, children cry in fear, and people I care about get hurt. She paced the concrete floor, a small vine curled around her wrist, responding to her heightened emotions. But I also saw something else. I saw this town come together. I saw witches healing the wounded, shifters helping put out fires, and humans offering shelter to those who lost their homes. Archer tensed as she moved closer to the gathered dragons but kept his position. His muscles coiled, ready to spring if any of them so much as twitched wrong in her direction. But they remained still, caught in her spell of words. "You have a choice now," she continued. "Carmen might be physically stronger, but true strength isn't about who can hit hardest. It's about standing up for what's right, even when it's difficult, especially when it's difficult." The warehouse's shadows danced across her face as she gestured passionately. "This town needs your help, not because we're weak, but because we're stronger together. You can choose to be part of something bigger than just following the strongest fighter. You can choose to protect instead of destroy." Archer's chest swelled as he watched her, his little witch, facing down a warehouse full of dragon shifters without a trace of fear, making them question everything they'd been taught, just as she'd done to him. His dragon purred with satisfaction at how far she'd come from that first meeting in his mansion. The gathered shifters remained silent, but Archer could smell their uncertainty, their consideration. Daphne had planted the seed of doubt in their minds, just as she'd done with him. Now they just had to wait and see if it would take root. His little witch had done what he thought impossible, made dragon shifters actually consider change. "But what about our traditions?" a younger dragon asked, his tone respectful where minutes ago it had been sneering. "We've always followed strength." Daphne's eyes lit up at the genuine question. Sometimes the bravest thing is choosing to forge new traditions. Archer's dragon preened as she handled each concern with grace and wisdom. She'd grown so much from their first encounter, yet maintained that pure heart that had first caught his attention. His chest tightened as she gestured animatedly, her enthusiasm infectious even to these hardened warriors. "What if Carmen retaliates against our families?" another dragon questioned. "That's why we need to stand together," Daphne replied. "United, we're stronger than any single leader." The warehouse hummed with contemplative energy. Archer crossed his arms, maintaining his intimidating presence while letting Daphne work her magic. Damn, he loved how she could command a room without a hint of force or fear. Every day she surprised him, challenged him, made him want to be worthy of her brilliance. A smile tugged at his lips as he caught several dragons nodding along with her words. His fierce little flower had done it again, turned enemies into allies with nothing but truth and compassion. Well, he thought, I never stood a chance against her, did I?
Chapter 25. Daphne. The wind whipped through Daphne's hair as she clung to Archer's scaled back, her heart still racing from their successful meeting. The moonlight glinted off his crimson scales as they soared over the darkened town. Her fingers traced the warm ridges of his back, marveling at how natural it felt to fly with him now. When they landed in his sprawling backyard, Archer shifted back to his human form in a fluid motion. Daphne's feet had barely touched the ground when she spun to face him, her eyes bright with excitement. "Did you see how many of them were nodding? At least half seemed ready to turn against Carmen." The words tumbled out as she bounced on her toes. Archer's eyes fixed on her with that fierce intensity. "You did well, better than well." His deep voice carried across the night air between them. "The way you spoke about strength being more than just physical power. You made them question everything they've been taught." Heat crept into Daphne's cheeks at his praise. "They wouldn't have listened to a word I said if you hadn't stepped in." She wrapped her arms around herself, still feeling the lingering chill from their flight. "When you told them I was stronger than any of them, just in a different way, that changed everything." "I meant every word." Archer took a step closer, his presence commanding even in the darkness. "You have more strength in your convictions than most dragons have in their entire bodies." The sincerity in his voice made her heart skip. Daphne looked up at him, noticing how the moonlight caught the auburn highlights in his hair. Her pulse quickened as she realized how close they were standing. "Thank you for believing in me," she said softly, "for trusting me enough to let me try this my way." Archer's expression softened, almost imperceptibly. "You've proven yourself worth trusting." His hand brushed her arm, sending tingles through her skin. "Let's get inside before you freeze." The warmth of Archer's mansion enveloped Daphne as they stepped inside, a welcome change from the cool night air. "Hungry?" Archer asked. "I could cook something." "You cook?" Daphne couldn't hide her surprise. "I live alone. Had to learn." He led her into a stunning kitchen with gleaming granite countertops and professional-grade appliances. Though I'll admit, having company makes it more appealing. Daphne's heart fluttered at his words. She watched him move through the kitchen with surprising grace for such a powerful man, his muscles flexing as he reached for ingredients in the upper cabinets. "Here, make yourself useful." He tossed her an onion with a playful smirk. "Unless you're afraid of getting your hands dirty?" "Please." Daphne rolled her eyes, trying to ignore how attractive he looked with his sleeves rolled up. "I work with dirt for a living." They fell into an easy rhythm, cooking together. Daphne couldn't help stealing glances at him as he expertly wielded a knife, his strong hands moving with precise control. Every time their arms brushed, reaching for something, electricity zinged through her body. "You're staring," he said without looking up from the pan he was stirring. Heat rushed to her cheeks. "I'm supervising, making sure you don't burn anything." His deep chuckle sent warmth pooling in her stomach. "Is that what you call it?" "Someone has to keep you in line." The words came out more breathless than she intended. Archer turned to face her fully, his dark eyes intense. "And you think you're up to that task?" Daphne's breath caught in her throat at his proximity. I've managed so far, haven't I?" "That you have." His voice dropped lower, sending shivers down her spine. The air between them crackled with tension as they ate, their conversation peppered with lingering looks and casual touches that felt anything but casual. Daphne's skin tingled every time Archer's fingers brushed hers, reaching for the salt, every time his knee bumped hers under the table. She knew she should pull back, maintain some professional distance. But the way he looked at her across the table, like she was something precious and dangerous all at once, made her want to throw caution to the wind. She was falling hard for this brooding, complex man, and she had no idea if he felt the same way. The dishes clinked softly as Daphne helped Archer clear the table. Her stomach was pleasantly full, and a comfortable warmth had settled over her. When Archer gestured toward the living room, she followed. She admired how the firelight from the massive stone fireplace cast dancing shadows across the richly furnished space. He settled onto the leather couch and patted the spot next to him. Daphne's heart skipped as she sat down, hyper-aware of his solid presence beside her. The fire crackled merrily, and its warmth seeped into her bones. "I need to say something," Archer said, his deep voice rumbling through her. His shoulders were tense. "That sounds ominous." Daphne tried to keep her tone light, despite the nervous flutter in her stomach. He turned those intense dark eyes on her. "I was wrong about the meeting tonight, about trying to stop you from going." Oh, she hadn't expected that. "The thing is," he paused for a moment, "the thought of you being in danger makes me crazy. When Ned attacked you—" His jaw clenched. "I've never felt rage like that before." Daphne's breath caught as he shifted closer, his thigh pressing against hers. Heat that had nothing to do with the fire coursed through her. "You've become—" He paused again, searching for words. "Important to me, special, and I'm not good at dealing with that." Her heart hammered in her chest. She wanted to tell him how she felt too, how he'd worked his way past all her defenses with his gruff kindness and hidden vulnerability. But the words stuck in her throat as he continued. "I'm protective by nature." His voice dropped lower, more intimate. "But with you, it's different, more intense. I want to keep you safe, but I also want to watch you shine." His fingers brushed her cheek, "Like you did tonight." The tenderness in his touch contrasted with the raw power she could feel thrumming through him. Daphne leaned into his hand, her skin tingling where he touched her. Daphne's heart raced as she gathered her courage. Archer's hand still rested warm against her cheek as his dark eyes fixed on her. "Archer, She placed her hand over his where it cupped her face. "These past weeks, working with you, getting to know the real you beneath all those rumors, I've fallen in love with you." His whole body went still, but his thumb stroked softly across her cheekbone. The gesture gave her strength to continue. "I know tomorrow isn't guaranteed with Carmen's attack coming, and I couldn't bear the thought of facing that without telling you how I feel." Her voice trembled but held firm. "You're so much more than what people say about you. You're passionate and protective, and underneath all that gruffness is such kindness." Archer's other hand came up to frame her face, his palms gentle against her skin. Daphne. Her name came out rough with emotion. "You crashed into my carefully ordered world with your optimism and determination. It made me feel things I thought I'd buried forever." His thumbs traced her cheekbones. "I've tried to fight it, tried to tell myself I don't deserve someone as pure-hearted as you, but I'm in love with you too." Warmth bloomed in Daphne's chest at his words. She saw the vulnerability in his eyes, knew how much it cost this proud, solitary man to admit his feelings. "You make me want to be better," he continued, his voice soft. "You see good in everyone, even me, and somehow you've made me believe in it too." "You are good," Daphne whispered. She reached up to touch his face, tracing the strong line of his jaw. "You just needed someone to remind you." His hands tightened slightly on her face as he leaned closer, his presence enveloping her. "You've become everything to me," he murmured, "and I never want to let you go." Daphne's heart fluttered as his dark eyes locked on hers. When his lips touched hers, soft and questioning, warmth bloomed through her entire body. His hand slid to cradle the back of her head, fingers threading through her hair as he deepened the kiss. Electric tingles raced down her spine at the gentle pressure. "You're trembling," he murmured against her lips. "Good trembling," she whispered back, her hands coming up to rest on his broad chest. She could feel his heart thundering beneath her palms. He pulled back just enough to look at her, his expression intense. "Tell me if you want me to stop." Daphne shook her head, already missing the warmth of his lips. "Don't you dare!" A growl rumbled in his chest as he claimed her mouth again. This kiss was different, deeper, hungrier, his powerful arms wrapped around her, pulling her closer until she was practically in his lap. Heat surged through her veins as his tongue swept across her bottom lip, asking for entrance. She melted against him, parting her lips with a soft sigh. Every brush of his tongue against hers sent sparks shooting through her body. His hand tangled in her hair, tilting her head to deepen the kiss further. The possessive gesture made her shiver with delight. When they finally broke apart, both breathing heavily, Daphne felt dizzy with sensation. Archer's eyes had darkened to midnight, pupils blown wide with desire. His thumb traced her lower lip, now slightly swollen from his kisses. "I've wanted to do that for weeks," he admitted, his voice rough. "Why didn't you?" She traced patterns on his chest, enjoying how his muscles jumped beneath her touch. "Because once I started, I knew I wouldn't be able to stop." He captured her lips again in a searing kiss that made her toes curl. Chapter 26. Daphne. Archer's hand found hers as he led her through the corridors of his mansion. The air between them crackled with an unspoken tension, and Daphne's heart pounded in her chest. She had never been in his bedroom before, and the anticipation made her skin hum. The door swung open, revealing a room that was both elegant and fiercely masculine. A massive four-poster bed dominated the space, its silk sheets gleaming faintly in the moonlight, filtering through the curtains. Before she could take it all in, Archer turned her to face him, his hands framing her face. His kiss was possessive, demanding yet tender, and it sent a shiver through her body. Daphne's hands instinctively gripped the front of his shirt, pulling him closer as their lips moved together in a rhythm that was both familiar and thrillingly new. His mouth left hers, tracing a path along her jawline to her neck. His lips were soft against her skin, each kiss sending little jolts of electricity through her. She tipped her head back, giving him better access, and a soft gasp escaped her as his teeth grazed her pulse point. "Whoa, hold your horses!" The spice in this chapter is reaching this platform's limits, so we're going to have to take a breather. But don't worry, the naughty content is still available to you in the unabridged version of this audiobook on millytadenbooks.com. Use code RODEO30 for 30% off any digital product. Thanks for listening, and let's get back to it.
Chapter 27. Archer. Archer stood at the edge of town. The morning air carried a crisp bite that did nothing to cool the fire in his blood. His gaze swept across the horizon where Carmen's forces would soon appear. Daphne's presence beside him sparked something deep within him. The need to protect her warred with his pride in her strength. Her dark hair danced in the wind, and those green eyes held their usual determination despite the coming battle. "I need to tell you something," he said, turning to face her fully. The words he'd held back now demanded release. "I love you, Daphne." A smile bloomed across her face, bright as the sunrise. "I love you too, Archer." He pulled her close as their lips met. The kiss held everything he couldn't say. His fears, his hopes, his fierce devotion. Her fingers gripped his shirt as she pressed closer. When they broke apart, Archer rested his forehead against hers. "Stay safe today." The warning bells rang out across town. Carmen's forces had been spotted. Already people were moving according to their evacuation plans, heading to designated safe zones while those who would fight took their positions. "There they come," Archer growled, spotting the dark shapes approaching through the clouds. His enhanced vision picked out Carmen's distinctive blue scales among the others. Daphne squeezed his hand. "Remember, some of them are on our side." "I remember." He kissed her once more, quick and fierce. "Time to show Carmen why I was the best fighter in my wing." The evacuation continued smoothly below as dragons filled the sky above. The dragons that had agreed to help them burst from the clouds, catching Carmen's forces off guard. Archer's chest swelled with pride. Daphne's words had moved them to action after all. His enhanced vision tracked the aerial battle as former wingmates turned on each other, scales flashing in the morning light. Terry led the charge, his bronze scales gleaming as he slammed into one of Carmen's most loyal fighters. The impact sent both dragons spinning through the air. More of their allies engaged Carmen's forces, creating a barrier of wings and claws between her army and the town. "It's working," Daphne breathed beside him. Archer tensed as he spotted Carmen's dark blue form weaving through the chaos. She seemed to be bigger than he remembered, her movements precise despite the mayhem around her. 3 of their allied dragons tried to block her path, but she tore through their formation with brutal efficiency. "She's breaking through," he growled, muscles coiling in preparation to shift. A handful of her most devoted followers managed to slip past the defensive line behind her. Carmen's roar echoed across the battlefield as she led her small group toward the town's outskirts. They hadn't reached the main area yet, but they were too close for comfort. Every instinct screamed at Archer to pursue her, to end this now, but he held his ground. Timing would be crucial. He glanced at Daphne, noting how her hands were already weaving patterns in the air, preparing her plant magic. The sight of her ready to fight alongside him stirred something primal in his chest. "Stay behind me when I shift," he ordered, his voice rough with protective instinct. "I can handle myself," she countered, though she stepped closer to him anyway. Above them, Terry and the other allied dragons continued to hold back the bulk of Carmen's forces, but the sky had become a maze of flame and shifting alliances. Archer tracked Carmen's position as she circled just beyond the town's edge, clearly plotting her next move. The moment to strike wasn't quite right, but it would come soon enough. Archer's blood sang with anticipation of the coming fight, even as his heart clenched at the thought of Daphne in danger. He'd spent years avoiding attachments, and now his greatest strength and weakness stood beside him in the form of a stubborn green witch. This was the moment. He shifted into his dragon form, his massive red scales gleaming in the morning light. The transformation sent a rush of power through his body, awakening ancient instincts that made him want to roar his dominance to the sky. Daphne's hands moved in intricate patterns beside him, and thick vines erupted from the ground to ensnare one of Carmen's followers. The dragon thrashed against the vegetation, but Daphne's magic held firm. Pride swelled in Archer's chest. His mate was fierce. 3 more hostile dragons dove toward the town center. Archer launched himself into the air, his powerful wings carrying him to intercept their path. He slammed into the nearest one, sending them both tumbling through the air before he gained the upper hand and threw his opponent into a nearby building. Below, the townspeople had mobilized. Nina Youngblood's protection spells deflected dragonfire, while other magic users launched their own attacks. Hugo's defensive magic created barriers that forced the dragons to alter their flight paths, making them vulnerable to counterattacks. Archer caught glimpses of Daphne between battles, her plant magic growing more creative with each passing moment. She'd created a network of thorny vines that acted like a net, catching dragons that flew too low and holding them until other defenders could subdue them. A blast of fire nearly singed his wing. Archer barrel rolled away from the attack, coming face to face with Ned. The smaller dragon's yellow scales reflected the morning sun as they clashed in midair. Archer's superior size gave him the advantage, and he drove Ned back with precise strikes of his claws. From the corner of his eye, he spotted Carmen circling above, watching the battle unfold. His instincts screamed to challenge her, to end this now, but he knew better than to leave Daphne and the town undefended. A massive explosion rocked the air as one of Hugo's spells collided with dragonfire. Through the smoke, Archer saw Terry leading another charge of allied dragons, forcing Carmen's loyalists to split their attention between multiple threats. "That's showing them!" Daphne called up to him as her vines wrapped around another hostile dragon. Archer allowed himself a moment of satisfaction. The town's defenders were holding their own, and Carmen's forces were being pushed back. He was filled with pride in this moment, not just at their success, but at how seamlessly Daphne had fought beside him. She might not be a dragon, but she was every bit as fierce as one. Suddenly, Carmen's dark blue form crashed into Archer in his brief moment of distraction. Her scales gleamed like polished sapphires in the morning light. Her telepathic voice filled his mind, dripping with contempt. "You've grown weak, Hawke." Archer's muscles burned as he grappled with her midair, his larger size barely giving him an advantage against her vicious precision. "And you've grown predictable," he projected back, twisting to rake his claws across her wing. She retaliated with a blast of flame that singed his scales. The heat seared through him as he barrel rolled to avoid the worst of it. Below, he caught glimpses of Daphne directing her vines to protect fleeing townspeople. Carmen slammed into him again, driving them both toward the ground. "You chose these humans over your own kind." Her teeth snapped inches from his throat. Archer's wings strained as he fought to stay airborne. His earlier fights had taken their toll, and Carmen was fresh, having held back while her forces wore him down. She was smart. He had to give her that. A series of rapid strikes forced him on the defensive. Each blow jarred through his body, and his responses grew slower. Carmen's savage satisfaction radiated through their mental connection as she pressed her advantage. "I'll kill your little witch first," Carmen taunted. "Make you watch." The threat ignited something primal in Archer's chest. He surged forward with renewed strength, but Carmen anticipated the move. Her tail whipped around, catching him across the face. The impact sent him spiraling toward the ground. "Archer!" Daphne's voice cut through his daze. He tried to right himself, but Carmen's weight crashed onto his back. Her claws dug into his shoulders, drawing blood. This was it, he thought. He'd failed. Suddenly, thick vines wrapped around Carmen's wings, yanking her off balance. Daphne stood below, her hands weaving complex patterns as more plants responded to her call. The momentary distraction was all Archer needed. He twisted free and struck, his jaws closing around Carmen's throat. This time, there was no clever counter, no escape. With one savage motion, he ended her reign of terror for good. As Carmen's body fell, her remaining loyalists scattered. Terry and the allied dragons pursued them, But Archer's focus remained on Daphne. He landed beside her, shifting back to human form despite his exhaustion. "Nice timing," he said, pulling her close. "I couldn't let her hurt my dragon," Daphne replied with a fierce grin. Archer watched the town come together in the aftermath of battle, his chest swelling with an unfamiliar warmth. Terry and the other allied dragons helped clear debris while townspeople offered them water and thanks. The acceptance in their eyes struck something within him. "Look at that," Daphne said beside him, pointing to where Nina had set up an impromptu first aid station outside the cauldron and cup. Dragons and humans working together. Hugo approached them, looking tired but satisfied. "The council wants to establish regular meetings with the dragon representatives. Would you consider being our liaison, Archer?" 3.5 weeks ago, Archer would have refused outright. Now, with Daphne's hand slipping into his, he found himself nodding. "Someone has to keep you all in line." "There's the arrogant dragon I fell in love with," Daphne laughed, stretching up to kiss his cheek. As they continued helping with cleanup, Archer realized the whispers following him had changed. No longer were they filled with fear and suspicion. Instead, he heard respect, gratitude, even friendly greetings. The town had become more than just a place he lived. It had become home again. And standing beside him was the woman who'd made it all possible.
Chapter 28. Daphne. Daphne stood confidently beside Archer on the raised platform in City Hall's grand chamber. Her heart swelled with pride as her brother Hugo addressed the gathered crowd. Sunlight streamed in through the tall windows, casting a warm glow over the sea of faces, townspeople and dragon shifters alike. Her fingers brushed against Archer's hand, and she felt him tense slightly at the public display. "Thanks to the combined efforts of Daphne Throne and Archer Hawke, our town stands united and stronger than ever," Hugo announced, his voice carrying through the large chamber. Daphne watched Archer's jaw clench slightly as the crowd erupted in applause. He maintained his usual stoic expression, but she caught the slight softening around his eyes. Nina approached them first, her apron shimmering with constellations. "You two were incredible. Though I must say, Archer, seeing you fight for our town instead of against it was quite the change." "Times change," Archer replied, his deep voice carrying that familiar gruff edge, though Daphne noticed his posture relax slightly at Nina's genuine smile. Terry stepped forward next, followed by several other dragon shifters who had helped turn the tide against Carmen's attack. "We wouldn't have had the courage to stand up to her without you both," Terry said with a smile. "Especially you, Daphne. Your words gave us strength." "The strength was always there within you," Daphne responded. "You just needed to believe in it." More townspeople approached them, each with their own story of gratitude. Daphne noticed how Archer's responses grew less clipped with each person, though he maintained his intimidating stance. When Mrs. Chen hugged him impulsively, Daphne had to bite back a laugh at his startled expression. "Thank you for protecting our home," a young girl said, offering Archer a slightly wilted daisy. Daphne's heart melted as Archer knelt down and accepted the flower with surprising gentleness, even as he kept his expression stern. She caught the flash of emotion in his dark eyes, the same look he'd given her the first time she had praised his wood carvings. "You are going soft," she whispered to him between the well-wishers. "Don't tell anyone," he replied with a smile as his hand found hers and squeezed gently. The autumn breeze rustled through the trees lining City Hall's steps as Daphne and Archer emerged into the late afternoon sun. Dried leaves skittered across their path, and Daphne pulled her light jacket closer against the chill. "We need to make a quick stop before heading back," Archer said, his voice low. "Oh?" Daphne glanced up at him, noting the determined set of his jaw. "Where are we going?" "You'll see." His lips quirked in that half-smile that never failed to make her heart skip. As they approached Belladonna Boulevard, anticipation tingled through her body. The street looked different now, the damage from Carmen's attacks mostly repaired, though some scorch marks still marked a few buildings. Archer stopped abruptly. "Close your eyes." "What? Why?" He gave her that intense stare that made her feel like she was the only person in the world. "Trust me?" "Always," she replied, closing her eyes. Her other senses heightened immediately. The crisp autumn air, the distant chatter of townspeople, the warmth of Archer's hand as it enveloped hers. "No peeking," he commanded, his thumb brushing over her knuckles as he guided her forward. "I wouldn't dare," she laughed, "though I have to say, this mysterious side of you is intriguing." "Careful," he rumbled near her ear, sending shivers down her spine. "You might make me reconsider this whole being nice thing." "Please, you love it." His only response was a low grunt, but she could hear the smile in it. They walked a few more steps, leaves crunching beneath their feet. The familiar sense of Belladonna Boulevard washed over her, fresh bread from the bakery, coffee from Nina's shop around the corner, and the floral arrangements in flower boxes nearby. "Just a few more steps," Archer murmured, his hand steady on her lower back as he positioned her. "Stay right there." He paused, and they stood there for what felt like an eternity. "Open your eyes," Archer said, his deep voice sending pleasant shivers through her body. Daphne's eyes fluttered open and her breath caught in her throat. There it stood, the old cafe on Belladonna Boulevard. The weathered brick facade was bathed in the late afternoon sunlight. But something was different. The windows gleamed, freshly washed, and a prominent "Sold" sign stood in the front window. Her heart stuttered as she took in the spacious storefront that had haunted her dreams for months. "I don't understand," she whispered, her fingers trembling as she reached out to touch the cool brick. "It's yours," Archer said. "The paperwork is already done." "Archer, I can't possibly—" "You can, and you will." He stepped closer and gazed down at her with those intense, dark eyes. "You've given me something far more valuable than a building." Heat bloomed in her cheeks as his fingers brushed her chin, tilting her face up to his. "You dragged me out of that mansion, showed me there was more to life than brooding in isolation. You changed everything for me, Daphne." Her heart beat erratically at the fierce protectiveness in his expression. Through the window, she could already envision her dream shop. Gleaming glass cases filled with exotic blooms, a greenhouse extension in the back where she could nurture the most delicate specimens. "Besides," he added with that slight smirk that always made her knees weak, "I need somewhere to display my wood carvings. Can't keep them hidden away forever." The autumn breeze rustled through her hair as she stood there, overwhelmed by the magnitude of his gift and the depth of emotion in his usually guarded expression. Words failed her as tears pricked at her eyes. As the reality of the moment hit her, tears started spilling down Daphne's cheeks. Her dream shop, the one she had walked past countless times imagining what could be, was now hers. All because of this incredible man beside her. "Archer, I can't believe you actually—" The words tumbled out between happy sobs. She threw her arms out around his solid frame, feeling his muscles tense briefly before relaxing into her. "Thank you. Thank you so much." "If you keep crying, I'm taking it back," he said, though his large hand came up to stroke her hair. Daphne laughed through her tears, pulling back to wipe her eyes. "No takebacks. You're stuck with me as your business partner now." Archer then produced an old brass key from his pocket, the metal catching the sunlight. "Want to see inside?" Her heart leaped as she took the key with trembling fingers. The lock clicked open smoothly, and Daphne stepped into her new shop. Sunlight streamed through the tall windows, dancing across the hardwood floors. The space was bigger than she remembered, with high ceilings and exposed brick walls. "We can put your display cases along here," she said, gesturing excitedly. "And your wood carvings would look amazing on these shelves. Imagine how the afternoon light would catch the details." Her mind raced with possibilities as she moved through the space. "Oh, and back here, we could set up a workshop area where customers could watch you work while I arranged their bouquets." "Slow down," Archer said, though his dark eyes held amusement. "You haven't even mentioned where you're putting your greenhouse yet." "The greenhouse?" Daphne spun around, her eyes shining. "It'll be perfect in that back area. We can extend it out into the courtyard. I can grow all sorts of rare flowers, maybe even some magical varieties. Your carvings would look stunning surrounded by living plants." She practically danced through the space, pointing out where everything would go. Archer followed, occasionally offering suggestions that only made her smile wider. His presence filled the spacious room, commanding and protective, yet somehow perfectly in harmony with her vision of delicate blooms and intricate woodwork. Daphne soon stood beside Archer at the large storefront window, their reflections merging with the view of Belladonna Boulevard outside. Her heart filled with joy and excitement as she pictured their shared future in this space, her vibrant flowers complementing his detailed woodwork, their talents intertwining just as naturally as their lives had. "That corner will be absolutely perfect for our seasonal displays," she mused, leaning back against his solid chest. His strong arms encircled her waist, and she felt the rumble of agreement in his chest. "Though knowing you'll insist on reorganizing my arrangements to make them perfect." "Someone has to maintain order around here," he said, his voice carrying that mix of authority and affection that made her knees wobbly. "Your creative chaos needs some boundaries." Daphne turned in his arms, tilting her face up to meet his intense dark gaze. The last rays of sunlight caught the golden auburn highlights in his hair, and her breath hitched at the naked emotion in his expression. Without hesitation, she rose on her tiptoes and pressed her lips to his. Archer responded immediately, one hand cupping her cheek while the other pulled her closer. The kiss deepened, and Daphne melted against him as his tongue sought hers. He kissed like he did everything else, with absolute confidence and unwavering focus, leaving her dizzy and breathless. When they finally broke their kiss, Daphne's heart raced as she saw the heated look in his eyes. "We should celebrate tonight," she whispered, running her fingers along the solid muscle of his chest. "Back at your place?" "It's our place now," he corrected, his voice rough with desire.
Chapter 29. Archer. Archer pulled his black Corvette into the spacious garage, the engine purring to a smooth halt. The air inside the car was electric, charged with the kind of energy that made his skin tingle and his dragon instincts hum. He turned the key, silencing the engine, and glanced over at Daphne. She was practically glowing, her cheeks flushed, her green eyes sparkling with a mix of gratitude and something deeper, something that made his chest tight. "You're really something, you know that?" she said, her voice soft but buzzing with excitement. You made my dream come true. I can't even process it yet. The shop, the space, the everything. And you're going to be a part of it. Your carvings, my flowers. It's like we're building something together." Archer smirked, his usual gruffness softened by the way she looked at him. "Yeah, well, someone had to make sure you didn't settle for less. You deserve that shop, and more." She laughed. "Archer Hawke, you're full of surprises. Who knew the town's most brooding dragon shifter had such a soft side after all?" "Don't say that too loudly," he teased, leaning back against the leather seat. "I've got my reputation to maintain around here." She tilted her head. Her dark hair fell over her shoulder, making his fingers itch to touch it. "A reputation for what? Being a cocky, grumpy dragon who secretly buys flower shops for his girlfriend?" He raised an eyebrow. "Girlfriend, huh? Bold of you to assume." "Is that not what I am?" she teased, her tone light but her eyes searching his. Archer hesitated for a moment, then leaned in closer, his voice dropping low. "Yes, Daphne. You're my girlfriend, and don't you forget it." She laughed again, but this time it was breathy, a little shaky, as if she could feel the shift in the air between them. Archer couldn't help himself. He cupped her face in his hand, his thumb brushing over her cheek, and kissed her. It started slow, a gentle exploration of lips and warmth. But it didn't take long for the fire inside him to ignite. His dragon instincts were never far from the surface, and the way she kissed him back, her hands tangling in his hair, made that fire burn hotter. Well, it looks like the screen is fogging up from all this heat. Unfortunately, that means it's too steamy for this platform to handle. To abide by this platform's guidelines and keep bringing you free content, we have to remove the spicy scenes. Luckily for you, you can always find them at millytadenbooks.com. To make up for interrupting you, get a 30% discount on us when you use code RODEO30.
Chapter 30. Daphne. Daphne stood in her greenhouse, surrounded by the vibrant colors and sweet fragrances of her prized flowers. The morning sunlight streamed through the glass panels. She closed her eyes and breathed in deeply, savoring the earthy scent of soil mixed with blooming roses and lilies. "Those orchids aren't going to water themselves," Archer's deep voice came from behind her. "Though knowing you, you'd probably find a way to make them do just that." She turned to find him leaning against the doorframe, a playful smirk on his face. Wood shavings dusted his shirt, evidence of his morning's work. "I could," she teased. "But then, what would I do with all my free time?" "Come bother me in my workshop, no doubt." He crossed the greenhouse in 3 long strides and wrapped his arms around her waist. "Like you did yesterday, and the day before." "I don't recall hearing any complaints." She reached up and brushed some sawdust from his hair. "Besides, your customers love it when I add flower accents to your pieces." Through the greenhouse windows, Daphne spotted Mrs. Henderson walking past with her shopping bags. The elderly woman waved cheerfully at them, such a change from a year ago when she'd crossed the street to avoid Archer. "Remember when people used to think you were some kind of monster?" Daphne laughed. "Now they're commissioning custom jewelry boxes and bringing you treats." "It's entirely your fault." He pressed a kiss to her temple. "You and your annoying ability to see the best in everyone." The bell above the shop door chimed. Daphne caught the slight tensing in Archer's shoulders. Old habits died hard. But he relaxed almost immediately. "That'll be the Morrison wedding order," she said. "Go on back to your workshop. I know you still need to finish their arbor." Demanding woman. But his eyes sparkled with affection as he released her. "Dinner tonight." "Only if you promise to actually stop working at a reasonable time today." "I make no such promises." He headed for the connecting door to his workshop, pausing to look back at her. "But for you, I'll try." Daphne watched him go, her heart full. Their shared space was everything she'd dreamed of and more, her lush greenhouse flowing seamlessly into his woodworking sanctuary. Together they had created something beautiful in this shop on Belladonna Boulevard. Daphne hummed as she arranged a bouquet of sunset-hued roses, her fingers dancing through the delicate petals. The afternoon sun streamed through the greenhouse windows, casting a warm glow across her workspace. She can't believe that 1 year had already passed since Archer had given her this dream shop, and every day still felt magical. She caught his reflection in the glass as he carried a newly finished chest through the connecting door. His muscles flexed under his shirt, and sawdust dusted his auburn hair. Her heart skipped just like it had that first time he'd defended her against Carmen. "You're staring again," he said without turning around, a smirk in his voice. "Can you blame me?" Heat rose to her cheeks. "My boyfriend is quite the sight." He set down the chest and crossed to her in 2 long strides, wrapping his arms around her waist from behind. "Your boyfriend sounds like a lucky man." "He'd better remember that." She leaned back against his chest. "Every day." His lips brushed her ear. "Though I still can't quite figure out how a ray of sunshine like you fell for a grumpy dragon." "You're not that grumpy anymore." She turned in his arms to face him. Well, maybe in the mornings before coffee. She stretched up on her tiptoes to kiss him properly. "Now go finish that commission before you distract me any more today." He gave her a quick kiss on the cheek before heading back to his workshop. Last year, she never would have imagined this life. Their shops seamlessly merged together, just like their lives. He'd given her the confidence to shine, to stand tall in who she was. And she'd shown him that letting people in didn't make him weak. Together, they were stronger than either could be alone. Daphne wiped down the last display case, her mind wandering to Archer's mysterious behavior all day. He'd been smirking to himself, shooting her knowing looks that made her stomach flutter with anticipation. "Leave that," he commanded from behind her, his deep voice brooking no argument. "I've got plans for you tonight." "Do you now?" She turned to find him freshly changed into a crisp black button-down that highlighted his broad shoulders. "You clean up nice. And you're still covered in pollen." His dark eyes gleamed as he pulled her close. "Go change into that green dress I like. I laid it out for you in the back." Bossy dragon. But she couldn't hide her smile as she headed to the back room to change. 20 minutes later, they walked arm in arm down the cobblestone streets. The setting sun painted the sky in shades of pink and gold, and the evening air carried the sweet scent of blooming moonflowers. Daphne's heart skipped when she recognized their destination, Bella Notte, the same Italian restaurant where they'd had their first unofficial date a year ago. "You remembered?" she whispered, squeezing his arm. "Of course I did." He guided her inside with a possessive hand on her lower back. "It was the first time I realized I was in trouble with you." The hostess led them to a secluded corner booth, the same one they'd sat in before. Back then, they'd been discussing strategy against Carmen. Now, Archer pulled her close against his side instead of sitting across from her. "What made you realize you were in trouble?" Daphne asked, genuinely curious. "You seemed to genuinely care about me." His fingers traced patterns on her shoulder. "No one had ever done that before. Then you smiled at me like I wasn't some monster to be feared, but someone that could be trusted. You were never a monster." She leaned into him. Just a grouchy dragon who needed someone to remind him how to laugh. The waiter appeared with a bottle of wine, the same vintage they'd shared that first night. Daphne's heart swelled at how much thought Archer had put into recreating that evening, but making it uniquely theirs this time. Daphne savored the last bite of her tiramisu, the rich coffee flavor melting on her tongue. The candlelight caught the amber flecks in Archer's dark eyes as he watched her with that intensity that made her skin tingle. "You've got a little—" He reached across the table and brushed his thumb across the corner of her mouth, the gesture possessive yet tender. "If you wanted to steal a taste, you could have just asked," she teased, though her heart fluttered at his touch. "I've never been good at asking for things." His voice dropped lower, sending shivers through her. "But I'm learning." He suddenly stood up, his movements fluid and precise. Rather than coming to her side as she expected to help her get up, he dropped to one knee beside their table. Daphne's breath caught as understanding dawned. "A year ago you stormed into my life and refused to let me push you away." He pulled a small wooden box from his pocket, one he must have carved himself. "You knocked down all the walls I'd built around my heart. You make me want to be better just to deserve that beautiful smile of yours." Daphne's eyes filled with tears as he opened the box, revealing a ring with an emerald the exact shade of her magic when she worked with her plants. "I'm occasionally grumpy and arrogant, and that probably will never change." His lips quirked into that crooked smile she loved so much. "But I'm yours if you'll have me. Will you marry me, witch?" "Yes," she whispered, then laughed through her tears. "Yes, you impossible dragon." His hands were steady as he slipped the ring onto her finger, but Daphne could feel the slight tremor in them that betrayed his emotion. Around them, the restaurant had gone quiet, but Daphne barely noticed, lost in the intensity of Archer's gaze. He stayed kneeling, his thumb stroking over her knuckles. "I love you, Daphne Throne." "I love you too, Archer Hawke." She squeezed his hands, her heart so full it felt like it might burst. Archer slid back into the booth beside Daphne. His eyes blazed with possessive heat as he cupped her face in his hands and claimed her lips. The kiss tasted of tiramisu and promises, making Daphne's heart soar. She melted into him, her fingers curling into his shirt as warmth spread through her chest. When they finally broke the kiss, Daphne couldn't stop smiling. The emerald ring caught the candlelight, sending green sparkles dancing across the tablecloth. A year ago, she had only dreamed of owning the bigger flower shop on Belladonna Boulevard. Now she had that and so much more. A thriving business, a greenhouse full of treasured plants, and most importantly, a former grumpy dragon who'd become her everything. "What are you thinking about?" Archer's thumb traced her bottom lip. "How you've ruined all my careful life plans." She laughed at his raised eyebrow. "I was supposed to be a simple florist, remember? Instead, I'm engaged to the most feared dragon shifter in town." "Former most feared?" His lips quirked. "Thanks to you, I'm practically domesticated now." "Oh, please," she poked his chest. Archer captured her hand, pressing a kiss on her palm. "Besides, you like that I'm still a little dangerous. I like everything about you." Daphne leaned into him, breathing in his familiar scent of cedar and smoke. This was better than any dream she could have imagined for herself. This fierce, protective love that made her feel both cherished and free to be exactly who she was.